Chapter 397. Supporting the limping Han Yushi, they slowly came to the main hall. Li Jingma and Mrs. Li were already waiting there. The two elders were all smiles and did not show any displeasure because the two of them had come late. Lan who was wearing a new set of clothes, was beside them. Ever since Li Zishuan and Han Yushi came in, the little girl's eyes had been staring at their faces. Housekeeper Wang Zhong had already prepared tea. Li Zishuan and Han Yushi took the teacups, knelt down in front of the two elders, and raised the teacups above their heads. The two of them said in unison, "Father, Mother, please have some tea." Okay. The two elders received the teacup with smiles on their faces. They placed it by their mouths and took a sip before putting it aside. Mrs. Li hurriedly glared at him and said, "Xian, why aren't you helping Yushi up? The ground is so hard." Cough, he's starting to feel sorry for his daughter-in-law so soon. Li Zishuan couldn't help but think. However, he wouldn't be jealous, because Han Yushi was also his darling. So what if there was one more person feeling sorry for him? He was thinking nonsense in his heart. Li Zishuan's hands did not stop. He reached out and was about to pull Han Yushi up, but Han Yushi waved her hand and refused. Han Yushi knelt on the ground and cupped her hands at the two elders. "Father, Mother," Yushi woke up too late and made father and mother wait for a long time. Sigh. What a stubborn girl. When Li Zishuan heard the reason, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his good wife who always took the blame for herself. In the end, it was because he was too mischievous yesterday that caused Han Yushi to wake up late. Silly child. What are you talking about? Hurry up and get up. Mother will tell you in detail. Before Li Zishuan could plead, Mrs. Li had already stepped forward and pulled Han Yushi up. She held Han Yushi's hand and said seriously, "Son, in ancient times, son didn't just refer to a son. It could also be used to refer to a daughter. We don't have so many rules in our family. You can get up whenever you want. No one will say anything about you. Before you married into our family, Xian would only wake up in the afternoon. In any case, we don't have to worry about food or water, so it's fine even if you guys wake up a little later. Isn't that right, Master?" In fact, Madame Li could not wait for the two of them to wake up later. As an experienced person, Han Yushi had just entered the door when she saw that something was wrong. She knew what had happened to them last night. Madame Li, who wanted to hug her fat grandson, naturally hoped that her son and daughter-in-law would communicate feelings more in the room. Ugh! When Li Jingma saw that his wife had led the fire to him, he was stunned. Then, he felt a dangerous gaze from the side. He quickly said, "Ahem, Yushi. Your mother is right. You can wake up as late as you want in our house. Actually, the people in our family don't like to wake up early. It's not good for you to wake up early." In fact, Li Jingma's thoughts were the same as Mrs. Li's. He also wanted to have a grandson as soon as possible. However, in order to please his wife, he let his imagination run wild and said a little more. "Ah." Hearing Li Jingma's words, Han Yushi was dumbfounded. How did things turn out like this? It wasn't written like this in the storybooks. The situation that the neighbors usually talked about when a certain family's daughter married into a certain family wasn't like this. What happened to the intrigue between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? What happened to waking up early to work and perform well in front of mother-in-law? Why was it all a mess? How could there be parents-in-law who encouraged her to laze in bed and wake up late? Han Yushi felt that this world was a little messy. Ahem. Wife, why aren't you thanking father and mother? Li Zishuan couldn't help but find it funny when he saw his wife's confused look. Previously, he was also doted on by his parents. But then again, he really felt that he was very lucky to be able to meet such a good pair of parents. "Oh. Thank you, father and mother, for your magnanimity." Han Yushi reacted and said hurriedly. "Hee, good child, this is mother's greeting gift to you. Take it." Mrs. Li's smile had never stopped since her son got married yesterday. Today, She saw that her son and daughter-in-law were loving and inseparable. Moreover, this daughter-in-law was gentle and obedient. She couldn't help but be even more satisfied with this marriage. She secretly thought that her son had good taste. Li Zixuan saw clearly from the side. His mother was going to give the jade bracelet that she had always been wearing to Han Yushi. He had also taken a closer look at that jade bracelet previously. It wasn't an ordinary item. It should be a family heirloom. Now that his mother could take this out, it meant that she approved of this daughter-in-law. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan smiled and glanced at Han Yushi. He was happy for his wife from the bottom of his heart. Han Yushi still understood that she didn't dare to reject an elder's gift. She was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor and took the jade bracelet. She bowed and said, "Thank you, mother. Yushi will definitely take good care of this jade bracelet. Hee. It's fine as long as my son likes it." Mrs. Li waved her hand and smiled. Then, she looked at her husband. Her meaning was self-evident. Father Li trembled and quickly took out a key from his sleeve. He went forward and handed it to Han Yushi. "Yushi, this is the key to the first floor of our family's warehouse. It's all your dowry. Take good care of it in the future." Li Jingma's move was very generous. Although the bride's dowry in this era was all the bride's private property, under normal circumstances, when a woman just married the man, a portion of the dowry brought by the woman would first be put under the man's name for business purposes. Who would hand over all the dowry brought by the woman to his daughter-in-law the next day? This. Han Yushi was shocked. One had to know that the dowry she brought was a total of 50,000 to 60,000 strings of cash. Faced with such a large sum of money, she couldn't help but be at a loss. Li Zixuan touched her arm and gestured for her to quickly take it. Han Yushi quickly took it and said solemnly, "Thank you, father." Hee. You're welcome. You're welcome. After the tea ceremony, Li Zixuan gathered all the servants in the residence and planned to introduce them to Han Yushi. After all, she would be the mistress of the house in the future. How could she not recognize all the servants? "Come, my wife, let your husband introduce you to his family." Thank you, husband." Li Zixuan pulled his wife to the front yard and looked at the more than 100 servants in front of him. He said loudly, "I don't need to introduce this person next to me, right? In the future, my wife will be the mistress of the house. Her words represent my words. You must all carry them out seriously. Our Li family treats people generously, but we will never allow people to offend our superiors. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this huge Li residence. Do you all hear me?" "Yes, we hear you." The servants and maidservants all answered in unison. In fact, there was no need for Li Zixuan to personally instruct them. They were so comfortable in the Li family that they were not willing to leave. They would not offend their superiors. Come, Yushi, let me introduce you one by one. You already know this person. He is our butler, Uncle Wang. This is Uncle Wang's wife. Chapter 398. Li Zixuan introduced Han Yushi to all the servants in the house. Han Yushi was very generous. Every time Li Zixuan introduced someone to her, she would say a few words cordially. After that, she would reward them with some money, embroidered cloth, and other small gifts. Almost everyone had one. It was obvious that Han Yushi was prepared in this aspect. All kinds of rewards were suitable, not too much, not too little. It was just right. Mrs. Qin must have taught her before the wedding. The servants in the house did not expect the bride to be so generous. They were all very grateful. Of course, Han Yushi also prepared a gift for Lan Er. It was a set of exquisite head ornaments, probably worth tens of thousands of dollars. The little girl received such a beautiful gift and was overjoyed. She kept calling out, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law." After these things were done, it was almost noon. The young couple simply ate breakfast and lunch together. Li Zixuan could not help but sigh in his heart. He was an otaku who liked to sleep in. This was the rhythm of assimilating with his wife. Li Zishuan's side was peaceful, but his legend was still circulating in the Jianghu. Cough cough, it should be the grand wedding yesterday that was still remembered by the people of Chang'an. It was passed down by word of mouth. From the betrothal gifts to the bride's makeup, followed by the luxurious wedding procession and the luxurious wedding lineup, and finally the national carnival that Li Zishuan single-handedly planned. Wave after wave, it affected everyone's hearts. Li Zishuan took this opportunity to show the people of Tang Dynasty a textbook grand wedding. The genius planning, creativity, and the national carnival made countless onlookers who witnessed it at the scene gasp in admiration from the bottom of their hearts. TSK TSK. You didn't see it yesterday. The Li family's wedding was so *king grand. I, old Yang, only now understand that the wedding banquets I attended in the past were all *t. In a restaurant, a middle-aged man in red was reminiscing to his 3 companions at the table. Oh. Old Yang, you went to the wedding banquet of Li County's men yesterday? Old Yang, how did you squeeze in? I wanted to give gifts yesterday and get a free meal, but I didn't get it. I didn't get it either. There were too many people. But fortunately, I used a bouquet of flowers to exchange for a portion of chicken. It was worth a lot of money. Hee hee. Yesterday, I, old Yang, used 3 strings of money to buy a seat for the banquet. That's why I'm lucky enough to witness this unprecedented wedding with my own eyes. Old Yang smirked. 3 strings of money. Old Yang, you're really generous. Hey. Old Huang, you're really short-sighted. No wonder you can't make much money all year round. Old Yang took a sip of wine and proudly said, you guys don't know, but the value of the food and wine in the banquet yesterday was definitely more than 15 strings of coins. The wine was the best wine and the dishes were all the signature dishes of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Don't you think it's worth it to spend 3 strings of coins to enjoy such a big meal? You can also see the wedding ceremony inside from the flowing banquet. You didn't see how grand the Li residence's wedding was yesterday. No way. The Li family's banquet is so sumptuous. Yeah. How much money did the Li family have to fork out for so many tables? The other 3 were obviously boorish people who didn't understand romance. They weren't interested in the grand wedding ceremony that old Yang mentioned at all. They only cared about the food. Therefore, old Yang's blabbering was destined to be like playing the lute to a cow. Seeing this, old Yang said resentfully, what can I say about you guys? The Li family doesn't care about money at all when they hold such a grand wedding, do you know that? They're just looking for fun. Do you know what fun is? Whether it's the betrothal gifts or the bride escort, do you see how much money the Li family spent? Why would they care about this little bit of money? If they really cared, they wouldn't have given out newspapers and chickens for free. Hey, you guys don't believe me when I say you're stupid. The Li residence's wedding banquet yesterday was really lively. In a luxurious restaurant, a few rich businessmen chatted as they ate. As they talked, they couldn't help but talk about yesterday's legendary wedding. Yeah. I heard that it wasn't just the crown prince. The king of Wei and the princess went personally. Even the emperor sent someone to send congratulatory gifts. Wow. This means that Li Xiannan not only has a wide circle of friends, but he's also favored by the emperor. Yeah. This Li Xiannan not only knows how to do business, but he's also good at being an official. I heard that the students of the Imperial College went to send him congratulatory gifts yesterday. They gave him quite a lot. Haha. Li Xiannan is really competent as an official of the Imperial College. Pingkong Room, Baihua Building. Although we don't have the wings of a colorful phoenix, our hearts are as one. Dote on her, love her, protect her, love her. We're willing to be 2 birds in the sky and 2 branches on earth. The gods and Buddhas in the heavens are worshipped by the people and enjoy the incense of thousands of families. I, Li Zishuan, will also receive the blessings of thousands of people and enjoy endless flowers on my wedding day. In an embroidery pavilion, a beautiful young woman in light pink looked at the lines of small words on a piece of paper in front of her and couldn't help but murmur. These were the poems that Li Zishuan recited at the Han family manor and the words he said at the wedding. Now, these few lines had already spread in certain circles in the capital. Why can't I, Gu Fian, meet such a good husband? I don't know what good deeds this Han Yushi accumulated in her previous life to be able to marry Li Xiannan. I'm so envious of people with poor lives. This woman was Baihua Building's top courtesan, Yan Er. She had even gone to watch Li Zishuan's wedding procession yesterday. Li Zishuan's wedding yesterday and those poems made many young ladies of the boudoir look at themselves in self-pity and envy. Changle Palace. In the bedroom on the second floor. Changle supported her chin with her hand and looked at the makeup-urging poem that Li Zishuan composed yesterday on the table. She couldn't help but think of the grand and lively wedding she saw with her own eyes at the Li residence yesterday. The sea of flowers and the words that Li Zishuan said to Han Yushi made Changle feel deeply intoxicated. In this era that didn't understand romance, no girl could resist yesterday's romantic wedding. In the heavens, we're willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we're willing to be intertwined branches. Brother Xiaoxian is so good to Sister Yushi. He even spent so much effort on the wedding. I'm afraid that in the future, there won't be a wedding that can surpass this grand occasion, right? I don't know what kind of husband father will find for Changle in the future. Will there be anyone who dotes on her like Brother Xiaoxian? After a long time, Changle sighed softly and muttered to herself. Li Zishuan didn't know that he had stolen a poem from Li Shangyin to hasten the makeup, but it had harmed countless young ladies and caused them to fall into lovesickness. Many young ladies began to use him as a benchmark and set standards for themselves to choose a husband. Chapter 399. After lunch, the couple returned to the west courtyard to rest. After all, it was summer, and the sun was at its hottest at noon. No one had the energy to do anything serious. However, Lan Er's unintentional words in the morning scared Li Zishuan so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Brother, Lan Er wanted to play with sister-in-law this morning, but father and mother stopped me. Hee hee. Lan will go secretly next time. This way, father and mother won't know. Brother, what do you think? Li Zishuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and thought to himself, in the future, every time I enter the house, the first thing I have to do is lock the door from the inside. Otherwise, if my little sister suddenly barges in and sees something she shouldn't see, where will I put my old face? Maybe my wife will be traumatized because of this. I have to take this seriously in the future. Although he used to make up a story about a door demon to trick Lan into knocking on the door before entering, who knew if Lan would forget about this and barge in one day? On the way back to the house, Li Zishuan kept reminding himself that for his future, sexual, happiness, he must remember to lock the door at all times. Husband, father and mother have such good temperaments. This concubine was worried that father and mother would be unhappy. When they returned to the house, Han Yushi took the initiative to pull Li Zishuan's arm and said excitedly. Although she had been to the Li residence before and had a few pleasant interactions with father and mother Li, she had interacted with them as an outsider after all. Today was the first time she met her parents-in-law as a daughter-in-law, and the process was unexpectedly smooth. This made Han Yushi heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, she also sighed at how kind and benevolent father and mother Li were. As Li Zishuan went to lock the door sneakily, he smiled at his wife and said, "Of course, my father and mother are gentle by nature. They are the kind of good people who have never been jealous of others. Wife, you are so gentle and lovely. Of course, my father and mother like you and are willing to treat you well." Hearing Li Zishuan's sweet words, Han Yushi was slightly shy and said, "Husband, you're making me happy again. I think father and mother are only treating me like this because I'm your wife. But even so, I am still very happy. From now on, not only will my husband dote on me, but there will also be 2 more people who will care about me. Ever since I married my husband yesterday, I feel that even the scorching sun has become lovely and amiable." Simple words of love were the most moving. When Li Zishuan saw Han Yushi's cute appearance, he couldn't help but step forward and pull her into his arms. He intimately placed his chin on her forehead and said gently, "Our days have only just begun. Wife, you're already so excited. What will happen in the future? Do you remember what I told you earlier?" We will be the most loving and blissful couple in the Great Tang, and everyone in the world will envy us. Han Yushi meekly pressed her cheek against Li Zishuan's chest and said softly, but I already feel that I'm the happiest woman in the world now. My husband's talent and the grand wedding that you prepared for me yesterday, countless women are envious. Yushi is neither talented nor virtuous, and I'm not from a prestigious family. I'm so worried that I'm not worthy of my husband's deep affection. In the past, I didn't care about the pain of losing because I didn't get it. Now that I have such a good husband and such good parents, I'm really worried that my husband will despise me. Sigh, this wife of his was really gentler than water. Little fool. What did my husband say last night? With a wife like this, I will never leave or abandon you. I will accompany you in life and death and grow old together. Wife, you're already very good. I like you very much. You mustn't belittle yourself in the future. If you're really the daughter of one of those wealthy families, I won't take a fancy to you. Pfft. Han Yushi giggled and looked up to ask, why do you say that, my husband? Yushi heard that all men in the world regard marrying a woman with 5 surnames as a supreme honor. Why don't you take a fancy to me? Haha. That's because they're stupid. Rich young ladies with 5 surnames are used to being arrogant and domineering. Although they're indeed gentle and pleasant on the surface, they still can't change their unruly and willful nature. They're not as gentle and virtuous as my wife, nor are their thoughts as pure as yours. As Li Zishuan spoke, his claws secretly reached for the protruding part under the S-line. Han Yushi was listening attentively to her lover's analysis. However, she was completely unaware of the wolf's claws invading her body. When she heard what he said, she said shyly, I'm not as good as you say. Hee hee. We already met openly last night. Whether my wife is good or not, my husband knows best in your heart. Li Zishuan chuckled sinisterly. His hands naturally didn't stop. That wonderful touch really made him unable to let go. Ah. My husband, how can you say such embarrassing things in broad daylight? How embarrassing. Ah. My husband, why are your hands there? Han Yushi said coquettishly. Suddenly, she felt something strange behind her and hurriedly tried to break free from Li Zishuan's wolf's claws. Li Zishuan's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He increased the strength of his arms and didn't let his wife break free from his embrace. He smiled sinisterly and said, my wife didn't rest well in the morning. Why don't you continue to rest now? Hearing Li Zishuan's tone, how could Han Yushi not know what Li Zishuan meant by rest? She hurriedly tried to push Li Zishuan away with her hands and said, my husband is in the middle of the night. Husband, that won't do. It's still daytime, and that place is still hurting. Ugh. Li Zishuan, who originally only wanted to tease her, didn't expect his wife to take it seriously. When he heard Han Yushi's slightly sobbing pleading voice, Li Zishuan blamed himself slightly and hurriedly said, haha. My wife, what are you thinking about? This rest is not that kind of rest. I'm afraid that you're tired. I really want you to rest for a while. Really? Of course, it's more real than real gold. My husband is so good. Haha. My wife, go and take a nap. The couple came to the bed and prepared to take a pure afternoon nap. Suddenly, how could I forget about this? It's so embarrassing. My husband, quickly turn around. Don't look. It was Han Yushi who had lifted the brocade quilt. A cold plum blossom stood proudly and entered her sight. She was immediately embarrassed and hurriedly pulled Li Zishuan's body, wanting her lover to quickly turn around. Han Yushi woke up in a hurry this morning and forgot to cut this thing down and put it away. Who drew the plum blossom on this bedsheet? Look at the dots of plum blossoms, the color is bright, and the layers are distinct. The snow-white silk next to it is like white snow, setting off the proud plum blossom that bloomed alone to the extreme. It has a profound meaning and is extremely interesting. It's as if the proud plum blossom is right in front of your eyes. It's really a rare painting scroll. Sigh. My wife, don't stop me. Let me collect it properly and pass it down to my descendants. Li Zishuan was very proud in his heart, it couldn't be helped. Any man would be proud in this situation, but his face was serious, as if he was really appreciating the painting. My husband, you're too bad. I beg you, don't look, it's so embarrassing. This bad guy with a wicked smile in front of her looked at the white silk that was stained with her precious first night's red blood and looked like he was investigating. He kept praising Ling Han for blooming alone. It was simply asking for Han Yushi's life. Han Yushi felt that her soul had left her. She was really ashamed and angry to death. She pulled Li Zishuan with all her strength and said. Chapter 400. After teasing the shy little lady for a while, Li Zishuan stopped while he was ahead. He walked to the side and turned his back, letting Han Yushi clean up the proud and aloof Plum Blossom alone. Otherwise, wouldn't this girl die of embarrassment? After nearly half an hour, Han Yushi cut the Plum Blossom, put it away, and changed the new bed sheets. Li Zishuan saw that her face was so red that it was about to drip water, so he didn't say those strange words to tease her. He just held her slender arm and said, "Okay, wife, take a nap." This nap can not only relieve fatigue, but also slow down the aging of the skin. Han Yushi's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Really? Hey, of course, it's true. Go to sleep." Li Zishuan stroked Han Yushi's soft hair and said softly with a smile. In order to cultivate his wife to be a sleeping goddess like him, this guy also put in a lot of effort. Yes, yes. Han Yushi nodded, took off her shoes happily, and climbed into bed to sleep. Youth and beauty were the most attractive poison for all women, and Han Yushi was no exception. Li Zishuan smiled, took off his shoes, and lay next to Han Yushi, ready to take a pure afternoon nap. Although it was a hot summer outside, there was an ice basin in the room to cool down. Not only was it not hot, but it was also a little cool. The husband and wife were covered with a thin quilt, hugging each other, and fell into a deep sleep after a while. Li Zishuan was very obedient this time because he knew that Han Yushi was injured. At this time, he could not just care about his own selfish desires and ignore the pain of others. He could not bear to torture this cute wife like this. Don't worry. Haha. What are the Empress and my beloved concubine talking about? They are actually chatting so happily. Even though I'm far away, I can still hear the laughter in the hall. Li Er came to Li Zheng Hall after the morning court. He planned to have lunch with Empress Zhangsun, but he didn't expect concubine Yang to also be here. She was even talking and laughing with Zhangsun. Your concubine greets your majesty. When the two beauties saw Li Er coming, they hurriedly got up and bowed. Li Er waved his hand and said, "No need to be so courteous, haha. Zhen is just walking around, you can continue chatting. It just so happens that I can listen from the side." Perhaps Emperor Li Er, who worked day and night on state affairs, could only find some fun and relax in the harem. Knowing that Li Er came here to freeload and listen to gossip to relieve his boredom, Zhang Sun considerately called a palace maid and ordered her to go to the imperial kitchen to have lunch sent over. Then she sat beside Li Er and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I was just talking to my sister about yesterday's wedding." "Oh. It's that brat again. I've also heard about yesterday's wedding. That stinking brat actually used Tatong Daily to advertise his wedding. Yu Shernan even came to me yesterday to complain." When Li Er heard this, he immediately ridiculed in annoyance. Zhang Sun covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "It was because of Li Er's advertisement on Datong Daily that yesterday's wedding was so lively. Your Majesty, you don't know, but until now, the people of Chang and city are still talking about yesterday's wedding." "That's right. I heard that the Li family received tens of thousands of bouquets of flowers yesterday. Just the chickens alone were given out more than 10,000 sets. If we calculate according to the usual price per set, the Li family lost more than 10,000 strings of cash. It's no wonder that yesterday's wedding was so lively." Concubine Yang heard this and interjected with a smile. "Haha. That's not how the accounts are calculated. That brat is ruthless. The cost of the chickens from Drunken Immortal restaurant is only about 200 copper coins. Giving out more than 10,000 sets, that brat only lost 2 to 3,000 strings of cash. Li Er had more information than concubine Yang, who had lived in the palace for a long time. He shook his head and analyzed. Concubine Yang covered her mouth and laughed. After hearing what your majesty said, it's true. That Li Er is really cunning. He only used 2 to 3,000 strings of cash to make tens of thousands of people in Chang and city celebrate his wedding. This business is really worth it. Haha. I've said it before, that brat is most suitable to be a profiteer. At this time, the palace maids had already served the dishes. Li Er, Zhang Sun, and concubine Yang sat down and started eating. Zhang Sun suddenly thought of something and smiled, saying, Your Majesty, the most popular thing in Chang and city now besides Li Er's wedding yesterday is the wedding poem that Li Er composed. Li Er asked curiously, Oh? Doesn't that brat hate making a fuss? He can even compose poems? Let Maid Guanyin read it for me. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Empress Zhongsun got up and went to the small table next to her, taking a piece of rice paper with tiny words written on it. Although the poem was good, as the empress of a country, of course, she wouldn't be so bored as to memorize a love poem. Then, she softly read Last Night's Stars and Last Night's Wind, on the west side of the painting building, on the east side of the Kasha Hall. I don't have the wings of the colorful phoenix, but our hearts are as one. Next seat, send the hook of spring wine to warm up, separate chow shoot to cover the red candles. I'll listen to the drum to answer the official, walk the horse and the orchid to turn the pang. I don't have the wings of the colorful phoenix, but our hearts are as one. Good poem. Although Li Er didn't compose poems, it didn't mean that he didn't understand poems. He seriously tasted it for a while, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, he clapped his hands and praised, This poem reminds me of the scene when I first met the Empress and my beloved concubine. At that time, I was often fighting on the front line, but I always had you in my heart. Perhaps this is what it means to be as one. TSK, Li Zishuan's poem is good. It can be considered to have written out my thoughts. Li Er shamelessly took Li Zishuan's masterpiece for his own use and used it to express his feelings to his wife. Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang looked at each other, somewhat confused by Li Er's sudden romance. We sisters will remember your majesty's kindness in our hearts and will never forget it. Zhongsun reacted more quickly. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit stagnant, she quickly cooperated with Li Er and said emotionally. Sister is right. As the ruler of a country, your majesty is busy with state affairs all day long. You can still treat us sisters like this. This concubine is satisfied in this life. Concubine Yang wasn't stupid. After Empress Zhongsun finished speaking, she also understood that Li Er was borrowing poems from them today, so she quickly cooperated. They couldn't not cooperate. They couldn't let Li Er embarrass himself, right? That would hurt old Li. Empress, my beloved concubine are too polite. I have the two of you in this life, and my heart is satisfied. Eat. Haha. The old pervert Li Er lied against his conscience. Today, after old Li saw Li Zishuan's romantic poem, he didn't know what was wrong with him, but he also wanted to be romantic for his two wives. However, Li Er, who was good at both civil and martial arts, was too far away from Li Zishuan in the field of romantic flirting. He almost made the atmosphere stiff. Chapter 401. N. Husband, did you wake up long ago? Last night, after being tormented by Li Zishuan for most of the night, Han Yushi's whole body was about to fall apart. In the morning, if she didn't think that she had to get up to serve tea to her parents-in-law, she wouldn't get up even if the sky fell down. She was really sleepy. She fell asleep not long after lying in bed at noon. Li Zishuan was afraid that the sunlight outside would affect his wife's sleep, so he specially put on that divine weapon that he used to sleep in, the eye mask, for Han Yushi. Therefore, Han Yushi slept until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As for Li Zishuan himself, of course, he didn't wear the eye mask. This was the only one in the family. In other words, he was the only one in the family who liked to sleep in, so there was no need to get so many. In fact, Li Zishuan wasn't very sleepy. Although he was tormented until the second half of the night last night, this guy was the type who became more and more energetic. If it wasn't for his wife's first time, this beast, might have tormented until even later. There were 4 great joys in life: sweet dew after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and the time to pass the imperial examination. Li Zishuan, who had just experienced one of the 4 great joys of life, was only excited in his heart. How could he be sleepy? So he only slept for an hour before waking up. The reason why he didn't wake Han Yushi up was because a beauty looked really good when she slept. Although he couldn't eat it now, he could secretly kiss his wife when she was asleep, take advantage of her mouth, and gently touch her with his claws. It was also a different kind of fun to take advantage of her hand. As for the other reason, Li Zishuan thought that since his wife could fall asleep, then he would let her sleep as much as she wanted. If she slept too much during the day, she would naturally not be able to sleep at night. At that time, they could talk about life together. It had to be said that ever since she took care of her virginity last night and obtained the first blood, this fellow was now eating, marrow, knowing, taste, essence, worm, brain, filled with dirty thoughts. The pure and kind Han Yushi had fallen into the devil's claws, just like that. Perhaps it was because Li Zishuan's claws were too strong, or perhaps it was because she had really slept enough. Han Yushi stretched lazily and opened her eyes. She realized that it was pitch black in front of her. Then, she felt that there was something covering her eyes. After she reached out to pull off the blindfold, she saw her lover staring at her with his eyes. She was shy and happy, so she asked. Seeing that you were sleeping soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you up. How was it? Did you sleep well? Li Zishuan put away his dirty thoughts just now and said. That's not right. How could he say that he had dirty thoughts? Wasn't it natural for him to want to do shameful things with his wife? Li Zishuan indicated that they were a legal couple. A legal couple. This guy finally convinced himself in his heart. I slept very well. Husband, what is this? It looks weird. Han Yushi held the eye mask and asked curiously. This thing is called an eye mask. It's worn on the eyes. This is a good thing. If I hadn't helped you put this on just now, you might have been woken up by the sunlight outside. Li Zishuan said proudly. Han Yushi heard this and widened her eyes. She said speechlessly, Husband, did you specially make this thing to sleep during the day? That's right. Wife, what's with your expression? Han Yushi looked at the eye mask, then looked at her lover and said hesitantly, Husband, I know that you have great wisdom. The curved plow, the scooter, the paper machine, Hanyu Pinyin, and so on. These things that benefit the people were all invented by you. I am proud to be able to marry such a husband. But, husband, can you use your great wisdom on the right path? This girl knows how to speak with restraint first and then praise later. Han Yushi praised Li Zishuan in the first half of the sentence, and then began to persuade Li Zishuan to turn over a new leaf. This was a typical case of restraining first and then praising later. Li Zishuan snappily pinched the little beauty's nose and said, That's right. Who said that this eye mask is not the right path? Only when a person has a good rest can he work well. Only when he works well can he earn more money. With more money, he can live a good life. And this eye mask of mine can let people rest well. Do you think this thing is important? Is it the right path? Ouch. It hurts. Husband, let go of me first. Han Yushi removed Li Zishuan's hand from her nose, then smiled mischievously and said, Hee. Husband, you're twisting words and forcing logic. Actually, you just want to use this to sleep in. Li Zishuan was furious. He hugged Han Yushi and was about to punish her. Twisting words and forcing logic? Who's twisting words and forcing logic? Say it again. He. Husband, stop scratching. It's itchy, It's so itchy. Stop scratching. Stop scratching. Do you know your mistake? Huh. I know my mistake, I know my mistake. Haha. Husband, let go of me. Han Yushi was scratched all over. Her long hair was scattered everywhere, and the front of her chest was also open. What a picture of a lazy beauty. Gulp. You can't let go even if you know your mistake. Li Zishuan glared and shouted. Before Han Yushi could react, his mouth had already moved closer. 50,000 words omitted here, ugh. Husband, why are you doing this in broad daylight? After a round of hugging, kissing, cough, of course, it was just a kiss. Li Zishuan couldn't bear to let his wife get hurt even more. Han Yushi's hair was messy, and her cheeks were red. She rolled her eyes at her lover and said coquettishly. In just 2 days of intimate interaction, she understood that Li Zishuan, who had always been sunny and upright, was actually so lecherous. It was just that she liked this kind of lecherousness very much. Haha. Wife, you mean that your husband can play tricks at night? Li Zishuan teased. No. Husband, you're bullying me on purpose. Han Yushi pouted and said aggrievedly. Haha. Wife, don't cry, kiss. No kiss. After Li Zishuan instilled a whole night of messy knowledge, how could Han Yushi not know what kiss meant? She hurriedly turned her face to the side, not daring to look at Li Zishuan again. In fact, she really didn't dare to kiss again. She was afraid that she would be unable to control herself and let Li Zishuan have his way again. Cough. Since you don't want to kiss, then we'll kiss in the future. It was getting harder and harder to coax his wife. Li Zishuan could only say gloomily. By the way, wife, turn around. I have something very important to ask you. Chapter 402. I won't listen. My husband must be lying to me again. Han Yushi covered her ears and shook her head with her back facing Li Zishuan. She had learned to be smart now and was always on guard against Li Zishuan setting a trap for her. Stop fooling around, I'm really not lying to you. Wife, quickly turn around, I really have something serious to tell you. Li Zishuan was speechless. Why didn't anyone believe him when he told the truth? He turned sideways and forced Han Yushi to turn around. Han Yushi said in disbelief, Husband, you really didn't lie to me? Muah. I didn't lie to you at first. I really wanted to tell you something serious, but since you don't believe your husband so much, then how can I disappoint you? Hee. Li Zishuan kissed Han Yushi's rosy little lips angrily and then smiled proudly. Oh. Bad husband, I knew you were lying. Han Yushi slapped Li Zishuan's chest in embarrassment and anger, trying to push him away. Hee. Wife, you still don't believe me? Li Zishuan pressed against Han Yushi's forehead and said with a smile. Oh. I believe. Husband, quickly say it. Looking at Li Zishuan's posture, how could Han Yushi not know what would happen if she said that she didn't believe him, so she quickly nodded. Hee. That's more like it. Li Zishuan chuckled and took the opportunity to touch Han Yushi's perky butt. Naturally, it caused the beauty to be coquettish, angry, again. Hee, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk about serious matters. Li Zishuan sat up and leaned on the bed. Han Yushi saw that her lover really had something to say to her, so she quickly tidied her hair and leaned on Li Zishuan's shoulder and said, Husband, say it. Li Zishuan said seriously, Yushi, when did your last period come? Your menstruation? Han Yushi, who was waiting for Li Zishuan to get down to business, almost broke down when she heard this. Her first reaction was that Li Zishuan was deliberately teasing her again. Moreover, he was teasing her with such an embarrassing matter. This was too much. Husband. You lied to me again. How can this kind of shameful thing be considered proper business? Han Yushi was so angry that her eyes were a little red, and there was a trace of anger in her voice. Cough, cough. Wife, don't misunderstand. I really didn't mean to make fun of you. Hurry up and tell me, this is really important to me. Li Zixuan had long expected that Han Yushi would misunderstand. After all, ancient girls were not as open as modern girls. This kind of thing was very embarrassing for them. In order to make Han Yushi believe it as soon as possible, he could only put on a solemn expression and explain it seriously. But husband, why are you asking such an embarrassing question? Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan didn't seem to be joking. She was a little convinced, but she still asked hesitantly. Wife, don't ask about this first. Tell me first, and I'll tell you later. Li Zixuan waved his hand. Han Yushi stammered for a while and said embarrassedly, I should have my period on the 6th day, phew. That's good, that's good. It should be fine. Li Zixuan heard and heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, Li Zixuan was calculating his wife's safe period. As the saying goes, 7 days before and 8 days after. Last night happened to be in the safe period. Although there was a probability of pregnancy during the safe period, the probability was much lower, wasn't it? Li Zixuan didn't intend to let Han Yushi, who was not even 15 years old, have a child so soon. This wasn't good for her body and the child's health. How did Li Zixuan know all this contraceptive knowledge? Although he was an engineering otaku in his previous life, he also had a girlfriend, okay? He had checked the basic knowledge that should be checked, although he was still a virgin in the end, because his girlfriend was afraid of pain, he also felt sorry for his girlfriend. In the end, the two of them didn't take that last step. Husband? What do you mean by fine? What were you mumbling about just now? Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan kept saying things that others couldn't understand like a lunatic, so she asked hurriedly. Husband, I was just calculating whether my wife would get pregnant after we did that kind of thing last night based on my wife's period time. Knowing that he couldn't hide it, Li Zixuan also didn't want to hide it. He also wanted to take the opportunity to popularize Han Yushi's knowledge. Hearing Li Zixuan mention last night's consummation in the bridal chamber, Han Yushi was embarrassed. However, hearing that Li Zixuan could calculate whether she could get pregnant based on the time of her period made Han Yushi a little incredulous. Husband, you're talking nonsense. When that comes, what does it have to do with being pregnant? Hey! Of course it has a lot to do with it. Generally, it's not easy for a woman to get pregnant in the 7 days before and 8 days after the arrival of her period. Do you understand? Li Zixuan began to give his wife a biology lesson. Oh. Han Yushi nodded as if she understood. Then, she saw her counting her fingers. A moment later, she exclaimed, If it's like this, then after we did that last night, wouldn't I not get pregnant? Hey! Wife, what do you mean by that expression? Don't tell me you want to be a mother so soon. Li Zixuan poked her forehead and said in annoyance. Of course. Husband, you caused me so much pain last night. In the end, I couldn't get pregnant. What a loss. Han Yushi rubbed her forehead and said with an aggrieved expression. Li Zixuan almost vomited blood. How could things like giving birth to a child be calculated like this? Wife, you're still young. It's not suitable for you to have a child. If you give birth now, it's not good for you and the child. Husband, you're bluffing again. How am I young? The people in the village who are younger than me already have children, and I'm fine. Han Yushi pouted and said unconvinced. She felt that Li Zixuan was depriving her of the right to be a mother. Although it had been less than 2 days since she married into the Li family, Han Yushi had fallen deeply in love with this place because there were parents-in-law who doted on her and a husband who doted on her. Although her husband always liked to play tricks on her, she liked this kind of intimate feeling. Therefore, she was also eager to give birth to a child for her lover. Li Zixuan said that she was too young to give birth at this time. Of course, she was anxious. Wife, have you heard of how many pregnant women die of dystocia every year in Chang and City? Li Zishuan said with a serious expression. This. Han Yushi's face turned pale. Wife, even if you don't know the specific number, you should have heard of many similar cases, right? Han Yushi hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Li Zishuan continued. When a woman is 13 or 14 years old, her body is not mature yet. How can she give birth to the next generation? At this time, the risk of giving birth is doubled. This is why more than 30% of pregnant women in Chang and City die of dystocia every year. Wife, you love me and want to give birth to a child for me earlier. I understand and am very grateful. But I, Li Zishuan, married Han Yushi because I like this person, not to marry a birth tool. No matter what, your safety is the most important. We can give birth to a child later. You and I still have a long way to go. Have you forgotten? We still have to be the happiest couple in the Tang dynasty. In ancient times, the death rate of pregnant women in dystocia had always been high. In addition to poor medical conditions, another important reason was that women's childbearing age was too young. Li Zishuan could accept early marriage, but his wife had to give birth later. Chapter 403. After seriously teaching Han Yushi about physiology for nearly an hour, he finally made this girl understand the huge disadvantages of giving birth too early. Li Zishuan was about to let out a sigh of relief when Han Yushi's next sentence almost choked him half to death. Husband, how do you know so much about us women's affairs? Have you been studying this for many years? Li Zishuan was speechless. How could a man like him study women giving birth to babies every day? These were all things he saw on the internet or in novels in his previous life. Cough cough. Wife, there's something I want to tell you, but you must not tell anyone. Li Zishuan was silent for a long time before he suddenly said with a struggling expression. Husband, please tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Han Yushi's eyes lit up and she quickly promised. Being able to share the secret in her lover's heart made her feel very excited. Looking at the flames of gossip burning in his wife's eyes, Li Zishuan was speechless. Sure enough, women like to listen to such nonsense. It was the same in ancient times and modern times. My master once had a female confidant who specialized in medicine. She was especially good at treating women's illnesses. Back then, I had followed my master to the residence of that female senior several times. What I told you earlier was all from her medical notes. Then husband, what was the name of your master's female confidant? Did she end up with your master in the end? Han Yushi turned around and looked at Li Zishuan with sparkling eyes. It could be seen that she really wanted to know the answer to this question. Li Zishuan choked. He really wanted to say, wife, you're digressing. We're talking about medical problems now. Why are we suddenly talking about emotional problems? A female confidant is ultimately just a female confidant. My master pursued the heavenly Tao all his life and had no interest in romantic relationships. Every time he met up with that female senior, it was only purely for medical discussions. In the end, it was a love lost, but heartless flowing water. That female senior was called Hong Wan. She was an expert in medicine and her attainments in medicine were not below my master's. How could this be? Why can't lovers be together? Senior Hong Wan is so pitiful. Han Yushi tearfully grabbed Li Zishuan's hand and said sadly. Li Zishuan looked at the beautiful woman's pitiful appearance and regretted that he had been too free just now. Cough cough that's right, what he said was all made up by this fellow. The main thing was that this fellow got a little carried away while chatting, and the topic got further and further away. Now that it was like this, it was a little difficult to clean up the mess. Cough cough. Although Senior Hong Wan has a favorable impression of my master, she has never thought of marrying him. Why is that? If you like someone, shouldn't you marry him? Han Yushi frowned and asked in confusion. What she didn't know was that in Li Zishuan's eyes, her expression was very cute and moving. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to kiss her and continued to talk nonsense with a serious face. Wife, not all the infatuated people in this world can be like you and me, having a smooth sailing life and finally getting married. Senior Hong Luan's original name was Gu Ziyuan. It was said that when she was young, she was extremely beautiful. However, because she was born with a red Luan aura, no one within 100 miles dared to marry her. Senior Hong Luan was heartbroken and changed her name to Hong Luan, determined not to marry for the rest of her life. Later, she ran away from home and visited a famous teacher. She was engrossed in medicine and helped the dying and the injured. By chance, she met my master by chance. They had a lot in common in medicine and became close friends. However, between the two of them, one had no interest in love, and the other didn't want to harm the other party because of personal feelings, so they were separated for the rest of their lives. After my master passed away, Senior Hong Luan sat quietly in front of my master's body for a day and a night. Then, she took the zither that my master left behind and played a song before leaving silently. There was no news of her after that. In his previous life, he had accompanied his girlfriend to watch so many melodramatic and bitter dramas. Finally, he hadn't watched them in vain. A love story full of melodramatic and routine slowly came out of Li Zishuan's mouth. It was just that his master in the underworld had suffered. For no reason at all, his evil disciple had created a piece of gossip. If this story were to spread, then spiritual master Ling Su's illustrious reputation would be destroyed in an instant. Wu husband, Senior Hong Luan is so pitiful. Wu husband, will you be like your master in the future and abandon me to pursue the heavenly Tao? Wu I can't bear to part with husband Han Yushi, who was born and raised in the Tang dynasty, had never experienced the baptism of the melodramatic dramas of the later generations. The story that modern people felt was very melodramatic was instead an incomparably strange fate filled with twists and turns in her ears. Therefore, when Li Zishuan finished speaking, this lady immediately burst into tears and tightly hugged Li Zishuan, not daring to let go. Seeing his wife crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt in his heart. He had gone overboard with his fabrications. However, the beautiful lady throwing herself into his arms and the wonderful feeling coming from her body made him feel secretly pleased. Especially since this era didn't have that kind of underwear. When Han Yushi pressed herself against him, Li Zishuan could immediately feel those two small nubs. At this moment, he hesitated. He didn't know if his nonsense was right or not. There were advantages and disadvantages. However, wasn't using this method to take advantage of his wife a bit shameless? Wife, don't cry, wife, don't cry. Husband will definitely not leave you. The way of heaven is vague. There are thousands of cultivators in the world, but how many of them can finally attain Tao? Mortals look up at the sky, there is no tomorrow, the moon hides, and the 4 seasons change. In the netherworld, all things follow the cause and effect. Eternity is the way of heaven. Husband, I don't cultivate the way of heaven, I only cultivate the way of humanity. With such a good wife, such good parents, and such a cute little sister, why would I, Li Zishuan, pursue the way of heaven? Wife, we have agreed that we won't leave each other and will follow each other in life and death. This sentence, I will do what I said. Li Zishuan originally just wanted to comfort Han Yushi, but as he spoke, he unknowingly brought up the way of heaven and the way of humanity. His master in this life had indeed spent his entire life pursuing the way of heaven. This point, what he said before was indeed true. Li Zishuan certainly scoffed at the illusory concepts of gods, demons, ghosts, and the way of heaven in his previous life. However, now that he had experienced such a bizarre thing as transmigration, these mysterious things like the way of heaven might really exist. But even if the way of heaven did exist, so what? Now that he had such a warm family and such a gentle and lovely wife, how could he abandon all the people he cared about to pursue the way of heaven, which might not even exist? In his previous life, when he played the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4, a sentence from the Fairy of Ninth Heaven at the end left a deep impression on him. If you want to cultivate the way of immortality, you must first cultivate the way of humanity. If you can't cultivate the way of immortality, how can you become an immortal? Therefore, no matter from any point of view, it was impossible for him to pursue the way of heaven with all his energy like his master. Otherwise, he would definitely not be in Chang'an now, but in Dragon Tiger Mountain. Really? Husband, you are so nice. Han Yushi raised her head and asked with tears in her eyes. Then, wife, shouldn't you give husband some rewards? Li Zishuan squinted his eyes and smiled evilly. His wretched appearance was just short of the word pervert written on his forehead. Oh, no, husband, stop fooling around. It's time to get up. Oh no, the sun seems to be setting. We will definitely be laughed at by others when we go out. Chapter 404. Newlyweds always like to be entangled together. Even if they didn't do anything, just whispering sweet nothings to each other, it was still quite addictive. The excitement of marriage and falling in love were obviously different, and it was even more so for the ancient people. Although the customs of the Tang dynasty were more open, marriage was still a big matter and could not be avoided by parents and matchmakers. 90% of the couples would get married first and then fall in love. The husband and wife did not know each other before marriage. After marriage, they would slowly get used to each other. If they got used to each other well, they would be happy for the rest of their lives. If they didn't get used to each other, they could only change to another person. Of course, this referred to the man. So many people liked to marry concubines. It was probably because they didn't get along well with the first wife. Li Zishuan and Han Yushi were lucky. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, they had experienced a lot of things together. They met, knew each other, fell in love, and finally got married. Therefore, once the two of them got married, they were inseparable and couldn't be separated no matter how hard they tried. The young couple did some shameless things in the room and only left the room at 5 in the afternoon. Li Zishuan felt that Xiao He and Xiao Shi were looking at him strangely, as if they were looking at an animal. Li Zishuan opened his mouth and wanted to argue with the two maidservants, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. If he was an animal, then so be it. At least it was better than being single. During dinner, Li Zishuan found that there was an extra dish on the table. It was a dish that he had never seen before. It was a dish that had never appeared in the Li family before. Come, Xian, try this soup. It's very good for your health. Madame Li was full of smiles. She stood up and picked up the small bowl in front of Li Zishuan and filled it to the brim. Li Zishuan was speechless. He was just about to ask what kind of soup it was when his mother gave him a bowl. He felt that there was something wrong with it. The soup in front of him looked black. There were a few pieces of spring onion floating on the surface of the soup, and there seemed to be a few pieces of meat and bones at the bottom. Although the appearance was a little bad, it smelled quite good. Mother, what soup is this? How come I've never seen it in our house? Although his mother would not harm him, Li Zishuan still wanted to ask. After all, everyone was curious. Hee, this is a soup made from a few different types of meat and a few herbs that can clear away heat. This is my first time making this soup, so it might not look good, but it's especially good for the body. Xian, drink some. Mrs. Li blushed and said embarrassedly. Mother, this soup smells so good. Let me try it too. Seeing that Mrs. Li's expression was a little unnatural, she thought that she was embarrassed because it was her first time making such a soup. As a daughter-in-law, Han Yushi naturally had to stand up and support her mother-in-law at this time. In her opinion, even if the soup her mother-in-law made for her for the first time tasted terrible, she would just have to endure it. It would be fine as long as her mother-in-law was happy. Mrs. Li's expression froze. Mr. Li, who was next to her, moved his lips as if he wanted to say something. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Han Yushi blinked in confusion, not knowing what went wrong. Ahem, Yushi. It's my first time making this kind of soup, so I might not have a good grasp of the heat. Let Xian drink it. In the future, when I'm familiar with it, I'll make it for you. Mrs. Li saw that her son and daughter-in-law were looking at her hesitantly and hurriedly explained. After that, she glared at her son and said sternly, Xian, why aren't you drinking it? Do you want your wife to taste the soup for me personally? Hee, brother, drink it quickly. If it tastes good, Lon, wants to drink it too. Lan smelled the fragrance of the soup and wanted to get a bowl, but after hearing what her mother said to her sister-in-law, she immediately sat down and urged her brother to taste it for her. It turned out that his mother was using him as a guinea pig to test the new soup. But why did she have to make it so strange? Li Zishuan was a little confused, but since his mother had already said so, and there was a mischievous girl beside her urging him, it would be unmanly of him to refuse. Thus, Li Zishuan tragically became a guinea pig. He picked up the small bowl in front of him and drank the soup clean in a few mouthfuls. He also picked up a few pieces of meat and ate them. In the end, this guy even smacked his lips as if he was savoring the aftertaste. Delicious. Li Zishuan gave a thumbs up under the expectant gazes of the crowd and praised, "Mother, although this soup doesn't look very good, the taste is very good. Mother, you are really too talented. Even though it's your first time making it, you made it so well." This was definitely not Li Zishuan deliberately flattering his mother. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. It was just that in this soup, other than chicken, duck, and goose, he felt that there was another type of meat, but he couldn't taste it. Wow! Is it really that good? Then Lan wants to drink it too. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, the snack vendor Lan was the first to stand up impatiently to scoop the soup. Li Jingma's hand that was holding the chopsticks trembled violently. Then, he quickly snatched the spoon from Lan's hand and said, "Lan, you can't drink this soup." "Why?" Lan looked at her father in confusion. In her impression, her father wasn't so stingy with her. This soup is specially made by your mother to nourish your brother's body. Your brother has been running around for the past few days to get married and is exhausted. Lan, don't fight with your brother for it." Perhaps realizing that his tone was a little inappropriate, Li Jingma put on a smiling face and patiently explained to his daughter. "Father, there's still so much soup. I can't finish it alone. Let's all have a bowl each." Li Zishuan looked at the nameless soup that was more than a caddy in front of him and was speechless. "No, Xian, this is the soup that your mother boiled for the entire afternoon. Hurry up and finish it. Don't let down your mother's painstaking efforts. If Lan, and Yushi want to drink it, your mother can make it tomorrow. Moreover, tomorrow's soup will definitely be better than this." Li Jingma quickly retorted. "Yes. Xian, hurry up and drink it. Today's soup is just for me to try my hand. I'll make more tomorrow. Everyone will have a share. You can drink today's soup first." Madame Li also hurriedly said. "Mother is right. Husband, you've worked hard these past few days. Hurry up and drink this soup. I can drink it tomorrow." Han Yushi also turned around and advised after hearing her parents-in-law's words. "Oh. Then hurry up and drink it, brother. Lan won't fight with you." Lan glanced at him and generously waved her small hand and said, "All right. Thank you, mother." Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. If he finished such a big bowl of soup, then what was he going to eat later? However, with 4 pairs of eyes staring at him, he had to drink it even if he didn't want to. Thus, Li Zishuan didn't eat anything for dinner because he was full. Madame Li nodded her head in relief when she saw this. Most of the soup's recipe that she just mentioned was true. It was just that she added a few pieces of sheep's penis to the meat and a few more aphrodisiacs to the medicine. She couldn't be blamed for this. In the afternoon, she heard from the servants that her son and daughter-in-law only left the room at 5 in the afternoon. She was worried that her son would overindulge and his body wouldn't be able to take it. Therefore, the Li family had such a new dish for tonight's banquet. It had to be said that Madame Li was worried sick for her son. However, Li Zishuan was wrongly accused. In the afternoon, other than hugging and kissing in the room, he and Han Yushi didn't run amok like his mother thought. In this way, the innocent Han Yushi would have to suffer again tonight. Chapter 405. It's really blue. When he woke up, the person beside him had already disappeared. After asking Xiao Shi, he found out that his wife had already woken up and was now learning how to do accounts from his mother in the east courtyard. Although Li Zixuan was in charge of the Li family now, his mother would still calculate the accounts of some of the shops every once in a while. She was worried that her son would be fooled by the shopkeeper. After all, it wasn't as if the evil servant had never bullied the master before. Li Zixuan persuaded his mother a few times that she didn't have to work so hard. Now that he had a noble title, which evil servant would dare to bully him? However, his mother didn't listen to him and insisted on her own views. Li Zixuan could only give up trying to persuade her. Now, the Li family welcomed a new mistress. Mrs. Li wanted to hand over the accounts of the shops in her hands and even the management of the Li family's internal affairs to Han Yushi. As for herself, she would live a leisurely life and quietly wait to hold her grandson. However, Han Yushi had just married into the family. It was obviously unrealistic for her to take over so many things at once. Therefore, Madame Li started a training class for her daughter-in-law from today onwards. Han Yushi was also very willing to learn. On one hand, she could use this opportunity to integrate into the Li family and become the mistress of the family as soon as possible. On the other hand, although Li Zixuan didn't care about her family background and loved her unconditionally, she didn't want to be a useless person. She wanted to share Li Zixuan's burdens. However, her student had dark circles under her eyes today. After Madame Li saw it, she was secretly pleased. It seemed that the tonic soup she made for her son last night was effective. Han Yushi, on the other hand, was complaining in her heart that Li Zixuan had tormented her again last night. He was as energetic as an animal, but she did not know that the real culprit was actually the mother-in-law who was teaching her by her side. Li Zixuan stood in front of the courtyard and twisted his waist a few times. He looked up happily and exclaimed that the sky of Tang Empire was really blue. Last night, when he felt the heat in his lower abdomen, coupled with the strange reaction of the two elders at the dining table, he understood that the soup that his mother made for him had added ingredients. The effect should be similar to the legendary all-nourishing soup. Li Zixuan, who had figured out the crux of the matter, really did not know whether to laugh or cry last night. Han Yushi's injury had not recovered, and he could not torment her there. Therefore, Li Zixuan, whose heart was burning, could only let his wife use other places to think of a way. Since he had a good night's sleep, he naturally felt refreshed when he woke up in the morning. However, did he go overboard last night? Li Zixuan scratched his head embarrassedly when he remembered his wife's bitter face last night. "Young master, I'll get the kitchen to heat up your meal." After she poured away Li Zixuan's face wash water, she came over and said considerately, "Oh, there's no need to heat it up. It's better to eat cold food on a hot day." Li Zixuan waved his hand and went to eat breakfast. Since his wife was busy with serious matters, then shouldn't he also do some serious matters today? The architectural design for Yanhuang College had not even been finalized, and there were still a lot of things to arrange. He had been indulging in the life of a married couple for the past 2 days, and he had become a little dispirited. However, he could not continue to be dispirited like this. Previously, he had resigned from the Imperial College in order to do something big. Of course, he also had the intention of using Yanhuang College to strengthen himself so that others would not dare to bully him casually in the future. Last time, it was the 8 professors who stirred up trouble. He might have been able to handle it, but what if the 8 assistant ministers stirred up trouble together next time? At the end of the day, his foundation was still too shallow. His current nobility was only obtained by relying on a few important inventions to Tang dynasty. Compared to those nobles who obtained their nobility through military achievements, his current position was obviously not very stable. The reason why he was still living a comfortable life was completely because of Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, and the other nobles who came from the family of generals. However, in life, how could one rely on others to lift them up? One had to be strong to forge iron. Yanhuang College was an important breakthrough for him to gain a foothold in Tang dynasty. As a transmigrator, if one were to talk about what advantages he had compared to the ancient people, being an official in politics and mingling in the imperial court was definitely not a match for old foxes like Zhang Sunwuji. However, it was not impossible for him to lead an army and kill the enemy. In any case, He was now a martial arts expert who was half a step into Zhongshe realm and was no longer a weak scholar. However, there were currently no important battles that required him to participate in personally. The battle that destroyed the Eastern Turkic Khaganate 3 years ago was still far away. Thus, his most outstanding advantage should be his knowledge that was ahead of the times. In his previous life, even though he did not dare to say that he was a top student, he still had a solid grasp of engineering knowledge. In his profession, he had dabbled in optics, mechanics, electricity, and mathematics. Even if he had forgotten some of it, he could use his perverse mental strength to recall it. With such a good prerequisite, of course, he would not waste it. Thus, he wanted to establish Yanhuang College. He wanted to establish his own sect and become the founder of engineering in Tang Dynasty, a grand master of his generation. He wanted to nurture a large batch of outstanding engineering students and turn them into his comrades. Together, they would use engineering to change the entire Tang Dynasty. At that time, with Yanhuang College as his foundation and a large batch of engineering students as his backing, who would be so blind as to find trouble with him? His family and future children would also have a solid guarantee. Just as Li Zishuan was complacently preparing to start the construction of Yanhuang College, Senbao reported that Chonghua Workshops Chao Wendong had requested to meet him. As for Chao Wendong, Li Zishuan had heard from Sun Huayuan and Ma Zhou that this person's repeated actions were deliberately to curry favor with him. Li Zishuan had never believed that there was love without a reason in this world, so he was sure that this Chao Wendong must have some ulterior motive. However, he had been busy with marriage and being lovey-dovey with his wife recently, so he had temporarily put this person at the back of his mind. He did not expect that Chao Wendong would come just as he had time. This person was really in a hurry. Bring him in. Li Zishuan ordered softly. Regardless of whether Chao Wendong had other requests or not, since he had taken the initiative to express his goodwill, he had to meet him. As for whether he would agree to the other party's request, he could only wait and see when the time came. Yes, young master. A moment later, a slightly plump middle-aged man in purple followed Sanbao into the hall. Young master, Boss Chao is here. Sanbao cupped her hands and said. Li Zishuan nodded and gestured for Sanbao to leave. Then, he carefully sized up the person in front of him. Other than his slightly large belly, Chao Wendong's appearance was considered average. At the very least, he was not very annoying. Greetings, Lord Zhu. I hope Lord Zhu can forgive my rudeness for coming uninvited. Li Zishuan could size up Chao Wendong, but Chao Wendong did not dare to look at Li Zishuan so unscrupulously. Once he entered the room, he kept his head down and looked at his feet obediently. He shuffled to Li Zishuan in small steps and bowed respectfully. Chapter 406. Haha. Boss Chao, you don't have to be so courteous. Li Zishuan helped him up and smiled politely. Then he said, Boss Chao, you threw 2,000 strings of cash to support the new carriage of the Strange Taste Pavilion. The day before yesterday, you threw 1,000 strings of cash to send over 100 pots of Luoyang Red at my wedding banquet. I have yet to thank Boss Chao for his righteous actions. How can I blame you for anything? Chao Wendong was relieved when he heard that. The money he spent earlier wasn't wasted. With a good start to the conversation, it would be much easier to negotiate the rest. Lord Zhu, please don't flatter me. It's only a few thousand strings of coins. To Lord Zhu, it's probably just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, I really like the new carriage from Strange Interest Pavilion. That's why I didn't hesitate to raise the price to buy it. Thus, I really don't deserve Lord Zhu's thanks. Chao Wendong cupped his hands and spoke politely to Li Zishuan. Scholars, farmers, businessmen, and businessmen all had a strict hierarchy. He had no choice but to be polite. Earlier at Strange Taste Pavilion, he did intend to help Li Zishuan with his new carriage. However, this kind of thing could be done but could not be said. Otherwise, the effect of the gift would be greatly reduced. It might even have the opposite effect. Chao Wendong, who had been at the bottom of society for so many years, was very familiar with the ways of officialdom. As expected, a faint smile appeared on Li Zishuan's face. Previously, he had retreated in order to advance. He had indeed intended to test Chow Wendong. Whether it was the strange taste pavilion raising the price of the new carriage or the extravagant gift of 1,000 strings of peonies at the wedding, it was all voluntary by Chow Wendong. It wasn't Li Zixuan who forced it. If Chow Wendong wanted to repay the kindness, because of this, Li Zixuan could only flick his sleeves and send him off. He didn't want to be friends with such a scheming person. Fortunately, Chow Wendong's response satisfied Li Zixuan. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was sensible and knew how to adapt to circumstances. He was a hero. Haha. Boss Chow, you really are a broad-minded person. However, no matter what, Boss Chow did put in a lot of effort during my wedding, so I'm very grateful. I just don't know why Boss Chow is here today. After probing a little, Li Zixuan felt that Chow Wendong's character was not bad, so he did not beat around the bush and said directly. Ugh. Chow Wendong was stunned for a moment. The speed at which Li Zixuan cut to the chase was much faster than the officials he had interacted with in the past. This was somewhat different from the general, reserved and tactful, style of conversation in the current officialdom. Lord Zhu, to tell you the truth, I'm only here for one thing. I'm hoping that Lord Zhu can come forward and form a Chamber of Commerce. The members of the Chamber of Commerce can prioritize cooperation with each other. I've always wanted to cooperate with Lord Zhu regarding the scooter, Drunken Immortal, Gentle Softness, Datang Daily, and all the books from Strange Culture. However, I have no way to do so and can only wait at home. Since Li Zixuan did not beat around the bush, Chow Wendong decided not to dawdle and went straight to the point. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He could understand why Chow Wendong wanted to cooperate with him. After all, the businesses under him were all monopolies. Many people wanted to come in and take a share of the profits, but not everyone was qualified to enter. What surprised him was that Chow Wendong actually wanted him to form a chamber of commerce. Was this guy trying to cause trouble? Boss Chow, why do you want to form a chamber of commerce? Chow Wendong struggled for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, I've had several business dealings with your father, Master Li, but I didn't expect that the Li family would have such a young hero like Lord Zhu. In just a few months, he became the founding father of the Tang dynasty and took up an important position in the Imperial College. He broke the iron law that has always been in our dynasty that merchants and their children can't enter the imperial court as officials. I and the other merchants all admire you and think that Lord Zhu is the hope of us merchants. Therefore, I'd like to be bold and ask Lord Zhu to lead us merchants to do something big to eliminate the prejudice of the imperial court and the people of the world against merchants. After Chow Wendong finished speaking, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Li Zixuan. He kept his upper body bent at a 90-degree angle and didn't get up. Li Zixuan was speechless. Logically speaking, this was the first time he heard that merchants in the Tang dynasty couldn't be officials. He had heard that the status of merchants in ancient times was low, but he didn't expect it to be low to this extent. They were being ostracized by all the classes in the world. According to historical records, the 4 classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants were divided according to the spring and autumn period by the Prime Minister of the state of Qi, Guanzhong. He advocated that the people be divided into 4 classes: scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants. They would live in fixed areas according to their respective professions. This was called the 4 classes of occupations. This kind of specialized commodity economy model was respected as the basic form and guiding principle since the Han Dynasty. On the surface, the 4 classes of occupations seemed to be an inheritance of the ancient system of the Zhou Dynasty. In fact, there was a big difference. The fundamental difference was that the industrial and commercial and farmers were placed side by side, and they were all regarded as the stone people of the country. Therefore, when Guanzhong first divided the classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants, there was no distinction between superior and inferior. The ancient people of China didn't seem to take commerce lightly. The people of Shang clan who established the Shang dynasty after the Xia dynasty were actually the earliest merchants. This is also the root of why we call them merchants. During the Yin Shang dynasty, people were happy and good at doing business and engaged in handicraft manufacturing. Later, when the founders of the Zhou dynasty reflected on the lesson of the fall of the Shang dynasty, they believed that the fall of the Yinshang dynasty was due to the people's enthusiasm for industry and commerce. This caused the people's impetuousness and the country's foundation to be unstable. Therefore, they turned to the agricultural policy of despising industry and commerce. In the Zhou dynasty, the status of industry and commerce became very low. Workers were often placed side by side with the status of slaves, male and female slaves. In the later dynasties, as the rulers continued to suppress merchants, the status of merchants became lower and lower. During the Qin dynasty, even if merchants were rich, they couldn't wear silk clothes. During the Han dynasty, merchants couldn't be officials, and handicraftsmen were untouchables. Their property had to be declared to the imperial court. If the declaration wasn't true, their property would be confiscated. During the Tang dynasty, merchants couldn't enter the imperial court as officials. It wasn't until the Ming and Qing dynasties that the status of merchants changed. From rich merchants without an official career path to rich merchants with an official career path. China's merchants had successfully turned the tables. Therefore, for Li Zixuan to be able to obtain an official position as the son of a merchant, it could be considered an unprecedented stroke of luck. The main reason was that he had made enough contributions. Moreover, Qin Xiong and Xing Yao Jin had always treated him as a junior and had constantly promoted that reward. In addition, he was the last disciple of the present-age expert, spiritual master. This identity had almost completely washed away his identity as a merchant and added a lot of points to Li Er's impression. Therefore, he was able to obtain his current status as a baron. It could be said that his success couldn't be replicated by the thousands of merchants in the Tang dynasty. Even if Chao Wendong was envious, he couldn't do anything. Chapter 407. Boss Chao, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. My Li family is no longer a merchant's family. There are a few shops in my family that are managed by the servants. This duke and my family are not directly involved. As for what Boss Chao said about improving the status of merchants and changing the impression of merchants in everyone's eyes, this duke can't take on such an important and sacred task. Boss Chao, you'd better find someone else. In the Li residence's hall. Li Zixuan lowered his head and pondered for a long time before shaking his head and refusing. This Chao Wendong only paid a few thousand strings of coins and wanted him, Li Zixuan, to lead this group of merchants in a revolution. It was really a bit whimsical. To be honest, Li Zixuan sympathized with the unfair treatment of the merchants, but it was only sympathy. He wasn't willing to be the leader of the merchants and cause trouble. First, it wasn't worth it. If he wanted to break the 1,000-year-old class system of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants, he would have to pay too much of a price. Moreover, it wouldn't benefit him at all. He was now in the scholar class and could be considered to be the beneficiary of this class system. How could he be hot-blooded enough to stand up for the merchants just because of Chao Wendong's words? He wasn't an impulsive and brainless brat. Second, his current focus wasn't on this. His most important task right now was to do well in his Yanhuang College. He wasn't interested in these irrelevant things at all. So, why would he do something that didn't benefit him and wasn't interested in? He couldn't be obedient just because Chao Wendong had helped him a few times before, right? It was impossible. Chao Wendong's arms suddenly trembled when he heard this, and his expression quickly turned gloomy. He smiled bitterly as he cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan and said, "It seems this Chao has been rude. I hope Lord Zhu can forgive me. This Chao will take his leave now." Wait. Li Zixuan stretched out his hand. Although this noble cannot personally establish a chamber of commerce, this matter of cooperation is still possible. Boss Chao, if you have any feasible plans for cooperation, feel free to go to the workshop and discuss them with Faubert and Ma Zhou. In addition, this noble has no prejudice against merchants. On the contrary, this noble believes that if the great Tang wants to progress and the people of the realm want to live a happier life, they cannot do without merchants. I think Mr. Chao is a man with his own ideas. Although I can't personally participate in the Chamber of Commerce you mentioned, I'm still very willing to give you some support within my ability." These words came from the bottom of Li Zishuan's heart. Historically, Chinese people had the most rigid view of merchants in the world. The low status of merchants was the result of thousands of years of stigmatization. Why did they stigmatize businessmen? Perhaps many people would think of the emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce policy of the past dynasties, but first of all, they had to understand that suppressing commerce referred to the merchants of the people, not the official merchants. Under the high-sounding excuses, they actually had the heart to monopolize the market. Therefore, emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce was an extremely hypocritical proposition. Just like the modern, purifying the internet environment and establishing a new style of civilization, it was a propaganda slogan of the people in power who were awe-inspiring righteousness while the people involved were cursing. If, 1,000 years later, there was a joker who interpreted it literally and believed that the net cleansing campaign protected the physical and mental health of the people, one would probably laugh their heads off. Unfortunately, history was not written by merchants. In order to maintain their market advantage and prevent the disclosure of trade secrets, merchants were unwilling to write books and spread their ideas and experiences. This gave the people in power a propaganda advantage. They could stand on the moral high ground and wantonly distort the role of merchants to gain an advantage in public opinion by tarnishing the reputation of the other party. As a result, for many years, most people actually believed it to be true. But in fact, the role of merchants in promoting social progress was unquestionable. The greatness of merchants could not be overemphasized. The so-called merchants do not create value was the biggest prejudice. Merchants created value, but labor did not. Merchants were the first driving force of social progress. Merchants brought vitality to society and promoted freedom, fairness, and democracy. Merchants invented and maintained the business system and logistics network, promoting the exchange and spread of ideas, people, and culture. For example, in the late Xia dynasty, it was West Asian merchants who introduced wheat, bronze, and mathematics to China. The glorious achievements of human civilization, such as science, technology, law, and art, were all byproducts of the business system. History was political and incomplete. Only by looking at history from the business perspective could history be restored to its original form. Therefore, from the perspective of social progress, Li Zishuan was very willing to see the status of merchants rise a little and the business of Tang become more prosperous. But if he was asked to be the vanguard of a revolution, then forget it. You could say that he was cold-blooded and heartless, but he had people he needed to protect. He would not take risks for something that was not related to him. That's great. In that case, I thank Lord Zhu for your help and guidance. Chao Wendong expressed his gratitude excitedly. Although this result was still a little far from his ideal, it was still better than nothing. At least he had something to look forward to. Hee hee. Take care, Boss Chao. Father, husband, try this fried chicken meatball and see how it tastes. Noon. The family gathered around the table and ate their lunch warmly. However, the dishes on the table today were obviously different from before. Li Zishuan could smell it with one sniff. It was definitely not made by the kitchen maid at home, Auntie Zhao, nor did it seem like it was made by his mother. That's right. Old Master, Xian Air, today's lunch was all prepared by Yushi alone. She put in a lot of effort. Mrs. Li narrowed her eyes and looked at her daughter-in-law with a smile. Don't we have a kitchen maid at home? Yushi, why did you cook the dishes yourself? Old Master Li frowned and asked. He thought that the servants did not do a good job. Father, I just wanted to do my best. It has nothing to do with Auntie Zhao. Father, quickly try it. Is it delicious? Husband, you should try it as well. There are several dishes here that this concubine made based on the chicken, braised pork, and meatballs that you ate before. Husband, see if they are to your liking. Han Yushi smiled sweetly as she picked up some food for Li Zishuan and said. Li Zishuan looked at the golden and tender chicken meatballs that were the size of pigeon eggs and had 2 or 3 green onions on the outside. He was a little surprised. Wasn't this similar to the salted crispy chicken that was eaten in the modern world? And it was a high-quality version of salted crispy chicken. If Han Yushi had not said that she imitated the dishes that he had invented previously, Li Zixuan would definitely have thought that his wife had also transmigrated. Damn it, his wife's learning ability was heaven-defying. She could even comprehend by analogy based on existing dishes. She was really a genius. Just looking at the appearance of these dishes is very appetizing. Let me try it. Li Zixuan smiled, then picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Instantly, his mouth was filled with fragrance. He gave a thumbs up and said, Delicious. It's really too delicious. Wife, it's lucky that I married you. Otherwise, our family's drunken immortal restaurant would definitely be losing money now. Chapter 408. Lon wants to eat too. Lon wants to eat too. Also, why did brother say that if we don't marry sister-in-law, our drunken immortal restaurant will suffer a loss? Lon stood up and asked curiously as she picked up some salted crispy chicken for herself. Han Yushi also wanted to ask, but when she heard Lon ask on her behalf, she sat quietly at the side and looked at her husband's handsome face, waiting for an answer. What's there to be confused about? Li Zixuan chewed on the delicious food in his mouth as he explained, our drunken immortal restaurant's sudden rise is all because of those new dishes I came up with. If your sister-in-law opens a restaurant of her own, every time we come up with a new dish, she only needs to taste it to figure out how to make it. Moreover, she can also make other similar dishes by analogy. In terms of taste, it can even reach a higher level. In this way, what advantage does our drunken immortal restaurant have? We can only suffer a loss. Haha. Xian is right. This marriage has become a blessing for the drunken immortal restaurant. Old Man Li said half-jokingly, causing everyone to laugh. Haha. Thinking about it, Xian, you have a good eye for choosing a wife. Madame Li covered her mouth and laughed. Husband, father, mother, you must be joking. How can Yushi's insignificant culinary skills be considered elegant? Not to mention opening a restaurant. I'm already very satisfied to be able to cook some food for husband and mother. Han Yushi heard everyone's praise. Although she was delighted, she still spoke modestly. Hee. Sister-in-law is really modest. Lon thinks that this dish is much better than the chicken that brother made. The snack seller, Lon, had eaten this salted crispy chicken for the first time, and she immediately changed sides and betrayed. From then on, she became Han Yushi's loyal, hardcore fan. Imperial College. A major event had happened today. The Imperial College's doctor, Cui Shanyu, had recovered from his illness and returned. However, other than the 7 doctors who had joined him in impeaching Li Zixuan, the others didn't seem to like him very much. Even the students of the Imperial College looked at him strangely. There was doubt, disdain in their eyes. Yes, disdain. Ever since Li Zixuan stopped coming to the Imperial College recently, most of the other students of the mathematics school also stopped coming to school. Without the weird and happy team from the mathematics school, the Imperial College immediately lost a lot of its vitality. Later on, news of Li Zixuan's resignation from the Imperial College spread. Many people were shocked and went to verify the authenticity of the news. To be honest, they had a very good impression of this young and talented person who had brought about a major change in the Imperial College's teaching methods and teaching system. Previously, Li Zixuan had created the red list and black list. The students of the other schools had been talking about it for a long time. Most of the students who could enter the Imperial College had a strong family background. In less than half a day, the news of Li Zixuan's resignation from the Imperial College was verified. Not only that, even the details of his resignation were dug up by some students. Suddenly, many students were outraged. The 7 professors, Zhu Qinglu, Sima Minglang, Gu Fengyan, Shengguan Yufeng, Lu Yanyu, Xing Zhanli, and Xikong Linghao, had been attacked by many unknown pebbles in the Imperial College over the past few days. Now, the culprit, Cui Shanyu, had returned. As students of the Imperial College, they naturally felt very ashamed. Some of the more daring second generations even looked at Cui Shanyu with a hint of eagerness. In this strange atmosphere, Cui Shanyu finally finished his morning class. The moment he stepped out, he saw the 7 fellow sufferers waiting for him. "Brother Cui, did you just finish your class?" Zheng Zhanli smiled. What are you all doing here?" Cui Shanyu looked at the 7 people who were lined up neatly in front of him and was puzzled. Cough cough. "Brother Cui, you don't know. The security in the Imperial College is not very good recently. It's not safe to go out alone." Lu Yenyu smiled bitterly as he walked. There was still a walnut-sized bump on the back of his head. "Oh. Why is that? I've only left the Imperial College for less than half a month. Why would such a strange thing happen?" Cui Shanyu stroked his beard and wondered. Haha. Let's not talk about these small matters for now. Now that Brother Cui has returned, the position of Secretary of the Imperial College should be in the bag, right? Zheng Zhanli chuckled. Lu Yenyu heard this and looked at Cui Shanyu enviously. Haha. What Brother Zheng said is right. That's right, didn't Brother Cui bring our joint recommendation to the Chancellor's place in the morning? How was it? What did the Chancellor say? The others also looked at Cui Shanyu curiously. Haha. What do you mean by in the bag? It's still too early to talk about this. Before the morning court assembly this morning, I sent your joint recommendations to the Chancellor. The Chancellor didn't say anything at that time. He only asked me to wait patiently for His Majesty's decision. So, don't say anything like, in the bag now. Don't make a fool of yourself if I don't become the Secretary of the Imperial College. Cui Shanyu smiled reservedly. But from the expression on his face, he probably felt that he was in the bag too. Haha. Brother Cui, don't be modest. Other than Li Zishuan, all the previous secretaries only needed the joint recommendations of 6 professors. I don't think His Majesty would have any different opinions. Brother Cui, this is what everyone wants. Zheng Zhanli laughed loudly. Gu Fengyan nodded and said, Indeed. I think Chancellor Kong will definitely return to the Imperial College in the afternoon. When that time comes, Brother Cui will definitely become the Secretary of the Imperial College. We can also bask in the glory. Yes, yes. Brother Cui, don't forget about us when that time comes. The rest of the people also went up and smiled as they complimented him. The flattery in their tone was obvious. Cui Shanyu pretended to be heroic as he waved his hand and smiled. What are you all saying? Even if I, Cui Shanyu, forget someone, I won't forget you all. This sentence finally exposed the true thoughts in Cui Shanyu's heart. From what he said, he was already certain that he would be able to gain Li Er's favor and become the Secretary of the Imperial College. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards the Imperial College's canteen. In the afternoon. After lunch, Cui Shanyu came to Kong Yingda's office. He had forgotten that Kong Yingda had the habit of taking afternoon naps. However, Kong Yingda didn't take an afternoon nap today. This could be considered as Cui Shanyu's good luck. Otherwise, if he interrupted Kong Yingda's rest, he would definitely be in trouble in the future. Professor Cui, I think you're here to ask about the results of the appointment? After opening the door and letting Cui Shanyu in, Kong Yingda asked straightforwardly. Cough cough. That is indeed the case. I've made a fool of myself in front of Chancellor. Cui Shanyu felt a trace of awkwardness as he said awkwardly. Here, this is the result of His Majesty's Imperial decree this morning. Professor Cui, you can take it out and take a look yourself. This old man needs to rest. Kong Yingda directly took out a piece of bright yellow square silk cloth and handed it over as he said. Oh. Then Chancellor, please rest. This Cui will take his leave. Cui Shanyu received the silk cloth with unusual agitation and cupped his hands to bid farewell. When he reached the door, he impatiently opened the silk cloth and saw the words written on it, not allowed. How can a person who only knows how to fight for power and profit and scheme against others take up this heavy responsibility? The position of Secretary of the Imperial College will continue to be vacant and await a worthy talent. Chapter 409. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The news that the 7 academicians had recommended Cui Shanyu for the position of Minister of the Imperial College but had been mercilessly rejected by Li Er had spread like wildfire in less than an afternoon. There were those who were shocked, those who were lamenting, and even more who were clapping and cheering. Haha. That old bastard Cui Shanyu is really shameless. He wants to be the secretary of the Imperial College as soon as he comes back. He really overestimates himself. In the Imperial College, a flat-faced boy squinted his eyes and laughed loudly. It was the end of class, and the previous class wasn't Cui Shanyu's class, so this guy had no scruples and started to act recklessly. He even called Cui Shanyu by his name and called him an old bastard. Su Yuanjin, you're so bold now. If Professor Cui was here, would you still dare to say that? Bah! What's there to be afraid of? Even if that old bastard Cui Shanyu heard it, what can he do to me? He can complain about Li Sai behind his back, but I can't scold him behind his back. I heard that a lot of children pooped in front of Cui Shanyu's house a while ago. Ha! They pooped really well. Sai, if I had known, I would have pooped too. What a pity. Su Yuanjin shook his head and said with a regretful expression. Kai Yuengeng, who had just finished his class, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead when he heard Su Yuanjin's words. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't agree to Cui Shanyu's suggestion to impeach Li Zishuan. Otherwise, wouldn't he have become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up? That's right, Kai Yuengeng was also one of the 5 professors of the Imperial College. He was older than Cui Shanyu, but he kept a low profile and didn't show off like Cui Shanyu. He didn't think that Li Zishuan's actions in the Imperial College was a big deal, and it even improved the learning atmosphere and learning efficiency of the Imperial College. So when Cui Shanyu came to him, he rejected him. He wasn't afraid of a crooked shadow anyway, and Cui Shanyu couldn't take revenge on him. Haha. Su Yuanjin, do you really want to poop in front of Professor Cui's house? Of course. It's not like you don't know how interesting Li Sai's lectures are and how many novel ideas he has. He's such a good teacher, but he was forced to leave by that old bastard Cui Shanyu. Fortunately, His Majesty's divine eyes are like torches and saw through this fellow's true colors. Otherwise, if this old thing really became the Minister of War, then wouldn't our days in the future become as boring as before? That's right, if Professor Cui becomes Li Sai, he might really wipe out the new system that Li Sai brought. Hey! What do you mean maybe? That would definitely be the case. Actually, I've long wanted to transfer to the School of Mathematics, but my stubborn old man didn't agree. Fine, even if he agrees now, I won't go to the School of Mathematics. Without Li Sai, what's the point of going to the School of Mathematics? Su Yuanshao shook his head and curled his lips in regret. This fellow was also a weirdo. He actually dared to talk about his own father in public. There was no one else like him. Haha. Actually, Yuanshao, it's not like you don't have a chance. I heard that Li Sai is going to build his own college called Yanhuang College. His Majesty even wants to personally carry a plaque for it. Build his own college? No, what future does the college have? My old man definitely won't let me go. He won't even let me go to the School of Mathematics. If I tell him that I want to go to a private college, my old man will beat me to death. Hee hee. You can't say that. I heard that more than half of the 44 students in the School of Mathematics are going to follow Li Sai to Yanhuang College. His Royal Highness Prince Wei is also among them. Yuanshao, do you dare to say that the college has no future? Now that you mention it, I really want to go. But my old man doesn't buy it. I already told him that even Prince Wei is going to the School of Mathematics, but he just didn't agree. Don't you think that he's a stubborn old man? Pfft, haha. If Uncle Su hears you talk about him like that, he will beat you to death. Yanfu, what do you say? Didn't you say that you want to transfer to the School of Mathematics? Are you still going to transfer? In the classroom of the Imperial Academy. Yuan Shuo, who was sitting in the middle row on the right, turned his head and asked Chu Yanfu after hearing the students in front of him talking loudly. Sigh. My father agreed 2 days ago, but who would have thought that something like this would happen? Now that Li Sai is gone, the school of mathematics will definitely not be the lively school of mathematics that it used to be. Why should I go there? Chu Yanfu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Of course, Chu Suiliang was not a pedantic person. Previously, when Chu Yanfu had brought up the idea of transferring schools, he had seriously considered it for 2 days and felt that going to the school of mathematics was not a bad idea. He himself had some understanding of Li Zishuan's character. Most importantly, Li Qingxian held Li Zishuan in high esteem. As a member of the Crown Prince faction, what was there to hesitate about? It was just that, he was really unlucky. He had just agreed, and Li Zishuan had already jumped ship to build his own school. The tragic Chu Yanfu would probably have to go home and apply for another transfer to his father, and Chu Suiliang would probably have to face another choice. Then, Yanfu, are you interested in the Yanhuang College that Li Sai wants to build? Do you want to go? Yuan Shuo looked at the regretful expression on his good friend's face and suddenly thought of a crooked idea, so he suggested. Go. I missed the opportunity once, and I can't miss it again. Yuan Shuo, you don't know how much more motivated the students have become after Li Sai came to the School of Mathematics. Moreover, Li Sai's teaching method is also full of tricks. It's completely different from the professors in our Imperial Academy who only know how to read books all day long. Chu Yanfu thought for a moment and suddenly said firmly. Yanfu, you can't be serious, right? Don't you know the morals of the schools in our Tang dynasty? If you go there, what will your future be like? Moreover, your father will definitely not agree. Yuan Shuo was really shocked. He had only said it casually and never expected Chu Yanfu to actually dare to do this. He was really too daring. Of course I'm serious. I don't care about the other schools, but I believe that Li Sai's school will definitely be different from theirs. You saw Li Sai's wedding 2 days ago, right? That scene, that spirit, that creativity. I don't believe that someone who can arrange such a grand wedding will build a small school. Perhaps when Li Sai's school is completed, it will be even bigger than the Imperial Academy. As for my father, I will definitely convince him. Chu Yanfu said confidently. As he spoke, his eyes became brighter and brighter. It was a kind of expectation and yearning for a bright and beautiful future. Speaking of which, this child could be considered as the first student attracted by Yanhuang College other than the students of the School of Mathematics. Chapter 410. Yanfu, you're actually so confident in Yanhuang College? 2 days ago, Li Sai's wedding was the talk of the town. Of course I saw it. It was indeed the grandest wedding in the history of the Tang Empire. However, building a college is not the same as holding a wedding, right? Yuan Shuo was stunned speechless. He really admired his good friend's way of thinking. Although it's not the same, I can completely see Li Sai's huge and grand vision of the situation from this grand wedding. That's enough. Chu Yanfu smiled and said confidently. Yuan Shuo shook his head. He saw that Chu Yanfu had already made up his mind that he couldn't persuade him, so he simply stopped trying. In fact, he also had a glimmer of hope for Yanhuang College. Perhaps in a few years, Yanhuang College could also soar into the sky and become an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Imperial College. Perhaps this could also be considered Li Zishuan's personal charm. There were always some people who had an inexplicable trust in him. Your Majesty, today's morning court, why did you? Empress Zhongsun was in Li Er's arms and suddenly asked in the Empress's bedroom in Lijing Palace. That's right, the couple had taken an afternoon nap together after lunch. Of course, only God knew if anything embarrassing had happened in between. Guanyin Maid wants to ask why I didn't agree with those people recommending Cui Shanyu as the new minister of the Imperial College, right? Li Er said with a smile as he held Empress Zhongsun's back that was as smooth as jade and silk. Yes, but I'm just asking casually. After all, according to the previous practice, Cui Shanyu should be able to win the joint recommendation of so many doctors. Empress Jongsun explained without leaving a trace. She had always strictly adhered to the bottom line of the harem not being allowed to interfere in politics. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Li Er's love for her never waned. She was sensible, knew when to advance and retreat, and was virtuous and virtuous. No man would dislike such a woman. Haha. Guanyin maid doesn't need to explain. You and I have been husband and wife for so many years. How can I not understand you? Li Er was so astute, how could he not understand the meaning behind those words? He patted Empress Jongsun's back, and then said with a cold chuckle, Cui Shanyu himself can't compete with Li Zishuan in terms of ability, so he wants to use a joint impeachment to drag down Li Zishuan through my blade. Then, he himself can become a minister of the Imperial College, ha! Dream on. What he doesn't know is that this Emperor's saber is double-edged. If he injures others, he won't have an easy time either. The director of the Imperial College? He's not qualified. Zhang Sun patted Li Er's strong chest, wanting to soothe her husband's anger. She smiled and said, Cui Shanyu can be considered unlucky. If the news gets out, I'm afraid he won't have an easy time in the future. But Your Majesty, by doing this, aren't you telling everyone that you're on Li Zishuan's side? Ha! That's right. I want to tell them that I only choose people based on their abilities. I don't need those imperial court parasites who only know how to play tricks and scheme all day long. Li Zishuan, that brat, has been wronged this time. I can't let him be bitterly disappointed, can I? Yes. If that child knows that Your Majesty has put in so much effort, he might be overjoyed. Empress Jongsun covered her mouth and laughed. Hearing this, Li Er snorted and said, Ha! That brat won't be so conscientious. After a moment, he thought and continued, but I'm really looking forward to what that brat's Yanhuang College will be like. If the wedding can be so grand, the college can't be bad. Maybe he really will give us all a big surprise. Empress Jongsun was right. The most important thing about Cui Shanyu's failure to be a minister of the Imperial College was not the matter itself, but the deeper meaning behind it. Li Er was obviously supporting Li Zishuan. This made those who heard that Li Zishuan had been kicked out of the Imperial College and thought that Li Zishuan had lost the emperor's favor and his future was bleak. At the same time, more and more people began to pay attention to the Yanhuang College that Li Zishuan was about to establish. The radicals had already begun to think of ways to send their children to Yanhuang College. After all, if one wanted to establish a college, one must have knowledge and a view of the big picture. Li Zishuan had both, and he had the support of Li Er. Such a potential stock was worth investing in. The conservatives were still waiting for Li Zishuan to establish the college before making a decision. Being in the whirlpool of the storm, Li Zishuan heard that Jing Zhanli, Lu Yenyu, and the others had jointly recommended Cui Shanyu to be a minister of the Imperial College but had been rejected. He just smiled and thought that Zhang Zhanli was not muddle-headed and knew who to use and who not to use. Even if Cui Shanyu was his subordinate, he would not put him in an important position. What he lacked the most, and what he liked the most, was people like Ma Zhou who were both talented and hardworking. Only such people could bring economic benefits. If it had been in the past, Li Zishuan might have written an article in the newspaper to ridicule Cui Shanyu. But now, he would not do that. First, he was now married and could be considered an adult, so he had become more mature. Second, there was an internal investigation department in Datong Daily. If he really did that, Yu Shinan and the others would definitely not agree, and he could not reason with Li Er, because he did not have the right to. Third, he did not have time now. He was busy designing his future foundation, Yanhuang College. As a young engineering student in the 21st century, Li Zishuan certainly had a plan. There were so many institutions of higher learning in the country, and there were all kinds of famous buildings and famous scenic spots. If he just copied a few, it would be enough to shock everyone. The scenic spots were not so bad, but the buildings were generally very large in size. If he only relied on his spiritual power to construct a three-dimensional model in his mind, it would be too torturous. Li Zixuan expressed that he was under a lot of pressure. He now deeply felt the inconvenience caused by his low level of martial arts. This was because he only dared to meditate for 2 hours in the afternoon, and he had to rest more than 10 times in the middle. As a result, the efficiency was greatly reduced. Fortunately, although the building was large in size, the structure of the general building was relatively simple. There were many repeated units. In terms of complexity, the internal structure of a building was not as complicated as the internal structure of a car. This was also the reason why Li Zixuan could barely recall the three-dimensional model of a high-rise building with only the spiritual power of the 5th level of the Taishan Sutra. Sigh. I can't meditate anymore, or I'll faint again. Let's go see what my wife is cooking for dinner. Li Zixuan rubbed his swollen head, put away the half-finished blueprint, and walked out of the door to the kitchen. Chapter 411. Husband, it's time to get up. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Han Yushi opened her eyes and felt the weight on her naked body. She knew that it was her lover's arms and legs. She had recovered from her injuries last night. As newlyweds, the two of them couldn't help but be passionate. When she thought of the complete nonsense last night and the passionate entanglement, Han Yushi couldn't help but blush. Her body went soft, and she didn't even want to move a finger. But when she thought that she had to go back with her husband today, she couldn't help but prop herself up and wake Li Zixuan up. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if Xiao He and Xiao Shi came over to wake him up. She didn't know that the two little maidservants sleeping in the outer room were still sleeping soundly. Last night, the two of them were tormented by the sounds inside and didn't fall asleep until the latter half of the night. Oh. It's still early. Sleep a little more. Even the emperor hasn't woken up yet. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes and looked out of the window. When he realized that the sun hadn't come out yet, he couldn't help but grumble. He hugged his wife's hand tighter and closed his eyes to sleep again. Husband. Seeing Li Zixuan's lazy look, Han Yushi was embarrassed and couldn't help but push his arm. She said anxiously, Husband, we have to go back today. If we don't wake up early, we won't be able to make it. Didn't we agree on it last night? Oh. Go back. Then I'll get up. In a daze, Li Zixuan remembered that there was indeed such a thing. He hurriedly propped himself up and got up. Suddenly, he looked at the beauty on the bed and teased, Why does my wife look so energetic? No wonder people say that there are only cows that are plowed but no fields that are plowed. Ah. You're courting death. The gentle and virtuous Han Yushi could not stand such hateful words. Hearing this, she immediately came over and pinched the soft flesh on Li Zixuan's waist. Who said she wasn't tired? She was also exhausted last night. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to return home to visit her relatives today, she also wanted to stay in bed and not get up. She didn't expect to be teased by her husband like this. Ouch. Wife, quickly let go. Oh, my old waist. Li Zixuan immediately bared his teeth and screamed. After breakfast, the couple took their gifts and matchmaker song with them and embarked on their journey back to Ning City. Returning to peace was also known as visiting, returning home, or returning to the home of the three dynasties. It originated very early, and there were related records in the Book of Songs. Generally, it referred to newlyweds who brought gifts to visit the bride's family on the 3rd day of their marriage. At this time, the bride's family also had to prepare a banquet, usually at noon, known as the Returning to Peace Banquet or Inviting the Son-in-Law. After the Returning to Peace Banquet was over, the matchmaker's work would come to an end, and the man would have to send gifts to the matchmaker to express his gratitude. Therefore, matchmaker Song woke up early today and rushed to the Li family because the debt from before hadn't been settled yet. Compared to other newlyweds, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi's Returning to Peace Banquet today was slightly more complicated. Their first stop was the Qin Manor, which was what the two elders had instructed them to do yesterday afternoon. After all, Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin both treated Han Yushi as their biological daughter and helped a lot in this wedding. They also supported the Li and Han families a lot. If the Qin manor could be considered half of Han Yushi's family, it wouldn't be too much at all. On the contrary, if they didn't go today, it would really be a bit too much. There was no other reason why they chose to go to the Qin manor first. The main reason was that the Qin manor was closer to the Li family. After they were done, they could go to the Han family for the returning to peace banquet. Previously, Li Zixuan had sent someone to the Qin manor to deliver a letter, so when they arrived at the door, they saw Qin Huayu waiting there. Haha. Brother Huayu. Li Zixuan got off the carriage with his wife and quickly walked over to Qin Huayu. He laughed heartily as he greeted him. He hadn't forgotten how his 4 good brothers had helped him drink on the night of his wedding. Hey! Little Xian, you left me and Chimo alone that day. That wasn't very kind of you. Qin Huayu bore a grudge and punched Li Zixuan in the chest as he joked. Haha. That night, your little brother couldn't hold his liquor. Didn't I come to visit you today? Li Zixuan shamelessly spouted nonsense. Greetings, sworn brother. Han Yushi stepped forward and bowed to Qin Huayu. Haha. You don't have to be so polite, sworn sister. Go in quickly. My father and mother are waiting for you. Qin Huayu originally wanted to scold Li Zixuan, but since Han Yushi came over to greet him, he couldn't continue scolding him. He could only lead the couple in front of him into the manor. As expected, Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin were sitting in the living room, waiting for them. Qin Xiong was wearing a thin black shirt, and his face was flushed. Li Zixuan could feel the heat from his body even from far away. He probably just finished his morning exercise. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Qin Xiong was already so old, but he still hadn't given up on martial arts. He hadn't gotten up early to practice martial arts in a long time. After he had a wife, he couldn't bear to part with his wife in the morning. Yesterday, when he was recalling the three-dimensional model of modern university buildings, he was still complaining that his mental strength wasn't enough. It seemed that he should hurry up and practice martial arts starting tomorrow. Li Zixuan secretly encouraged himself. Greetings, godfather. Greetings, godmother. Han Yushi didn't have such complicated thoughts. She followed Li Zixuan to Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin and bowed gracefully. Ah. Ah. Good girl, get up. Mrs. Qin's face was like a blooming flower. She quickly went forward and pulled Han Yushi to sit beside her. She looked at Han Yushi carefully and couldn't help but laugh when she saw that Han Yushi's face was rosy and full of energy. Yushi, how are you doing in the Li family? Xiao Xian didn't bully you, right? If he really did, tell me. You're godfather and I won't let him off. That's right. The Qin family is your maiden home. Yushi, if you suffer any grievances at Xiao Xian's place, feel free to tell your godfather. Qin Xiong stroked his beard and smiled. Yes, yes, yes. God sister, if Xiao Xian bullies you, I won't let him off easily either. It was rare to have the opportunity to pretend to be rich in front of Li Zixuan, so Qin Huayu also joined in the fun. Li Zixuan was speechless. It was supposed to be a good gwinning event to visit relatives. How did it become a meeting to criticize him? Thank you, godfather and godmother, for your concern. My husband treats me very well and didn't bully me. Han Yushi quickly explained with a smile when she saw Li Zixuan's embarrassed look. Ahem, even though Li Zixuan had just bullied her last night, this kind of private matter obviously couldn't be told to outsiders. Chapter 412. Uncle Qin, are you feeling better? After some small talk, Li Zixuan suddenly asked. Although from another perspective, Qin Xiong was half his father-in-law, Li Zixuan was not used to calling him that, so he insisted on calling him Uncle Qin. Qin Xiong was stunned and said with a smile, Much better. Although I'm not as strong as before, I can wield the golden mace for at least an hour now. Haha. This is all thanks to little Xian's medicinal wine and the blood-stealing life-prolonging technique. Otherwise, with this old man's body, I can only struggle at death's door for 2 to 3 years. Pfft. The children are all here, and you're still spouting nonsense. Mrs. Qin gave Qin Xiong a reproachful look before complaining to Li Zishuan. Your Uncle Qin just got a little better, and he couldn't stand it anymore. A while ago, he felt that he could wield the golden mace, so he tried it. Once he tried, he didn't know how to wield it. In the end, he couldn't catch his breath and fainted. Luckily, the golden mace didn't fall and hit him. Otherwise, he would be a laughing stock. Huh? There's such a thing? Li Zishuan's eyes widened in shock. Qin Xiong's face turned red in embarrassment. He coughed dryly. Ahem. Don't listen to your aunt's nonsense. That day, I just haven't used the golden mace for a long time, and I wasn't used to it yet. Now that I've adapted to it, I'm fine, right? I can wield it for an hour now. Humph. How old are you? Don't you know how heavy it is? Don't you know how heavy your golden mace is? Mrs. Qin did not give her husband any face and mocked him. Ahem. Uncle Qin, can you let your nephew see your golden mace? Li Zishuan suddenly asked curiously. In his previous life, he had often seen Qin Xiong, the door god, holding a pair of golden maces in his hands. He looked majestic and arrogant. Now that he had the chance to get close to this legendary figure, of course he wanted to see for himself what the golden maces looked like. Haha. What's wrong with that? Huayu, take out your father's golden mace. Oh. Wait, you don't seem to be able to carry it. Let's carry it for father. Xiao Xian, wait. Seeing that Li Zishuan was interested in his weapon, Qin Xiong was overjoyed. He laughed and went to another room to get the golden mace. Not long after, Qin Xiong came to Li Zishuan with a pair of golden truncheons in his hands. He said, Here, this is the golden truncheons that have followed this old man to war for more than 10 years. Little Xian, take it. With that, he handed the golden mace to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan suddenly felt his hands sink. He could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. The golden truncheons were only about 2 feet and 2 inches, about 70 to 80 centimeters, long. He estimated that they were at most 20 to 30 caddies. However, after Li Zishuan weighed them, he realized that they were more than 20 to 30 caddies. They must have weighed at least 70 to 30 caddies. In the Sui and Tang dynasties, Qin Xiong's golden truncheons weighed about 20 caddies. However, according to the official history of the Tang dynasties, Qin Xiong's golden truncheons weighed 65 caddies each, for a total of 70 to 30 caddies. Looking at the 2 maces in his hands that were unremarkable in appearance but shockingly heavy, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel speechless. No one who had just recovered from a serious illness would be stupid enough to take out such heavy weapons for training. This was King playing with one's life. Qin Xiong was really going all out. Luckily, he had only fainted because of a concussion. If he had sprained his back, it would have been troublesome. Haha. Little Xian, how is it? My golden truncheons are not bad, right? They are stained with quite a few enemies' brains. Qin Xiong saw Li Zishuan staring at the truncheons in a daze. He thought that this kid was shocked by the truncheon's domineering aura. He could not help but laugh proudly. Brains? Li Zishuan was so shocked that his wrist trembled. He almost threw the truncheons to the ground. During the rescue mission at Mtibei, although he had killed dozens of people, including Flying Snake, he did not use the truncheons to hit people's heads for fun like Qin Xiong. Too disgusting. Cough cough. Uncle Qin, please forgive me for being blunt. You have just recovered some of your blood qi. It is not suitable for you to use such a heavy weapon. You have to know that going too far is as bad as not going far enough. This is especially true for martial arts. My master said that martial arts is a process to stimulate the human body's potential. However, if you do not care about the limits of your body and forcefully increase the burden, not only will your martial arts not improve, but your body will also break down. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said solemnly. Anyone who was sick would have a gradual recovery process. For someone like Qin Xiong, who felt that his body was slightly better, he went straight to the most difficult training method. He was really seeking death. Li Zishuan could not help but feel lucky that he came today. Otherwise, if he let Qin Xiong continue like this, his body's potential would be overdrawn, and it would be difficult for him to recover in the future. Oh. There's such a thing? Why haven't I heard of it? Qin Xiong asked suspiciously. You haven't heard of it because you are ignorant. Are your medical skills better, or is Xiao Xian's medical skills better? Xiao Xian. According to what you said, does that mean that my master will not be able to use the truncheons in the future? Mrs. Qin was shocked after hearing Li Zishuan's words. She quickly stood up and looked at Li Zishuan. Of course, she could not help but pinch Qin Xiong in the process. Hiss. Qin Xiong grimaced and did not say anything else. Li Zishuan pretended that he did not see their little actions and said seriously, in reply to Auntie, at least before Uncle Qin fully recovers, he should not use such a heavy weapon. That is tantamount to overdrawing his life potential. It won't be too late to use the truncheons after Uncle Qin fully recovers. For now, it's best to use some light weapons to train your body. That will be beneficial to your recovery. Master, did you hear that? I'll let someone take these truncheons away for now. You should change to a lighter weapon in the future. Mrs. Qin turned her head and glared at her husband. Then, without any explanation, she asked the servants to take the truncheons away. Qin Xiong stretched out his hand and said unhappily, but I'm not used to changing weapons. It's better not to practice. Then don't practice if you don't want to, just rest. Mrs. Qin insisted stubbornly. You. Qin Xiong waved his hand in exasperation. Then, he turned to Li Zishuan and said shamelessly, You brat, you took away my truncheons. You have to think of another way for me. It wasn't easy for me to wield a sword and a spear. If I still do nothing every day, I feel like my bones are going to rust. Li Zishuan was stunned speechless. He did not expect Qin Xiong to have such a mischievous side. Perhaps it was because he really treated him as a nephew that he revealed his true nature. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then, he suddenly laughed and said, I've got it. Uncle Qin, I have a set of very advanced fist techniques here. Not only will it help your body recover, but it will also help Uncle Qin comprehend the martial arts realm. Chapter 413. Fist technique? No way. What fist technique can defeat this old man's golden mace? You sure know how to brag. Qin Xiong shook his head in disbelief. Master. Xiao Xian already said that this fist technique can nourish the body. Since you can't use the golden mace now, just follow along and practice. After all, Xiao Xian won't harm you. Madame Qin hurriedly advised. That's right. Father. Go ahead and practice. Xiao Xian isn't someone who likes to boast. Since he said that this fist technique is good, then there must be something special about it. Qin Huayu also stood up and advised. There was no helping it. Qin Xiong was as stubborn as a bull. All right. Then let's take a look first. Qin Xiong saw that if he didn't agree, it seemed like he would be betrayed. He hurriedly waved his hand. Thus, the group of people all moved to the training field in the backyard of Qin Manor. Li Zishuan looked at the time and thought to himself, I can't delay for too long. I still have to go to the Han Manor for the returning home banquet. Thus, he went straight to the point and said, Uncle Qin, this fist technique is called Tai Chi. It was deduced by my master from the thousands of Taoist techniques in his spare time. As the saying goes, the great Tao is above Tai Chi, but not high, below the six extremes, but not deep, above heaven and earth, but not old, above the ancient times, but not old. Tai Chi fist may look ordinary on the surface, but those who have truly grasped its essence can feel its infinite mysteries. If Uncle Qin can grasp its essence and integrate the profoundness of Tai Chi fist into your Tai Chi technique, I'm sure your martial arts realm will reach a higher level in the future. Qin Xiong's expression became more and more serious as he listened to Li Zishuan's words. He didn't expect Tai Chi to have such a great background. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he sighed and said, since this fist technique was created by your master, and I'm not a Taoist, how can I steal it? Xiao Xian, it's better that you don't teach it to him. Uncle Qin, you're wrong. My master has never had the thought of keeping his knowledge to himself. His greatest wish in life is for me to pass on all his knowledge to those who need it. Li Zishuan said hurriedly. Spiritual Master Ling Su is indeed an otherworldly expert. This old man cannot compare to your breadth of mind. Qin Xiong sighed. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Qin, I still have to go to the Han Manor later, so I'll teach you a simple set of Taiji fist first. There are a total of 24 forms. If you think this fist technique is okay, then I'll teach you the complete set of Taiji fist. Qin Xiong nodded and solemnly cupped his fists towards Li Zishuan. That was a cupped fist salute to people of the same generation. Tai Chi was not something that Li Zishuan had created by simply activating his gold finger. Moreover, his gold finger did not have the overbearing ability of copying martial arts from his previous life. In his previous life, he had majored in Tai Chi and Tai Chi swordsmanship. Why didn't he choose basketball? Because he wasn't tall enough. Why not choose football? Because his body was not strong enough, his stamina could not keep up. Therefore, he could only tragically practice Tai Chi with a group of girls and a few boys in every PE class. However, as he practiced, he gradually became interested in Tai Chi. The PE teacher of his class majored in Tai Chi before and had even won a place in a national competition. Li Zishuan's curiosity was aroused and he had the intention of becoming a disciple. This was because he knew that they were practicing a simplified version of Tai Chi in class. The PE teacher was a beautiful woman who was not even 30 years old and had just graduated from the Capital Sports University. Ahem, Li Zishuan's disciple was definitely only for Tai Chi, not for the person. When she heard that Li Zishuan was interested in Tai Chi, she could not help but be surprised. However, the teacher was also afraid that teaching in private would cause gossip, so she sent Li Zishuan a complete video of Tai Chi and Tai Chi swordsmanship so that he could self-study and ask her if he had any questions. Everyone had a dream of becoming a martial arts master, and Li Zishuan was no exception. At that time, this guy was as excited as if he had received a secret martial arts manual. He practiced in private for about 2 months and had mastered all the basic movements of the 108 forms of Yang's Tai Chi and the 55 forms of Yang's Tai Chi swordsmanship. Taking advantage of the time after class, he demonstrated it to the beautiful teacher. The beautiful teacher pointed out more than a dozen shortcomings. After a few rounds of guidance, he got full marks in Tai Chi in the first semester of his freshman year and Tai Chi swordsmanship in the second semester of his sophomore year, which made others envious. However, after he found out that Tai Chi could not make him a martial arts master, he gradually let go of it and became a nerd who only knew how to run back and forth between the laboratory, the classroom, and the dormitory. At this moment, Li Zishuan nodded at Qin Xiong and then began to close his eyes and clear his heart. After a while, when his essence, qi, and spirit reached the best state, he opened his eyes and drew a circle with the tip of his foot. His hands formed a circle, and his body stretched limitlessly. With one foot as the core, he slowly danced along the agitation of his body's qi. Tai Chi Yin and Yang Xian Li Ming, thousands of changes do not leave the origin. Not biased, not relying on defense, and only when you understand the loosening and tightening skill can you succeed. Li Zishuan recited the formula, and his hands formed a circle and pushed it horizontally. In this life, he already had a very deep foundation in martial arts, and in his meridians, there was the purest Taoist true qi. As soon as he started the Tai Chi movement, he immediately felt a sense of intimacy, as if his blood was thicker than water, and his whole person seemed to have entered a very strange state. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be that he completely forgot himself, and became one with the world. This feeling was very strange. Tao is the natural law of nature, don't ask for it, don't pursue it. The heart is loose, the spirit is loose, it seems loose, but it is not loose, 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 loose. Li Zishuan had already forgotten where and when he was at this moment. There was a fire in his heart, and that was that he must freely and unrestrainedly perform this set of Tai Chi fist techniques. He slightly turned his body, turned his waist, and crossed his arms. His left and right palms flew up and down, and it was difficult to see with the naked eye. At this moment, an early flower butterfly landed in the center of his palm. A world in a flower, a Bodhi in a leaf. Every blade of grass and tree had life. Every insect and fish had spirituality. Li Zixuan smiled at the flower butterfly, and then let the flower butterfly move up and down in his palm. He stretched out his two hands, and shook his arms up and down according to the frequency of the flower butterfly's wings, up and down, borrowing and dispersing force. Every time the flower wanted to fly, it would be coincidentally dispelled by his strength. When the flower's body fell, it would be pushed up into the air by his rebounding force. His strength was light, and his posture was casual. He merged with nature, like a beautiful painting of mountains and rivers. At this moment, the morning sun had just passed the pavilions on the east side of the martial arts practice field, and a thin mist surrounded it. The new sun had just risen, and the rays of light shone on Li Zixuan's tall and handsome body. From afar, he seemed to be bathed in divine light. Dressed in white, he was handsome and elegant, like a golden immortal who had been banished to the world. Below the stage, Han Yushi, Qin Xiong, Madame Qin, and Qin Huayu were stunned. How was this a fist technique? This was an immortal's technique, right? The great Tao has no boundaries, and the world and man become one. Little Xian has comprehended the Tao. I'm afraid that breaking through to the master stage is just around the corner. The younger generation will surpass us in time, truly surpassing us in time. Qin Xiong's martial arts realm was not below Li Zixuan's. He quickly saw the wonderful state Li Zixuan was in and couldn't help but sigh. The others were confused, not knowing what Qin Xiong was talking about. Han Yushi only felt that her husband looked really good when he performed the fist technique. She looked and couldn't help but be mesmerized. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and she was especially cute, just like some little infatuated girls in modern times. Chapter 4:14. Some people said that Tai Chi originated from the Tang dynasty during the reign of Emperor Ruizong, Su Xianping. Others said that Tai Chi originated from the Ming dynasty's Wudang sect leader, Zhang Sanfeng. Others said that Tai Chi was first created by Chen Wangting and Wang Zongyue in the Qing dynasty. It was called Long Fist, Cotton Circle, 13 Forces, and Soft Hand. During the reign of Qianlong, Wang Zongyue from Shaanxi wrote Tai Chi Theory, which gave it its name. Li Zixuan didn't know if that was true. After all, he didn't major in history in university. He didn't need to know, because from this moment on, there was only one creator of Tai Chi, and that was his godlike master, spiritual master Lingxiu. Tai Chi didn't exist in this era. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this opportunity. He would take it as promoting the essence of the nation. This was the first time Li Zixuan showed Tai Chi to someone in this world. It was also the best Tai Chi he had ever shown in his previous life. Today, he realized that the real Tai Chi was like this. It was powerful. Yes, it was powerful. In his previous life, the 108 forms of Yang-style Tai Chi he learned from videos were just for show. He only learned the movements and didn't understand the essence of Tai Chi, therefore, his Tai Chi was weak and powerless. It wasn't much better than the Tai Chi grandpas and grandmas in the park. In this life, combined with this body's deep understanding of Taoism, Li Zixuan's Taiji fist was already at the beginning of the path. He could even feel a hint of Taoism from it. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people like Mrs. Qin, Li Zixuan's Tai Chi was still slow and soft. It wasn't suitable for fighting with others. However, in the eyes of a true martial arts expert like Qin Xiong, Li Zixuan's every punch and movement was full of power and beauty. Li Zixuan penetrated his mind into every movement. It was light but not floating, soft but not soft. It was as if he was floating in the water, floating in the Yangtze River. His waist was like a wheel, and his spirit surged as he continuously swam through the water. Every time Li Zixuan threw a punch or an elbow strike, Qin Xiong could feel the intense true qi vibrations around his fist and elbow joints from afar. The most surprising thing was that the frequency of the true qi vibrations was not random, but changed according to Li Zixuan's movements. Everything looked so coordinated and natural, like a fish in water. In fact, this was one of the essence of Tai Chi fist, the Tao of nature, for tails against 1,000 caddies. Arm support, knee support, mind support, if you don't support yourself, support yourself, support yourself. Huff. Li Zishuan's body was already emitting a wave of heat as he unleashed the last move of the fist technique. A few drops of sweat also appeared on his forehead. Standing on the martial arts stage, Li Zishuan closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. He was comprehending the faintly discernible Tao. Han Yushi was just about to go up and wipe her husband's sweat, but Qin Xiong reached out and stopped her. Yushi, don't go first. Xiao Xian should have comprehended the Tao just now. Let him calm down. The benefits are immeasurable. Qin Xiong said solemnly. Ah. Comprehended the Tao? Han Yushi covered her mouth in shock. Seeing Qin Xiong use his hand to signal her to be quiet, she quickly nodded and said, yes, Godfather. Qin Xiong put his hands behind his back, took a few steps forward, and stood on the edge of the stage. Then, he straightened his back and did not move. He was protecting Li Zishuan and not letting anyone disturb Li Zishuan's comprehension of martial arts. After a full half an hour, Li Zishuan opened his eyes. He looked slightly excited because just now, he felt that his stagnant realm had loosened a little. For the first time, he had close contact with the so-called Master Realm. It seemed that he was not far away from the Master Realm. This was like having a girlfriend. If the girl's hand was held by you, would she still be far away from becoming your real girlfriend? I'm sorry. I wanted to teach Uncle Qin the body strengthening technique, but I didn't expect to be addicted for a while. Li Zishuan saw Qin Xiong looking at him with a smile not far away. Only then did he remember where he was and what he was here for. He quickly went up and cupped his hands in embarrassment. Haha. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Xian, you're probably going to break through to the Master Realm soon, right? This kind of martial arts talent is really shocking. I've lived all my life, but I've never heard of such a young Master Realm master in the pugilistic world. The younger generation will surpass us in time. My Tang dynasty is blessed. Qin Xiong patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed with emotion. Haha. Uncle Qin, you flatter me. I was just lucky. If I didn't suddenly think of teaching you Taiji fist today, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to enter that state for a long time. Ha. You're just lazy. I've never heard of you waking up early to practice martial arts, but I didn't expect your martial arts to improve instead of regressing. Looks like there really are geniuses in this world. You must have suffered too much when you were young, and the heavens gave you a good bone structure as compensation. Qin Xiong could not understand Li Zishuan's natural laziness, but his progress in martial arts far exceeded that of his peers. After thinking about it, he could only explain it to himself. Li Zishuan tilted his head and thought about it. He felt that Qin Xiong's words made a lot of sense. There was a kind of creature in this world that could not be judged by common sense, and that was a genius. Looks like I'm a genius too. Li Zishuan thought smugly in his heart. Uncle Qin, how much of the set of martial arts that I showed you just now, did you remember? After joking for a while, Li Zishuan returned to the topic at hand. He had wasted too much time just now, and now he was a little anxious. Oh. I remember the movements, but the concept of the fist. Qin Xiong stroked his beard and said seriously, Little Xian, you probably haven't practiced Taiji fist in a long time, right? When this old man first saw it, he felt that it was soft, powerless, and ordinary. But as you gradually improved, this old man realized that each of your punches seemed to contain the charm of Tao. It's not difficult for me to imitate the movements you just did, but I'm afraid it's very difficult for me to execute the concept you just showed. Li Zishuan nodded. Qin Xiong was indeed a martial arts expert who had once entered the Grandmaster realm. Although his strength had declined because of his body, his eyesight was still there. He could see the difficult part of Taiji fist at a glance, fist intent. Fist intent was illusory and had to be comprehended by oneself. The reason why Li Zixuan could understand the fist intent of Taiji fist so quickly was inseparable from his body's 8 years of Taoist culture. At this moment, facing Qin Xiong's question, he organized his words and said, "Uncle Qin, it's not difficult to execute that concept, but it's also not difficult to say that it's not difficult either. It all depends on one's own understanding. I can only share my experience with you. Speak. I'm all ears." Qin Xiong said seriously. Li Zixuan said slowly, "Taiji is the state before heaven and earth were created and before the chaos was divided into yin and yang. When practicing Taiji fist, although the body is moving, the heart must be calm, the qi must be restrained, the spirit must be relaxed, the heart must be the command, the qi must be the flag, the spirit must be the commander, and the body must be the driver. Pay attention to it all the time, and you will gain something. First in the heart, then in the body. Then in the body, you will know how to dance with the hands and step with the feet. As the saying goes, one must give up oneself and follow others. If one fails, one can pull 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. You must know that when one moves, there is nothing that is not moving. When one is still, there is nothing that is not still. When the other party does not move, you will not move. When the other party moves, you will move first. When the other party moves, you will move first. When the other party moves, you will move first. When you rely on others, you must know yourself well. When you turn around, you will be able to follow others. When you stick to others, you will not be behind or in front." Chapter 4:15. After explaining the essence and profundity of Taiji fist to Qin Xiong at Qin Manor, Li Zixuan saw that old Master Qin had practiced it in a decent manner and felt that it was not bad. Then, he left with Han Yushi. Thinking of the endless light in Qin Xiong's eyes when they parted, Li Zixuan guessed that the Qin Manor would not be peaceful for the next 2 days. Because the old master had a new toy, again, he would probably be having fun. But this way, it was better than letting him play with the more than 130 kilograms of gold. At least he wouldn't hurt anyone when he practiced Taiji fist. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart that after accompanying his wife home today, he would have to study Taiji fist a few times. Maybe he could really comprehend Taiji fist from the profound meaning of Taiji and break through to the Grandmaster level in one go? In that case, his mental strength would be even stronger, and he would be able to create even more awesome, big treasures. In a while, they would be going to the Han Manor. Li Zixuan had to go home and choose a batch of gifts. Because they were going to the Qin Manor first, they couldn't bring the gifts for the Han family to the Qin Manor and then bring them out, right? Although Qin Xiong wouldn't mind, it wouldn't look good on his face. Driving the carriage quickly back to the Li Manor, Madame Li had already prepared the gifts. There were a total of 10 carriages, with copper coins, snacks, and silk. The 10 carriages were neatly lined up, and the coachman and servants were all in place. Once Li Zixuan returned home, he immediately set off with the carriages. Previously, Li Zixuan had heard from Han Yushi that Han Lijing had spent all his fortune to give his daughter a dowry. It wasn't that Han Yushi took the initiative to ask for money for her family. She still understood the principle of following the husband after marriage. She only slightly expressed her worries about her father's future in front of Li Zixuan. The rest of the situation was investigated by Li Zixuan himself. Not only did he marry his beautiful daughter that he had raised for more than 10 years to you, but he also gave you all his fortune. After knowing that there was actually such an honest father-in-law in the world, Li Zixuan was really touched, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't lack money now. It wasn't worth it for Han Lijing to do this. Therefore, he discussed with his parents and decided to bring more gifts when he returned home today. On one hand, it was to help Han Lijing's family. He couldn't let his father-in-law not even be able to afford food after marrying his daughter, right? If the news spread, where would the Li family put their face? On the other hand, it was to give benefits to the villagers of the Han family. After all, when the Han family was at its most difficult time, Han Yushi had eaten hundreds of meals in the village. This time, she could be considered to have returned to her hometown in glory, right? The family had to have the right to show off. And couldn't be stingy. The Han family was clearly prepared for this. Knowing that Li Zishuan probably brought more than one person today, Han Tianhu invited the 2 village women with the best cooking skills in the village to the house. He was a rough man in the army, so his cooking skills were naturally not good. Then, he invited 4 or 5 young men to help move the table, choose the vegetables, and wash the dishes. The small courtyard of the Han family immediately became crowded. As Li Zishuan's eldest disciple and brother-in-law, although Iron Egg's feelings were a little complicated, he was still willing to help. He was everywhere in the courtyard, the hall, the kitchen. They're here. They're here. They're here. Uncle Han, young master, and big sister Yushi are here. A chubby boy with snot running down his nose came bouncing in, making a big fuss. It was one of Iron Egg's playmates, Ernyu. Smack. Slug didn't even have time to ask for a reward before he was slapped on the head. Little brat, you have no respect for your elders. What did I tell you before? You have to call her young madam. Who are you to call big sister Yushi? It was the Niu family's woman, Ernyu's mother, Feng Chunmei. She and Lu Yue were considered the village women with the best cooking skills in the village. Today, Han Lijing invited the 2 of them to cook. She had just come out and was about to take some washed vegetables. When she heard her son shouting, she immediately became angry, so she went forward and scolded him. Cough cough. Old Niu's family, why do you have to be like this? Ernyu is not wrong. What young madam and young madam? My girl has eaten your family's food before. Come, Ernyu, come here. Han Tianhu walked over and pulled Snot over. He asked with a smile, Ernyu, where are Xiao Xian and the others now? Li Zheng. The Niu family's woman wanted to say more, but Han Tianhu waved his hand to stop her. Uncle Han, when Ernyu came, young master and the others had already arrived at the village entrance. They should be here soon. Ernyu blinked and said. Haha. Good. I'll reward you with a drumstick. Han Lijing laughed loudly. A drumstick appeared out of nowhere and stuffed it into Ernyu's hands without any explanation. Ernyu was stunned. Then, he looked at his mother. Seeing that his mother did not object, he happily took the drumstick and ran out. He must have gone to taste the delicious food with his brother, Dainyu. Father. Ernyu was right. In a short while, Han Yushi appeared at the entrance of the courtyard holding Li Zishuan's hand. Looking at her old father in the courtyard, Han Yushi's eyes were filled with tears. In just a few days, she had changed from the daughter of this family to the wife of another family. Returning to this small courtyard where she had lived for more than 10 years, the bits and pieces of the past could not help but appear in her mind. It was really a mixture of feelings. "Oh. Daughter, you're back? How have you been these days?" Looking at his daughter holding hands with Li Zishuan, how could Han Lijing not have mixed feelings in his heart? It was said that a daughter was the flesh of a father's heart. These words were really not false at all. He resisted the sourness in his eyes and quickly walked closer with a smile. Father. Daughter is very good. Husband and parents-in-law also treat daughter very well. You don't have to worry. Han Yushi said softly. Good, good, good. That's good. Han Tianhu laughed with relief. Son-in-law pays his respects to father-in-law. Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Han Lijing was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "No need to be so polite, no need to be so polite. Quickly go in and sit. Iron Egg, why are you still in a daze, you brat? Quickly go and get some water." Father, there's no hurry. We've brought a lot of gifts for the villagers this time. I'll take the opportunity to go to the village with my husband to distribute these gifts to everyone. We'll come back for dinner later. Han Yushi did not forget her other mission today and quickly said. Oh. That's fine. Iron Egg. Quickly pack up and help your sister deliver the gifts. Han Tianhu was stunned. He turned around and shouted at Iron Egg. "Oh. Young madam is really considerate. She even brought us gifts. The Nyo family's woman, Feng Chunmei, was all smiles as she complimented. Auntie Feng, what young madam? You can just call me Yushi. We only brought some snacks and cloth to satisfy the children in the village. At the same time, we can also cut a few new clothes. It's not worth much. Han Yushi hurriedly waved her hands. She was really not used to these people who had been with her day and night suddenly calling her young madam. Chapter 4:16. Han Yushi, Li Zishuan, and Iron Egg led a group of servants and pulled 6 carts of gifts. The other 4 carts were naturally sent to the Han family, to the villagers of the Han family manor to send warmth from house to house. There's too much, too much. Young master, young mistress, you can't accept this. A woman in her 30s in green looked at the heavy package of gifts in her hands and quickly rejected it. Haha. Aunt Shioha, just take it. Every household has so much, and you're not the only one who's special. Take it quickly. Li Zishuan saw that behind the woman in green, 3 little boys and a little girl were staring at the package in their hands. Obviously, the 4 children had sharp noses and smelled the fragrance of the snacks in the package. Hence, he smiled and pushed the gifts back. He saw himself in the eyes of the children when he was young in his previous life. Back then, he had also experienced such a difficult life. Yes. Aunt Shioha. Take it quickly. There's only some snacks, and cloth inside. It's not worth much. You can also use the cloth inside to make some clothes for Dumao, Ermao, and the others, right? Han Yushi smiled faintly. Although Han Yushi said that these things were not worth much, that was not the case. How could the gifts from the Li family not be worth much? The things inside were worth at least 7 or 8 strings of coins. To an ordinary villager, it was a huge fortune. Thank you, young master, young mistress. The woman in green hesitated for a moment before taking the package. She turned around and said to the children, Dumao, Ermao, Sanmao, Mao Mao, come over and kowtow to young master and young mistress. The 4 children of different sizes came over to kneel. Although Li Zishuan was quite shocked by their names, his reaction was not slow. He quickly waved his hand and said, Aunt Shioha, there's no need. We still have to rush to the next house. Goodbye. After saying that, he pulled Han Yushi and slipped away. He did not know why, but he did not like kneeling to others, nor did he like others kneeling to him. Hence, he could only slip away quickly. The next stop was the Hu family. Now, the Hu family could be considered to be living a good life. Not only were their son and daughter's illnesses cured, they no longer needed to go bankrupt to see a doctor. Moreover, their family had earned quite a lot of money through Hujin's training classes for the children of the Han village and Plum village. The dilapidated courtyard walls made of reeds were gone and replaced with green brick walls. The crumbling courtyard door was also replaced with a brand new vermilion wooden door. From afar, although it was far from the grandeur of a rich family's courtyard, at least in this countryside, it could be called a well-off family. A few days ago, when Li Zishuan came to the Han village to fetch the bride, he was on a mission, so he didn't have time to visit old Hu's house. Today, when he came to take a look, he was immediately shocked. Yo! Uncle Hu is going to be rich. The place we live in is different from before. When Li Zishuan arrived at the entrance of the Hu clan's residence, he was immediately delighted to see the grand gate and courtyard in the countryside. Husband, what are you talking about? Uncle Hu and Aunt Lu have suffered for so many years, and it wasn't easy for them to enjoy the fruits of their labor. What's wrong with renovating the house? Han Yushi pinched Li Zishuan's big hand and pouted coquettishly. Haha. I didn't say anything. I can't be happier that my family's villagers can live a good life. Wife, don't think of me as such a petty person. Actually, your husband doesn't have great ambitions, but I do have a small dream. That is, as long as I can lead the villagers of the Han village and Plum village to live a life with clothes to wear, food to eat, and a house to live in, I will be satisfied. Li Zishuan ignored his wife's resistance and put his arm around her shoulders with a smile. When he was delivering gifts along the way, He realized that the villagers of the Han village were living a much better life compared to the first time he came here a few months ago. Not every family could be like the Hu clan, but basically every family could afford to eat meat on a daily basis. Although the children's clothes were patched up, it was still much better than before when they didn't have any clothes to wear at all. Moreover, after visiting so many families, he didn't see any malnourished children anymore. In the past, at least 9 out of 10 children were malnourished and emaciated. No matter how others looked at him, he had finally done something that he could for this group of simple and kind villagers. Now, he was one step closer to his small dream. Although I am very touched that my husband thinks this way, I still feel that my husband should put his energy into bigger things. The more capable my husband is, the greater his responsibility will be. There will be more people that my husband needs to protect. Han Yushi pondered for a moment before looking up and speaking. Haha. My husband, I will have a good talk with you when we get back. Let's go in first. Li Zishuan pulled Han Yushi and went forward to push open the courtyard door. He saw that the courtyard had also changed. The dilapidated house from before had basically been renovated. Hu Qian was sitting on the stone table in the courtyard, hugging a book and muttering something in a low voice. Li Zishuan listened carefully for a moment and immediately understood that this child was recognizing Chinese characters. Haha. As expected. Are you learning Pinyin? Li Zishuan walked closer and said with a smile. This child was really engrossed in his studies. He didn't even notice that someone had walked up to him, so Li Zishuan could only interrupt him. Ah. Young master. Hu Qian looked up and was shocked when he saw who it was. He quickly stood up and shouted. What's wrong? Priest's son didn't cure your illness last time? Li Zishuan frowned and asked. He remembered that Sun Simiao had directly cured Hu Qian's stuttering previously. Why was this child still stuttering now? I'm cured, young master. Hu Qian was so anxious that his face turned red as he explained. Li Zishuan was full of question marks. He was cured just like that? Who was he kidding? Pfft. Han Yushi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. My husband, let Hu Qian rest first. He hasn't seen you for a long time. He must be so excited that he can't speak clearly now. His previous illness has really been cured. Everyone in the village has heard him speak normally. Yes, Yushi. Sister Yushi is right. Indeed. I was a little nervous just now. Hu Qian nodded in agreement. Li Zishuan was speechless. He had become the culprit. The commotion outside eventually alarmed Hu Hanyun, who was making lunch for his son in the kitchen. He had been a soldier when he was young, so he still had this level of vigilance. Hey! Young master, you! Young madam, why are you here? Quick, sit inside. You really are too much. Why didn't you come in and let me know when young master came? Han Lijing was pleasantly surprised when he saw Li Zishuan and Han Yushi. Haha. Uncle Hu, why are you still being so polite with me? We won't sit. Yushi and I are here to give you something to thank you and Aunt Lu for working so hard for our wedding these few days. This little gift is also a token of our appreciation. Please accept it quickly. We still have to go for the homecoming banquet. Li Zishuan called for the servant behind him to carry a box of gifts in. Old Hu's family had been busy preparing the house and sending the bride off personally. Of course, the gifts they gave were more expensive. No one said anything when Li Zishuan did something to them. Hey! How can I accept this? Young master, Old Hu, can't accept these. Hey! Young master, don't go. Haha. Uncle Hu, let him learn to read properly. I'll send him to school in the future. This child will definitely be successful in the future. Li Zishuan's laughter came from outside the door. This fellow couldn't be bothered to decline. He hugged Han Yushi's waist and slipped away with the orchid butterfly steps. Chapter 4:17. Husband, it's time for us to go back. The homecoming banquet lasted until sunset. During the banquet, Li Zixuan drank a few cups with his father-in-law. During the banquet, they inevitably talked about the romantic affair between Han Tianhu and Du Shenyang. Han Lijing's face turned red, and he couldn't say anything. He could only drink as much as he could to muddle through. Li Zixuan was speechless. He couldn't understand how Han Lijing managed to seduce the daughter of the Du family back then with his shy appearance. Could it be that his father-in-law was too handsome back then and everyone loved him? Until the banquet ended, Li Zixuan couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Han Yushi looked at the time and pulled his arm to urge him. It's still early, right? Yushi, don't you want to spend more time with your father-in-law? Li Zixuan asked curiously. His wife hadn't come back for so long. Logically speaking, she should miss her family very much and be reluctant to leave. But why did Han Yushi have a hurried expression on her face? Before we left, Mother told us that we must rush back before sunset. Han Yushi pinched Li Zixuan's arm and whispered. Why? Li Zixuan was puzzled. It was summer now, and the sky turned dark later. The gates of Chang'an City also closed slightly later. Besides, didn't the brides in his previous life usually stay at their parents' house for a night when they returned home? Li Zixuan couldn't understand why his wife was in such a hurry to go back. Why do you have so many whys? Let's just listen to Mother. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but Han Yushi's cheeks were flushed red as if she was drunk. She whispered to Li Zixuan, then stood up and said to Han Lijing, Father, I'll go back with my husband first. Otherwise, my mother-in-law will be anxious. Take care of yourself at home. If there's anything, remember to send a letter to your daughter. Haha. Okay. You guys go back. Be careful on the road. Han Tianhu was a little drunk, but he wasn't completely drunk. He stood up and chuckled. Han Yushi nodded and bade farewell to her father with her husband. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Han Tianhu shout, Hey! Take Iron Egg with you and let him follow little Xian to gain experience. It's better than playing in the mud in the village. During Li Zixuan's wedding, Iron Egg was afraid that his father would be too busy at home, so he came back to help. Now that his sister's wedding was over, he had to continue learning from his master. Tai Dan, you should go and pack your things. Li Zixuan nodded. No need, master. The Iron Egg is ready. After saying that, Iron Egg went into the house, took out a package, and ran out. Obviously, the father and son had discussed this beforehand. Thus, the husband and wife took Iron Egg and left the Han family village in 2 carriages. As for Matchmaker Song, Li Zixuan had already given her 10 golden beans and sent her away. The other servants that he brought along when he came here took the 6 empty carriages back to Chang'an after lunch. After all, they didn't waste time eating like Li Zixuan and Han Tianhu. As for the other 4 new carriages, Li Zixuan gave them to the Han family. After all, his father-in-law also needed to take a carriage when he went out. The carriage that Iron Egg was in now no longer belonged to the Li family, but to the Han family. With fewer carriages, the speed of return was naturally faster. Li Zixuan lay on the long sofa in the carriage and looked at his wife, who was sitting beside him with red cheeks. He smiled and asked, Wife, can you tell me now? Why do you have to rush home before sunset? He wasn't stupid. How could he not see that there was more to it? Didn't I tell you already? It's all my mother's orders. Han Yushi's eyelashes fluttered as she quickly said. Hee. Wife, I'm very familiar with every part of your body. Do you think I can't tell if you're lying or not? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, I'll punish you. Hee. Li Zixuan squeezed his wife's white and tender hand tightly and laughed mischievously. Ah. You're courting death. Sanbao is still outside. Husband, let go of my hand. Hee. Wife, if you don't tell me the truth, it won't be as simple as holding hands. Lisa Schwan looked at Han Yushi's snow-white dress. Her features were picturesque and flawless. That jade-like appearance really made him a little lustful. Cough, cough. If this new carriage could be made as enclosed as a modern off-road vehicle, this fellow might really want to have a car Z in this wilderness. Han Yushi was embarrassed and wanted to break free from Lisa Schwan's perverted hands. However, how could she fight against that little bit of strength? Moreover, looking at Lisa Schwan's perverted expression, she was really afraid that Lisa Schwan would mess around. Thus, she could only pout and whisper, "Mother and matchmaker's song told me before that if we go home before sunset, it'll be easier to have a boy in the future." As she spoke, Han Yushi's voice became softer and softer. Her head also lowered shyly. Lisa Schwan was stunned. He didn't expect there to be such a saying. However, seeing that his wife was so embarrassed, he couldn't tease her anymore. He could only say, "Wife. Didn't we agree earlier? We'll have a child in 2 years. Why are you thinking about this now? But this kind of thing can't be said for sure. What if this concubine accidentally gets pregnant with husband's child? Of course, it's better to have a boy." Han Yushi raised her head and retorted. She always felt that the contraceptive method Lisa Schwan told her earlier was unreliable. Besides, she also wanted to have a child as soon as possible. Lisa Schwan scratched his head. It was indeed unreliable to use contraception based on the safe period. Modern medical institutions had calculated that the failure rate was quite high. It seemed that he couldn't mess around often in the future. Cough, cough. Wife, I like both boys and girls. Don't be too pressured. Actually, I like girls more. Girls are so cute and easy to deal with. Seeing Han Yushi frowning and struggling, Lisa Schwan hurriedly smiled and comforted her. Really? Han Yushi's eyes lit up as she said happily. Of course it's true. Oh. But this concubine still wants to have a son. Han Yushi bit her lip and said cutely. Lisa Schwan, whoosh bang. Right at this moment, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded from the left side of the carriage, followed by a violent collision sound from the carriage wall. The stable carriage immediately stopped and even tilted slightly to the right. In the end, the huge weight of "Don't Touch Me No. 1" stabilized the carriage and prevented it from flipping over. Nay, nay. Big White, who was outside, let out an anxious neigh at this moment. Lisa Schwan was shocked. He turned his head and saw that a large part of the left wall of the carriage had collapsed inwards. A head poked out from the tip of an arrow, and it was shining with a cold blue light. Assassination. Someone wanted to kill him. Chapter 418. Young Master. Young Master. There's an assassin. There's an assassin. Run quickly with young madam. Sanbao. Sanbao will fight it out with him. Sanbao, who was outside, screamed in a panic. Whoosh. Lisa Schwan grabbed the wind-chasing sword beside the sofa and flew out of the carriage in a flash. Looking in the direction where the arrow came from, he saw a skinny man in black with disheveled hair and a mask on his face. He was standing on the hillside with a big bow in his hand, staring coldly in this direction. Humph. Which scoundrel dares to block this noble's path? Lisa Schwan's face was expressionless as he snorted coldly and shouted loudly. In fact, huge waves were already surging in his heart. The walls of the "Don't Touch My No. 1" carriage were sandwiched between iron plates that were half a foot thick. The person in front of him could actually shoot through the iron plates with just a bow. It was truly shocking. His martial arts realm was definitely above his. There were only a few great grandmaster experts in the world, so he definitely wasn't one. Then, the person in front of him was very likely a martial arts expert who had entered the grandmaster realm many years ago. If it was another carriage today, he and Han Yushi would probably die from that arrow just now. Hee hee. Little brat, you're really afraid of death. You actually sandwiched iron plates between the walls of the carriage? Was it because he had done too many bad things? Since I can't kill you with one arrow, there's still a second arrow. The man in black was a little surprised that his first arrow didn't penetrate the two people in the carriage. At this moment, when he heard Li Zishuan's arrogant words, he laughed sinisterly. He loaded the arrow, drew the bow, and released it smoothly. Then, an arrow shot toward Li Zishuan's glabella like a shooting star. Husband. Be careful. Han Yushi saw the scene outside through the gap of the tightly closed car window and immediately cried out heartbreakingly. Master. Iron Egg had already jumped out of the carriage. When he saw the thunderous arrow, he ran toward Li Zishuan and shouted with his eyes wide open. Young master. Be careful. Sanbao and Fu looked hopeless as they cried at the top of their lungs. Humph. The previous arrow was shot because Li Zishuan was flirting with his wife, so he was not on guard. But this time, he was on guard. How could he be hit? In the blink of an eye, he unsheathed the wind-chasing sword by his waist and activated the cloud-piercing steps. With a flash, he took the initiative to meet the arrow. Tisk. The arrow and sword clashed, producing a deep sound. Then the arrow was split into two from the center by the wind-chasing sword. Iron Egg. Sanbao. Ah Fu. Use my carriage to take young madam away first. Hurry. You guys are distracting me. Taking advantage of this gap, Li Zishuan turned around and shouted at the three of them. Even though he had blocked the arrow, he still did not have the confidence to win. This black-clothed man's arrow was too fast and too domineering. If this old thief changed his target, Li Zishuan did not have the confidence to save his wife. This place was only 3 or 4 miles away from Chang'an City. He could see the outline of Chang'an City even when he was flying in the sky. He let the others go first, on the one hand, to avoid distracting himself, and on the other hand, to call for reinforcements. But, young master, husband, I won't leave. All of you, shut your mouths and leave. Do you want to kill me? Go to the city and call for reinforcements. Don't waste my time. Sanbao, Fu, Iron Egg, and Han Yushi were not willing to leave. Li Zishuan was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. In his previous life, he had seen some TV dramas where the male lead asked the female lead to leave first when he was in danger. The female lead was always so wishy-washy, and he would scold her for being stupid as he watched because no one would be able to leave in the end. He did not expect that in his second life, he would encounter a similar situation. Fate really made fools of people. In order to avoid being wishy-washy, Li Zishuan, who usually did not lose his temper, could only shout at them in the harshest tone. The 4 of them were stunned by the scolding and immediately became sober. Iron Egg glared and shouted, Sister. Not only can we not help Master here, we will also harm him. I will take you and leave first. We will come back to save Master later. After saying that, Iron Egg did not wait for Han Yushi to refute. He quickly jumped onto untouchable number 1 and slapped Big White's butt. The carriage immediately started and rushed toward Chang'an City. Sanbao and Fu jumped onto the carriage behind and chased after them. Husband. If anything happens to you, I will not live alone. The carriage had left, but Han Yushi's last sad vow was left in the air. Hee. Want to leave? Dream on. The man in black laughed coldly and shot 2 arrows in the direction of the carriage. Li Zishuan saw clearly that one arrow was aimed at the back of Iron Egg's head, and the other arrow was aimed at Sanbao's back. He could not split himself. At this moment, Li Zishuan could only choose to save one person, and he had to make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to save anyone. Sanbao, turn to the side. Li Zishuan shouted and ran toward the arrow that was aimed at Iron Egg. His voice was like thunder. Li Zishuan's roar contained a large amount of true qi because he realized that the speed of the arrow was probably faster than the speed of sound. He did not know if the sound that contained true qi could exceed the speed of sound, but in order to buy time for Sanbao, he could only give it a try. His attempt was not without reason. The speed of sound transmission was only related to the medium of transmission. In air, it was 340 meters per second, and in kerosene, it was 1,324 meters per second. His roar just now was because he had added true chi into the air. It was almost equivalent to a new medium. As for the final effect, it was up to the will of the heavens. At the same time, his chasing wind's sword had already slashed at the other arrow. As expected, the arrow that was aimed at Iron Egg was split into two. However, Li Zixuan did not have the time to pay attention to this. He looked directly at Sanbao. The moment the tip of the arrow touched Sanbao's back, Sanbao seemed to have heard Li Zixuan's roar and instinctively turned his body. Pfft! Sanbao's right shoulder was instantly pierced. Ah! Sanbao cried out in pain and covered his right shoulder that was dripping with blood. Seeing this, Li Zixuan knew that Sanbao's life was saved. Although there was poison on the arrow, the doctors in Cheng and city might be able to save him. The key now was to prevent the man in black from paying attention to other things. Otherwise, he might not be able to save Sanbao and the others the next time. Old thief! I am a baron personally conferred by the emperor. Since you dare to block my path today, I will kill you first. Then, the imperial court will send troops to exterminate your entire family. Li Zixuan shouted and used the first move of the 9 Taishian swords, riding the wind. Li Zixuan rode the sword up to the 9 heavens. The sword was like a ray of light, and the sound of air breaking was heard. Li Zixuan rushed toward the man in black with his sword. Chapter 419. Kiki. Jianghu matters shall be settled in Jianghu. A life for a life. Even if you were a duke, I would still kill you today, let alone a mere baron. The black-clothed man saw Li Zixuan pouncing over, but he was not afraid. Swoosh! 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 Another 3 arrows were shot out. His archery movements were unbelievably fast. Ordinary people could only see a series of afterimages. 3 arrows emitting a faint blue glow shot toward Li Zixuan's forehead and chest in a triangular formation. The angles were tricky and ruthless, and their speed was as fast as lightning. Li Zixuan was not confident that he could deflect all 3 arrows with his wind-chasing sword. Helpless, he could only dodge the arrows. He suddenly changed directions in midair and slightly missed the arrows' flight paths. Just when he thought that he had dodged the arrows, he saw the 3 arrows suddenly and strangely change directions. Their target was Li Zixuan's current position. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that this old thief's archery skills were very strange. The arrows' flight paths defied common sense. Even Newton's coffin would not be able to hold him down, right? But Newton was not born yet. Helpless, Li Zixuan could only change directions in midair again. If not for the fact that his cloud-piercing steps had reached minor accomplishment, and if not for the fact that his Taishian Sutra had reached level 5, he would not have been able to change directions in midair twice in a row. Even then, after experiencing these repeated obstructions, the might and speed of Li Zixuan's originally ferocious sword strike had instantly weakened by 50%. Bah! Old thing. Cowardly, only knowing how to shoot arrows from behind. Why didn't I shoot you into the wall back then? If you have the guts, come down and fight with me. Li Zixuan wanted to fight with a bayonet, but the other party was constantly shooting arrows from afar to harass him, not giving him a chance to get close at all. Most importantly, the other party's archery skills were F*** accurate and strange. Anyone who encountered such a situation would be annoyed. Thus, Li Zixuan stopped and cursed at the man in black. His sword, which had lost much of its power, couldn't threaten the black-clothed man at all. So, he simply wanted to provoke the black-clothed man to get close to him. In his opinion, since the black-clothed man was so good at shooting, his close combat skills were definitely not good. Just like the archers in online games, they were most afraid of warriors and assassins getting close to them. Of course, the man in black didn't know the profound meaning behind Li Zixuan's words. Why didn't I shoot you to the wall back then? He sneered. Hee hee. Does this little brat only know how to talk? Originally, I only wanted to finish you off with one arrow and leave your corpse intact. But since you want to die, then I won't be polite." As soon as the black-clothed man finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Li Zishuan was shocked. What a fast movement technique! Almost subconsciously, he immediately stabbed his long sword behind him. Clang! A low sound of metal clashing rang out. Li Zishuan had already turned around at this moment. He saw the black-clothed man pulling out a long sword from somewhere and holding it horizontally in front of his chest. Obviously, Li Zishuan's subconscious move just now had blocked the black-clothed man's assassination. "Ha! Little brat, your reaction is quite fast. Let's see how many times you can dodge this old man." The black-clothed man sneered and was about to attack again. Li Zishuan didn't want to be passive. He raised his long sword and took the initiative to attack with the first style of the 9 Taishian swords, Wind Ride. At this moment, Li Zishuan was very close to the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man had already put away his longbow, so there was no time for him to shoot another arrow. Therefore, Li Zishuan was confident that he could get close to the black-clothed man. Hee hee. Since that's the case, let this old man see what you've got. The black-clothed man was stunned, but there was no fear on his face. Li Zishuan's sword came at him with the wind. The black-clothed man's figure flashed and easily avoided the sharp edge of the chasing wind sword. Gap, this was the gap in strength. With the explosive power of the 9 Taishian swords, the sudden attack at such a close distance actually didn't touch the black-clothed man's body. It had to be said that the black-clothed man's strength level was also one of the top among the masters. Li Zishuan wasn't discouraged. When he attacked just now, he knew that today's battle was bound to be a tough one. He only hoped that the reinforcements could arrive before the true qi in his body was exhausted. After stabilizing his body, the second style of the 9 Taishian swords, Graceful Swan, followed. Like a graceful swan soaring in the sky, Li Zishuan's long sword moved faster with the lingering power of the first style of Wind Ride. Its trajectory was like a flying dragon soaring in the sky, erratic. Ha! This is getting interesting. The black-clothed man's eyes narrowed. He should have seen some of the mysteries of the 9 Taishian swords. His figure flashed and the long sword in his hand stabbed at a certain spot in the void. Clang! A sound resounded through the valley. This blurred sword was easily blocked by the black-clothed man. Li Zishuan's heart sank. He didn't expect that after abandoning the bow, this man's close combat skills would be so powerful. It was simply F*King killing him. They were both masters, but this man's kung fu was much more powerful than Qing Yaojin's. Qing Yaojin definitely wouldn't have been able to deal with his sword so easily. It wasn't that Qing Yaojin couldn't defeat this man, but the focus was different. The black-clothed man's kung fu was exquisite and endless. If it was a one-on-one fight, Qing Yaojin would definitely be no match for him. However, the black-clothed man's advantages were also his disadvantages. It was precisely because he had too many tricks and his kung fu was too exquisite that Qing Yaojin would be no match for him in a battle. Li Zishuan took a deep breath and immediately changed his move. He used the third style of the 9 Taishian swords, Snow Treading. His footsteps were constantly changing, and he waved his sword in all directions. For a moment, only the sound of the sword clashing could be heard. After more than 10 attacks, there was no doubt that the black-clothed man's kung fu was too strange. He was like a loach in the field, difficult to hit. Li Zishuan changed his move again and used the fourth style of the 9 Taishian swords, Wave Breaker. Wave Breaker Bao Hai was furious. His momentum suddenly changed. He stepped on the ground with one foot and his whole body rose into the air. He raised his long sword, bent his waist, and let his whole body bend into a circle. Then, he and his sword were like a big wheel with a sharp blade, spinning rapidly. It was as if he was riding the wind and breaking the waves, flying towards the black-clothed man. This time, the black-clothed man didn't wait in the same place. He held his sword with one hand and circulated his qi to his feet. He quickly disappeared from where he was, and the air around him exploded. He took the initiative to stab at the oncoming, human flesh wheel with his sword. His speed was even faster than Li Zishuan's. Clang! Bang! First, there was a shrill sound of the sword, followed by a dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Li Zishuan was sent flying far away by this blow. He broke 2 trees along the way and stabilized himself. At this moment, there was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. Obviously, the black-clothed man's attack had seriously injured him. He definitely didn't have the strength to use the 5th style of the 9 Taishian swords again. Hopeless. At this moment, Li Zishuan was really in a hopeless situation. Difficult to deal with. Only now did he realize how difficult it was to deal with the black-clothed old man in front of him. Chapter 420. Kacha. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Zishuan propped himself up with his sword. He was on guard against the man in black's next attack. His body was in a terrible state. He only had less than 40% of his true chi left. His arm had suffered a serious sword wound, and his organs had suffered internal injuries. Not only did the man in black break his sword move, he also took the opportunity to sneak attack him. If he hadn't used his true chi to protect his heart meridians, that palm alone would have taken his life. Even if he was seriously injured, Li Zishuan wasn't willing to sit and wait for death. He didn't want to die in such a cowardly manner. He still had his family and wife who loved him. He hadn't spread his knowledge of engineering across the Tang dynasty. He wasn't willing to die in the hands of this sneaky old man. Yes, in Li Zishuan's eyes, this old man in black was full of vulgarity. Just when Li Zishuan thought that the man in black would follow up with another attack, the sword in the man's hand broke into 2 with a kacha sound. The wind-chasing sword used to be spiritual master Ling Su's favorite weapon. It was forged from an extraterrestrial hammer, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. However, the sword in the black-clothed man's hand was no more than ordinary iron. Although he had broken through Li Zishuan's sword style in that fierce exchange of blows, he could not block the sharpness of the wind-chasing sword. What a pity. This thunderclap sword has been with me for more than 10 years. I didn't expect it to fall in your hands today. It seems that I still underestimated you. You can be proud of yourself for fighting a grandmaster as a chi transformation realm cultivator. I'll take the sword in your hand. Such a divine weapon is like a pearl covered in dust in your hands. As for you, I'll make sure you die without a burial place today. The man in black caressed the broken sword in his hand and looked at Li Zishuan viciously. At the same time, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Ha! Old thing. I don't care what kind of demon you are, but today's grudge has been set. As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely kill your family, slaughter your sect, and eradicate the person behind you. When Li Zishuan saw that the black-clothed man's sword was broken, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Without a weapon, the black-clothed man's threat should be reduced a lot, so he said ruthlessly. Haha. What an arrogant tone. But you're destined to have no chance. The black-clothed man threw away the broken sword in his hand, opened his arms, and flew over like a great rock spreading its wings. Li Zishuan sneered. He channeled chi into his palm and swung his sword. He did not believe that the black-clothed man's mortal body could withstand the peerless sharpness of the wind-chasing sword. The distance between the two grew closer and closer. Suddenly, 6 spikes shot out from the black-robed man's sleeves and collided with the wind-chasing sword. Pfft! Li Zishuan's spikes did not break as he had expected. Instead, a huge force came from his arm, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. The swords and spikes clashed and separated upon contact. However, the black-clothed man did not give up and continued to press forward. 3 pairs of spikes appeared and disappeared mysteriously, making it impossible to guard against. Li Zishuan relied on the little remaining genuine qi in his body to bitterly resist. He really did not expect that the old man in front of him would bring so many weapons when he went out. First, it was the bow and arrow, then the long sword, and now the spikes. Moreover, the black-clothed man used each weapon to perfection. He was proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Feeling the rapid loss of genuine qi in his body and the weakening of his arms, Li Zishuan could not help but be secretly anxious. Was he going to die here today? He was unwilling to accept this. At this moment, he faced up to his shortcomings. That was, compared to the black-clothed man in front of him, he still had too few tricks. The only thing he could use was the series of moves of the 9 Taishian swords. Other than the lightness skill, he did not have any other skills. It was very easy for someone to restrain him. Of course, this did not mean that the 9 Taishian swords was not powerful. How could the 9 Taishian swords not be powerful when spiritual master Lingshu so solemnly passed this set of sword skills to him? This was a set of sword skills that was invincible in the same realm. It could even defeat an enemy one realm higher. However, the 9 Taishian swords focused too much on attack. As the saying went, there were gains and losses. In terms of defense, the 9 Taishian swords was not enough. Facing a martial arts expert like the black-clothed man who was much stronger than him, even stalling for time became an extravagant hope. It would be great if there was a set of sword skills that could both attack and defend. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. In his current state, he did not have the extravagant hope of defeating the black-clothed man in front of him. He only hoped to stall for time and wait for reinforcements to come. However, what made him desperate was that he did not have a sword skill that could be used for defense. The reason why he could hold on until now was entirely because he still had some genuine qi in his body. This was also thanks to the Tai Chi fist he practiced in the Qin's mansion in the morning. He accidentally comprehended it and advanced his realm. Otherwise, his genuine qi would have been exhausted. Tai Chi fist? Yes, not only do I know Tai Chi fist, but I also know Tai Chi sword. Li Zishuan's mind flashed and he instantly saw the hope of escaping death. He quickly went through the 55 forms of the Yang's Tai Chi sword in his memory. At this time, of course, he did not have the chance to practice all of these sword skills. He could only counter each move according to the characteristics of each one. At this moment, the benefits of having a strong mental strength were fully displayed. Li Zishuan's brain was now like a supercomputer. The Tai Chi sword was equivalent to the computer's database. Every attack of the black-clothed man was input by Li Zishuan into the computer. Then, he would retrieve the corresponding sword skills from the database to counter the black-clothed man's attack. Humph. It's about time. Go to hell. The black-clothed man had lost his patience. He sneered and poured 100% of his inner strength into the wolf fang spike. His whole body soared into the sky and fiercely grabbed at Li Zishuan's head. In his opinion, this full-strength attack was without any suspense. Li Zishuan would definitely die. If the black-clothed man had done this 2 breaths ago, Li Zishuan would definitely have died. But now, the situation was different. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed. He raised his sword and used the pushing boat with the current. The chasing wind sword was like a magnet that firmly sucked the wolf fang spike. Then, Li Zishuan's wrist moved slightly and twirled the sword twice. The tyrannical force on the wolf fang spike was immediately deflected by Li Zishuan. Sacrificing oneself to follow others, failing to lead, and pulling 1,000 pounds with little effort. This was not only the characteristic of the Tai Chi sword, but also one of the most important characteristics of the Tai Chi sword. They all contained the Tao of nature and the Taoist ideology of going with the flow. The Tai Chi sword was light and agile. It used stillness to drive movement. It used softness to overcome hardness. It avoided the main force and attacked the weak. Most importantly, it saved energy and could also combine attack and defense. This was what Li Zishuan needed the most at this moment. What kind of strange move is this? The black-clothed man saw that his full-strength attack was easily deflected by Li Zishuan. Moreover, the wolf fang spike on his arm did not listen to his command and actually followed Li Zishuan's rhythm. Such a strange scene made him unable to help but exclaim in surprise. Chapter 421. Giddy up. Giddy up. Move aside. Everyone move aside. On the other side, Iron Egg kept slapping the horses, but as it sped towards the Chung and East City gate. Dabai was quite intelligent. He could sense Bruiser's anxiety, and he could also sense that his master was facing an unprecedented level of danger. Dabai's 4 hooves quickly crisscrossed as he carried "Don't Touch My Number One" through the streets. The horse-drawn carriage was running at the speed of a war horse, and all of the pedestrians on the road made way for them as they discussed this super war chariot. Whose carriage is this? Why is it running so fast? Look at the style of the carriage. It's the latest "Don't Touch Me Number One" from the Strange Interest Pavilion. Oh my God, this is Lord Lee's carriage. Their "Don't Touch Me Number One" is heavier than the others. Look at that. There's an arrow in the carriage. Hiss. Did something happen to Lord Lee? Ah. There's really an arrow. This carriage is running so fast. Something must have happened. Ouch. Look, there's another carriage behind us. It was Sanbao and Fu's carriage that was chasing after Iron Egg. Their horses were not as strong as Big White, so they naturally fell behind. At this moment, Sanbao had fainted in the carriage while Fu was desperately trying to catch up with the carriage outside. Who are you? Get off the carriage immediately for inspection. The general of Yenching Gate saw an aggressive carriage heading straight for the city gate. He stepped out from the crowd and blocked the way with his spear as he shouted loudly. Although Chang and City was open to the outside world and citizens were allowed to enter freely, such a fast carriage could not be allowed to enter. What if it hit and injured pedestrians? Move aside. I'm a male disciple from Lantian County. My master was assassinated in the eastern suburbs. The situation is urgent. Please move aside. Iron Egg rode on Big White without slowing down at all. The carriage rumbled as it charged towards the general of the city. General Lonely, this is indeed the carriage of a male disciple from Lantian County. I've also seen the child in the carriage. He's been living in the Lee mansion. A soldier saluted the general of the city and said, "Are you sure?" The general of the city guard asked with a solemn expression. Upon closer inspection, the general's appearance was 70% similar to Dugu Xian's. Furthermore, he showed no fear in the face of the oncoming carriage. It was as if he was confident that he could stop the carriage even if it came crashing down. I'm sure. The soldier glanced at the approaching carriage and said respectfully, "Clear the way. Let them pass." The young general looked at the carriage and his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw the arrow that was embedded in the wall of the carriage. He immediately made a decision in his heart and shouted loudly. At this moment, Iron Egg's carriage also happened to be heading towards them, whistling past. "Thank you, General. If my master returns safely, I will definitely reward you greatly." Iron Egg's grateful voice lingered in the air. The earlier he entered the city to call for reinforcements, the more hope his master had of surviving. Of course, he was grateful from the bottom of his heart. He really didn't plan to stop the car just now. If the city guard didn't make it convenient for him, he could only ram his way through. Lu Xingguo, quickly go to the right marshal house and report this matter to General Niu. The young general looked at the carriage that was heading straight into the city and ordered. "Yes, General." The soldier bowed and cupped his fists to accept the order. Then, he went to the side to lead the horse. "Du Zhenqing." The young general thought for a moment and then shouted. "This general is here. Ride a fast horse and head to the northern yamen at top speed. Report this matter to my elder brother and let him decide." "Yes, General." Immediately, 2 fast horses whizzed out from Chang and City's Yenching Gate and caught up with the carriage not far ahead. With Iron Egg clearing the way, no one stopped Sanbao and Fu's carriage behind. Fu drove the carriage and headed towards Yongla Lane. Iron Egg drove the carriage in the direction of the Qin mansion. This was because he and Han Yushi knew that apart from Li Zishuan, the rest of the Li family's combat strength was close to zero. Now, they could only go to the Qin mansion to get reinforcements immediately. As for going to the palace to ask Li Heir for reinforcements, it was simply too late. Godfather. Godfather. Iron Egg brought his sister to the entrance of the Qin mansion. Han Yushi was considered a frequent guest of the Qin mansion, so no one stopped her. She went straight to the front yard of the Qin mansion. God sister? Why are you here? Please come in. Qin Huayu was in the front hall. He immediately ran out when he heard the sound. God brother, bring me to Godfather. Something happened to my husband. Han Yushi said anxiously with tears in her eyes. What? Something happened to Xiaoxian? God sister, don't worry. My father is in the backyard. I'll bring you there now. Qin Huayu was shocked and said hurriedly. No need. I'm here. Yushi, tell me, what happened to Xiaoxian? Qin Xiong happened to come to the front yard. When he heard the commotion, he quickly came over and asked. Godfather, go and save my husband. He met a very powerful expert in the eastern suburbs. Your Majesty, General Dugu requests an audience. He says it's an extremely urgent matter. Ganlu Hall, Li Er, who had been busy the whole day, was reading today's newspaper to relax. At this moment, an attendant came in and reported respectfully. Summon. Li Er raised his eyebrows, put down the newspaper, and said in a deep voice. Yes. Summon Dugu Xian for an audience. Greetings, Your Majesty. As soon as the attendant finished speaking, Dugu Xian walked in and bowed. Dispense with the formalities. What's the matter? Li Er heard a hint of anxiety in Dugu Xian's voice, so he didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Your Majesty, I just received news that Li Xiannan was ambushed by an unknown expert in the eastern suburbs outside the city. We don't know whether he's dead or alive. His wife and disciple luckily escaped. They should be at Duke Yi's mansion now to get reinforcements. Dugu Xian cupped his fists and said seriously. What? Li Er's expression suddenly changed. He slammed the table and stood up. Someone actually dared to assassinate a county man at the foot of the emperor. This was looking down on his authority and slapping his face. Impudent. Dugu Xian, immediately lead 500 elite imperial guards out of the city to rescue him. You must protect Li Zishuan's life. Yes, Your Majesty. Dugu Xian immediately cupped his fists and was about to go gather his men. Hold on. If possible, capture him alive. I want to see who ordered him. At this moment, Li Er was really angry. I'll do my best. Dugu Xian took a deep breath and replied in a deep voice. He knew a little about Li Zishuan's martial arts. Since that assassin could make Li Zishuan's life and death unknown, he wasn't confident of winning even if he went, let alone capturing him alive. Therefore, he could only try his best to complete Li Er's mission. Chapter 422. Someone, come quickly. Someone, come quickly. Fu drove the carriage back to the entrance of the Li residence. He quickly jumped off the carriage and shouted into the house. It's Fu. Brother Fu, what's wrong? A head popped out from the door. It was the Li residence's manservant, Ah Yuan. He was on duty for Fu and Sanbao today. Ah Yuan, come and help quickly. Sanbao is injured. Help carry him in quickly. Fu lifted the carriage curtain and said anxiously. Ah. Brother Sanbao is injured? Ah Yuan was stunned. What are you waiting for? Come and help carry him in quickly. Ah Shui, you come and help too. I have to see Master and Madam. Yes, Brother Fu. Two manservants quickly ran out to carry him. Fu looked at Sanbao anxiously, then ran into the courtyard to look for Li Jingma. Fu. What's wrong? Why is it so noisy outside? Fu was about to enter the east courtyard when he saw Li Jingma and Madame Li rushing out. Plop. Master. I'm sorry. I didn't protect young Master well. Fu's knees went weak, and he knelt in front of Li Jingma and Madame Li as he cried bitterly. Xian. What happened to Xian? Madame Li's face turned pale, and she almost fainted. Her son had just gotten married, and her beautiful days of enjoying her grandchildren were about to come. Yet, this unknown change happened. How could she bear this? Madam, don't panic. Ah, Fu. What happened? Tell us quickly. Don't cry and waste time here. Where did Xian and Yushi go? Why are you the only one back? Li Jingma was someone who had experienced many storms. He first supported his wife and then looked at Sanbao sternly. Master. On our way back, we met an extremely skilled assassin in black. Young Master. Young Master felt that he couldn't defeat the assassin, so he fought with him with all his might so that we could escape back with Madam first. Sanbao was shot by an arrow, and the arrow was poisonous. He's still unconscious now. Madam has already gone to the Qin residence to ask Duke Yi to lead troops to rescue him. Master, Fu deserves to die. Ah, Fu deserves to die. The head of the Li family had always treated his servants generously. Now that their young master had met with a mishap, regardless of whether it was the unconscious Sanbao or Fu, who was kneeling on the ground, their hearts were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. At this moment, as Fu spoke, he could no longer hold it in. He used all his strength to knock his head on the limestone floor, wanting to use this to wash away his sins. Xian. My Xian. Master. Save Xian. When Mrs. Li heard this, she suddenly felt dizzy. She bit the tip of her tongue and resisted the urge to faint, but tears couldn't help but flow out of her eyes. She pulled her husband's arm and cried out in a heart-wrenching manner. Madam. Madam. Calm down, calm down. Your husband will definitely save Xian. Li Jingma patted the back of Madame Li's hand and shouted, Qing, hurry and find a doctor. Do your best to save Sanbao. The rest of you, take sticks and hatchets and follow me out of the city to save Xian. Fu, you lead the way. Yes, master. Qing answered and ran away. Master. Madame Li was shocked. She grabbed Li Jingma's hand and said anxiously, Master, you don't know martial arts. How can you take the risk? Yuzhu doesn't want to lose you again. Daddy. Daddy. Don't go. Let Lan go. If anyone dares to bully Big Brother, Lan will kill him. Lan ran over from somewhere and hugged Li Jingma's other hand as she spoke with tears in her eyes. Lan, be good. Don't make a fuss. Li Jingma first rubbed Lan's little head, then looked at Madame Li and said solemnly, Madam, 8 years ago, we almost lost Xian. Fortunately, Priest Spirit Void came to help, and we were able to reunite as a family. Even the heavens couldn't take Xian away. How can I let this mere assassin succeed? When I was doing business outside, what kind of bandits have I not encountered? Today, even if I have to risk my life, I must ensure Xian's safety. If anything happens to Xian, even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth and use all my wealth, I will make that person pay with blood. Madam, you and Lan can stay at home. I will leave the city now. No. Master. Madame Li reached out to grab him, but Li Jingma broke free and roared, You all know how I, Li Jingma, usually treat you. Today, my son is in trouble. If you're not afraid of death, take your weapons and follow me out of the city to save my son. If you're afraid of death, stay at home and take care of Madam and young Mississippi. I won't blame you. Save young Master, we are willing to die with Master. We are willing to die with Master. When Fu and Sanbao came back, they caused too much of a commotion, and many servants were alarmed. As Fu told the whole story, more and more servants knew that Li Zishuan was in trouble. The Tang people respected martial arts. From the king to the common people, if the king was humiliated, the servants would die. If the master was humiliated, the servants would die. Li Jingma's roar ignited the courage of all the servants, and the 50 to 60 young servants shouted in unison. Good. Fu. Lead the way. Someone had already prepared the horses. Li Jingma took a long sword and mounted the horse. Although he didn't know martial arts or swordsmanship, a father's anger could make him explode with endless power. Giddy up. Giddy up. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Dugu Xan led 500 elite imperial guards and galloped on the streets of Chang'an City. The sound of the horses' hooves hitting the ground disturbed countless people who were about to go home. Yo! What a big lineup, these are the imperial guards. Isn't that General Dugu? Yeah. Did something happen again? Sigh. Who knows? Let's go home. Otherwise, the gate will be closed soon. Sigh. No, why do I feel like this scene is very similar to the one a few months ago when thousands of soldiers went out of the city to suppress the bandits? Hey! What nonsense! How can there be so many bandits? The passers-by discussed animatedly, but Dugu Xian didn't care about them. He led the iron egg and galloped toward Yenqing Gate. That's right, he had just gone to Qin Manor to bring the iron egg over to guide the imperial guards. Secondly, he wanted Qin Xiong and Han Yushi to calm down. After all, Li Er was very concerned about Qin Xiong's health and didn't want Qin Xiong to take this risk. Fei Ying. Get on the horse. Go to the eastern suburbs with me. When the imperial guards passed through Yenqing Gate, Dugu Xian shouted loudly. He was calling for help. That was because he wasn't confident that he could defeat that black-clothed expert. Yes. Big brother. The young general who had put the iron egg on the horse responded and got on the horse, following Dugu Xian to the suburbs. So this person was called Dugu Fei Ying. Judging from the situation, he should be Dugu Xian's younger brother. But why did his voice reveal an unconcealable excitement? Chapter 423. Men. Prepare a horse for me. In the front hall of the Qin residence, Han Yushi, Madame Qin, and Qin Huayu sat on the bench anxiously. Qin Xiong, on the other hand, kept pacing back and forth in front of the door, looking very anxious. After a moment, Qin Xiong could no longer hold it in and ordered the servant outside the door. Master. But just now, His Majesty. Madame Qin knew what her husband wanted to do, but Dugu Xian had already conveyed Li Er's intentions very clearly. Although Madame Qin was very worried about Li Zishuan's safety, she was also afraid that Qin Xiong's actions would make Li Er unhappy. It's fine. His Majesty is just worried that my body won't be able to hold on, but Xiao Xian is not only Yushi's husband, but also my savior. Now that someone is trying to harm him, how can I just stand by and watch? Back then, I could even kill a few rounds in the formation of 10,000 soldiers. Now, it's just an assassin. How can I be afraid of him? After Qin Xiong finished speaking, he looked at Han Yushi, who was crying silently beside him, and comforted her. Yushi, don't be too sad. Xiao Xian might not be in trouble now. This kid has always been lucky. Back then, the heavens wanted to take his life, but they didn't succeed. This time, he will definitely be able to turn misfortune into luck. Just sit here for a while. Godfather will bring your husband back in one piece. Thank you, Godfather. Yushi and husband will never forget Godfather's kindness. Han Yushi cried and kowtowed. All right. I'm going now. Huayu, take good care of your mother and god-sister. Qin Xiong waved his hand and left. Patriarch. Zhuangqi will go with you. I want to go too. I want to go too, Patriarch. Everyone in the Qin family already knew about the assassination attempt on Li Zishuan. At this moment, when the group of guards saw that Qin Xiong was going alone, how could they be willing to let him go? One after another, they volunteered to follow along. Zhuangqi, Mei Wenhua. The two of you come with me. The rest of you stay. Qin Xiong frowned and shouted. He had been to the Han Manor more than once and knew that the road there was not wide. If he brought too many people, it would affect the speed of the rescue. This was also one of the reasons why he insisted on going there personally. Dugu Xian had brought 500 men with him. If these 500 men wanted to reach the scene of the incident at the same time, they would have to sacrifice speed and arrive late. Unless Dugu Xian left the rest of the team behind and rushed there alone. However, he did not know much about Dugu Xian's martial arts, so he naturally did not trust him. Yes, master. Hearing this, Zhuang Qi and Mei Wenhua roared in excitement. The two of them mounted their horses and were about to leave with Qin Xiong. The other family generals saw Qin Xiong's serious face. Although they were unwilling, no one dared to raise any objections at such a crucial time. This was Qin Xiong's prestige. He ruled the family like he ruled the army. Shu Bao. Let me give you a hand too. At this moment, Niu Jinda came over with 2 guards. Clearly, Niu Jinda and Qin Xiong thought of the same thing. Saving people was like putting out a fire. If they brought too many people, it would affect the speed of the rescue. Dugu Feiying belonged to the right Wuwei, and Niu Jinda was the general of the right Wuwei. Yuqi Gong was the general of the right Wuwei. The right Wuwei was different from the right Wuwei. There were 16 guards in the Tang dynasty, and the 2 belonged to different armies. Therefore, Niu Jinda was one of the earliest people to know about Li Zishuan's assassination. People like Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda would receive the news later. Niu Jinda received Dugu Feiying's message in the afternoon and wanted to come over to tell Qin Xiong. Who knew that when he arrived at the entrance of the Qin manor, he saw Li Zishuan's new carriage with feathered arrows. He thought for a moment and understood. Now that Qin Xiong was ready to leave, Niu Jinda could not help but sigh. What a coincidence. Haha. Good. Today, I can fight side by side with Jinda again. I want to see who dares to openly assassinate a county's man. Let's go. Qin Xiong laughed and rode side by side with Niu Jinda. The 6 men and 6 horses rushed toward Chang and city's Yanqing Gate, whoosh. Just as Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda expected, Dugu Xian's group left Yanqing Gate and left the official road. Looking at the small path that could only allow 3 horses to pass side by side, Dugu Xian couldn't help but frown and quickly stopped the group. If the cavalry were to run at high speed on such a narrow path, if someone in the group got into an accident and broke the rhythm, the entire cavalry group would suffer heavy losses. Jiang Chao, you lead the brothers at the back at half speed. I will go with Feiying first. Otherwise, it will be too late. Feiying will leave a mark for you. You just have to follow me. Dugu Xian made a prompt decision and ordered the general. Yes, sir. General, be careful. The bearded general beside Dugu Xian bowed and cupped his fists. Feiying. Let's go. Dugu Xian nodded, then urged his black horse to charge out. Big brother. Father. Father. This is bad. I heard that Xiao Xian was assassinated. Cheng Chumo hurriedly ran into his own backyard and shouted at Cheng Yaojin, who was playing with a horse lance. Assassinated? Who dares to assassinate him? That kid's martial arts are so powerful. Cheng Yaojin stopped what he was doing and looked at Cheng Chumo suspiciously. He wondered if his son's brain was damaged. Father. It's true. Why you just sent someone to tell me that Xiao Xian was ambushed by an expert in the eastern suburbs? He's probably still in a tough fight. Cheng Chumo knew that his father did not trust him. He glared at him and said anxiously. How dare you? Someone dares to kill the younger generation that I, Cheng Yaojin, have high hopes for. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get the horse for me. Seeing that Cheng Chumo was serious, Cheng Yaojin realized that the situation was serious. He glared at him and shouted. Okay. Father, I'll go with you. Who dares to touch my, Cheng Chumo's, brother? I'll make him regret living in this world. And I just heard from Huayu that Uncle Qin is going as well. Cheng Chumo rubbed his fists and said angrily. Go. Hurry up if you want to go. With your insignificant martial arts skills, you'd better know your place. Qing Yaojin waved his hand and said impatiently. Qing Chimo's eyes widened, and his face was full of F***ck. He also felt like he had been dealt a heavy blow. Is this old man even my real father? What are you looking at? Hurry up. Qing Yaojin said unhappily. Oh. Qing Chimo grunted and went to the stable to get the horse. Soon, 2 horses also came out of the Qing residence and headed east of Chang'an. Just like that, Li Jingma, Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, Dugu Xian, and Qing Yaojin led the 5 rescue teams to the scene of the incident in the shortest time possible. Chapter 424. Haha. This is a move that will take your life. Come again if you dare, old bastard. Eastern suburbs of Chang'an City. Li Zishuan stood with his sword in hand. Although he was in a sorry state, his temperament was very different from before. He had the demeanor of a hermit expert. Li Zishuan had easily neutralized the masked assassin's full-powered strike with a single move, pushing the boat with the current. This gave him a deeper understanding of the defensive power of the Taiji sword technique. At the same time, he was somewhat eager to try it out, which was why he spoke such arrogant words. Humph. You were just lucky. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. After thinking for a long time, the black-clothed man still couldn't figure out how his attack had been neutralized. Moreover, he had never heard of such a strange sword technique in the pugilistic world, so he could only conclude that Li Zishuan had just been lucky. After saying that, the man in black changed his attack. He spun and flew up like a flying arrow. His 6 spikes were aimed at Li Zishuan's face. Li Zishuan was not afraid. His brain was working at high speed. He was analyzing which of the 55 moves of Taiji swordsmanship would be the most effective and effortless. He had limited true qi in his body, so he couldn't defeat the master in front of him. Therefore, he had to calculate every move carefully. Only in this way could he hold on until reinforcements arrived. It was a long story, but all these calculations were done in a flash. When the man in black spikes were less than half a foot away from Li Zishuan's face, Li Zishuan made his move. The 35th move of Taiji swordsmanship, rhinoceros gazing at the moon. Li Zishuan bent his right leg and took a left step. He drew his sword with his right hand and drew an arc with his left hand, using his finger as a guide and his arm as a support. The 2 swords collided. Without a doubt, the man in black spikes were once again sucked by the wind-chasing sword. The man in black could only follow the trajectory of the wind-chasing sword and slowly fall down. How strange. The assassin in black really wanted to curse. What kind of swordsmanship was this? It looked light and powerless, but it was always able to nullify his attacks. Horrifying. While he was puzzled, the man in black was even more shocked. Previously, Li Zishuan's performance could still be attributed to luck. However, the strange sword technique that followed was definitely not a fluke. The black-clothed man's face turned serious for the first time. Although Li Zishuan couldn't see the black-clothed man's face, he could feel it. I've underestimated you. But that doesn't change anything. You must die today. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man disappeared from where he stood. There was no trace of him within a radius of 10 miles. It was as if he had fled. Of course, Li Zishuan didn't think that the man in black had run away. He closed his eyes and used his breath, his hair, and his skin to sense all the movements around him. From the beginning of the assassination half an hour ago until now, the black-clothed man's ghostly movements had left a very deep impression on Li Zishuan. He was also very wary of him. At this moment, the black-clothed man was obviously going to give up on a frontal attack and use his advantage in movement to assassinate him. At this critical moment, Li Zishuan gave up on using his vision to detect his surroundings and switched to using his mind to sense. He wasn't deliberately showing off. It was because he had strong spiritual power. Using spiritual power to sense external objects was much more reliable than using his eyes. Silence. The noisy valley that was previously filled with the sounds of weapons clashing had now become as quiet as the netherworld. Even the chirping of birds and insects could no longer be heard. Tisk. Before the sound arrived, the stab was already there. The sound of a spike piercing through the air came from the upper right. At the same time, the black-clothed man's spike was about to pierce Li Zishuan's glabella. Li Zishuan also moved. The moment the black-clothed man moved, he had already sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power. At this moment, he had already calculated the appropriate moves. Taiji Sword Technique 38, Phoenix spreads its wings. Li Zishuan stepped back and circled his sword. He fell to the ground on his back to avoid the sharp edge of the spike. His body and the ground were at a very extreme angle. His left hand formed a sword finger to support his body. Then, his right hand held the sword up and sucked the spike. Following that, Li Zishuan's entire body rotated 180 degrees around the center of his feet. Borrowing the lift from this rotation, his entire body actually soared into the air like a phoenix spreading its wings. Carrying the wolf fang spikes, he launched a probing counterattack at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man was even more shocked. Li Zishuan had been passively taking hits at the beginning. Now, he could actually counterattack. Was he using himself to practice his swordsmanship? Thinking of this, the black-clothed man suddenly became very angry. The spikes on his arm stabbed out rapidly from all kinds of tricky angles. His attacks were continuous, and ordinary people could only see a series of afterimages. In the face of the black-clothed man's fierce attacks, Li Zishuan was not afraid. He quickly began to calculate all kinds of moves in his mind. He had learned the 55 moves of Taiji Sword Technique and used it flexibly. He was playing with new moves. Taiji Sword Technique 28, Meteor Chasing Moon. 35% of true qi remaining. 66% of spiritual power remaining. Taiji Sword Technique 18, Black Dragon Swings Its Tail. 30% of true qi remaining. 60% of spiritual power remaining. Tai Chi Sword Technique, 20th Style, Wind Lotus Leaves, 26% of true qi remaining. 56% of spiritual power remaining. Taiji Sword Technique 34, Moon in the Sea. 23% of true qi remaining. 52% of spiritual power remaining. Taiji Sword Technique 50, Immortal Guides the Way. 21% of true qi remaining. 48% of spiritual power remaining. As the black-clothed man continued to attack, Li Zishuan kept using the Taiji sword moves that he had calculated in his mind. At the same time, he was secretly estimating the remaining true qi and spiritual power in his body. The moves that he used were not the most powerful, but they were definitely the most efficient. He could ensure that he could block the opponent's attacks and ensure that he consumed the least amount of true qi and spiritual power. At this moment, Li Zishuan was a bit like Wang Yuyan in Demigods and Semi-Devils, who had a martial arts library in her head. The only difference was that the database in his head wasn't as large as Wang Yuyan's. But then again, Wang Yuyan's personal strength was almost zero. She could only be a military advisor and command others to do as she said. However, no matter how well others cooperated with her, it was impossible for them to follow her orders. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, was a general on horseback. He made his own decisions and made his own moves, which was a lot more efficient. What made Li Zishuan the happiest was that this kind of fighting style of countering moves as they come made him more familiar with the Taiji sword. In terms of the proficiency of the sword moves, he was almost at the level of mastery. Moreover, the Taiji sword had given him a deeper understanding of the Taoist ideology of Tao follows nature and goes with the flow. At this moment, the way he wielded the sword and the temperament of his every movement had a hint of otherworldly charm. Using the heart to move the qi, using the qi to move the body to move the sword and the spirit as one. At this moment, Li Zishuan did it. Li Zishuan's aura was also constantly rising, carrying with it the insights he had gained in the morning at Qin Manor. At this moment, Li Zishuan faintly showed signs of making a breakthrough. The most direct manifestation of this was that every time he used a sword move, the amount of true energy he lost in his body decreased. At the beginning, it was 5%, then it became 2%, and finally it didn't decrease, but instead increased. This was not because the amount of true chi consumed by the sword moves had changed. It was because he was about to break through. The speed of true chi recovery was catching up with the speed of consumption. The situation of the battlefield was about to be reversed. Chapter 425. Huff. Huff. The battle had been going on for nearly an hour, and the man in black was panting. Even he couldn't believe it. In fact, this was very easy to understand. Every time the black-clothed man made a move, he attacked with all his strength. Although Li Zixuan was in a passive defensive position, this guy combined his spiritual force and true energy. Every move was carefully calculated, and the amount of true energy consumed compared to the black-clothed man was really a drop in the ocean. When a man's strength was exhausted, even though the man in black was much stronger than Li Zixuan, he couldn't bear such a desperate consumption. Now, he didn't have much true chi left in his body. Since when were chi transformation realm martial artists so difficult to deal with? Seeing that more and more time had passed, yet he was still unable to kill Li Zixuan, the black-clothed man's heart was filled with impatience and depression. His decline was another's gain. The more Li Zixuan fought, the happier he became. It should be the more he was beaten, the happier he became. With the passage of time, he entered a state of forgetfulness. At this moment, there was only the sword in his hand, and there was only Tao in his heart. Things are mixed, and the heavens and earth are born. Solitary, independent, and unchanging. Traveling, and not perishing. Can be the mother of the world. I don't know its name, but the word is Tao. Strong is the name, and great is the name. In action of the heavenly Tao, Tao follows nature. This is Tao. I understand now. Li Zixuan had never had such a deep understanding of the Tao as he did at this moment. The Tao of heaven was in action, and the Tao of nature was the law of nature. These 8 words perfectly explained the meaning of the Tao. Inaction did not mean not doing anything, but rather going with the flow. Just like now, he was completely following the man in black's moves, borrowing strength to fight strength. Boom, a loud sound was heard. Li Zixuan's mind suddenly flooded with countless mantras of the great Tao. The true qi in his body began to churn wildly like a tornado. Not only did it wreak havoc on his meridians, but it also crazily absorbed the qi outside. Li Zixuan didn't know if the qi outside was the legendary spiritual qi of heaven and earth, but he could deeply feel that there was a lot of fresh and lively qi outside. Along with the true qi storm in his meridians, it entered his body through his skin and hair, and was quickly converted into true qi. His meridians, which were originally about to dry up, suddenly became swollen as a whole river poured into them. At this moment, Li Zixuan was feeling both pain and happiness. He was happy because his meridians were finally no longer hungry. He was in pain because his meridians had eaten too much and were about to burst. Bastard! How dare you ignore this old master? Sensing the sudden change in Li Zixuan's aura, the black-clothed assassin, who had been through this before, naturally understood that Li Zixuan was about to break through in front of him. Humiliation, this was an undisguised humiliation. 7th cultivator of true blood palm. The assassin in black put away his wolf teeth, and his qi suddenly became extremely bloodthirsty and evil. His body also emitted a burst of black fog. His palms were constantly crisscrossing, and a moment later, there were 2 masses of black fog attached to his palms. Go to hell. Although the assassin in black's face became a little pale, he didn't care. With a grim smile, he gathered all the true qi in his body. His body was like a stream of light, shooting toward Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan suddenly felt a sense of danger. He felt a fatal danger from the assassin's hands. Obviously, the black fog was highly toxic. However, he was at the critical moment of breaking through and was only 1 step away from the Grandmaster realm. He was not sure if he could deal with the assassin's ultimate move. He wanted to retreat, but the assassin in black had locked all his escape routes. He couldn't retreat. He wanted to raise his sword to defend, but no matter how exquisite the Taiji swordsmanship was, how could it block the assassin's invisible poisonous fog? F***ck. I just broke through. Am I going to die in the hands of this wretched old man? Li Zishuan really wanted to curse the heavens at this moment. Was this not a joke? Whoosh. 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 At this moment, 3 four-leaf flying daggers were spinning in the air at a very high speed. Because they were so fast, the sound of them breaking through the air could be heard clearly. The 3 flying daggers arrived first. Before the assassin in black's palms touched Li Zishuan, they were about to cut his back. At this moment, if the assassin in black didn't stop, it was hard to say who would die first between him and Li Zishuan. However, it was certain that both of them would definitely die. The assassin in black was here to kill today, not to die. Of course, he didn't want to die together with Li Zishuan. He turned around quickly in the air, and the wolf teeth in his arm popped out in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The assassin in black easily knocked down the 3 flying daggers. What a fast movement technique. It was Dugu Feiying and Dugu Xian who rushed to the battlefield. Seeing that the assassin in black was about to kill Li Zishuan in one fell swoop, Dugu Feiying crouched on the horse, took out 3 flying daggers from his calf, and shot them toward the assassin's back. He wanted to use the besieging way to save Zhao strategy. Although Dugu Feiying expected that the 3 flying daggers wouldn't be able to kill the assassin in black, he didn't expect the assassin in black to deal with it so easily. These were the flying daggers that he was most proud of. Feiying, be careful. This person has been a grandmaster for at least 5 years. He should be a middle-stage grandmaster. Dugu Xian was obviously more knowledgeable. He jumped off the horse and said seriously. Middle-stage grandmaster? Dugu Feiying felt that he was a little bit stuttering. He was only a middle-stage grandmaster. Wasn't it a trap for him to fight a middle-stage grandmaster? Humph. So you are a lackey of the imperial court. How dare you come here and ruin my business? I will deal with this kid first, and then I will kill you 2 dogs. The assassin in black saw that Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying were wearing armor. His heart sank, but he still smiled viciously. After that, he continued to wave his poisonous palm and attacked Li Zishuan. He didn't forget his primary mission today. Ha! You want to kill someone in front of me? Don't even think about it. Dugu Xian sneered. He quickly took out the longbow on his back, knocked an arrow, and shot it at the back of the assassin's head. At the same time, he said to Dugu Feiying beside him, Feiying, do it quickly. Li Xiannan seems to be breaking through at the last minute. Let's find a way to stall him. Grandmasters aren't scary. Your flying daggers can fight enemies above your level. Breaking through at the last minute? Is that even possible? Dugu Feiying's eyes widened in disbelief. If he knew modern catchphrases, he would definitely say, you city people really know how to play. Don't be long-winded. Quick. Dugu Xian frowned. This younger brother of his was good at everything, but sometimes he talked too much nonsense. Oh. Dugu Feiying nodded bitterly. His flying daggers could fight enemies above his level, but the person in front of him was an expert several levels higher than him. What was there to fight with? But now, he could only listen to his brother. Sigh. He remembered that half an hour ago, he was still happy that he could go out of the city to fight. Now that he thought about it, his brain must be cramping. Dugu Feiying patted his head, then pulled out the flying dagger on his calf and joined the battle. Chapter 426. Humph. I didn't want to cause trouble, but the 2 of you are really annoying. I'll deal with you 2 first before killing this brat. Sensing Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying's constant sneak attacks from behind, the black-clothed man knew that there was no way he could quickly kill Li Zishuan. Although the 2 brothers behind him had low martial realms, their long-range attacks were extremely fast and came from tricky angles. If he left them alone, he wouldn't feel good if he took a hit from them. Even evolved Jing masters had mortal bodies, and they were not invulnerable. The man in black flipped his palm. A moment ago, he was still in front of Li Zishuan, but in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Dugu Feiying. He raised his left hand, which was covered in black fog, and was about to hit Dugu Feiying's head. Fast. He was as fast as lightning. Even though he had used up a lot of his true qi in the fight with Li Zishuan, the black-robed man's strength was still enough to crush the Dugu brothers. This was the difference between their realms. Li Zishuan was a heaven-gifted genius. Using the Taiji sword technique, he was able to cross two small realms to be in a stalemate with the black-clothed man. He was originally one of the most monstrous freaks in the world. It was already very rare for one to appear in several hundred years. How could everyone be so abnormal? Moreover, Dugu Feiying was 4 realms below the man in black. Clang. Feiying, fall back. Dugu Xian abandoned his bow and drew his sword. With a sword seal, he slashed at the man in black's arms. His sword was as cold as water, and because it was so fast, the friction between the sword and the air produced a loud hum. The black-robed man's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He thought to himself, why did I encounter so many freaks today? That was because he sensed danger from Dugu Xian's sword. And Dugu Xian was only in the later stages of qi transformation. Helpless, the man in black could only change his move midway and block the sword. Pung! Dugu Xian was sent flying far away by the berserk true qi attached to the black-clothed man's spikes. Dugu Feiying also took advantage of this opportunity to retreat 10 steps, escaping the calamity. The black-clothed man wanted to follow up his victory and kill Dugu Xian in one fell swoop. However, Dugu Feiying would not sit back and watch his brother get into trouble. He circulated his true qi and decisively attacked, instantly activating his profound leaf-flying dagger. Whoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard as a mystic leaf-flying dagger whizzed out, turning into a streak of white light that shot towards the back of the black-robed man's head. He could even faintly see a trace of saber energy around the flying dagger. Previously, Dugu Xian had said that Dugu Feiying's mystic leaf-flying dagger could cross realms to fight enemies. Now, it seemed that his flying dagger technique was truly outstanding. At the very least, no one below the Grandmaster realm could use dagger qi. Aggrieved. Right now, the black-clothed man's heart was filled with endless grievances. A dignified Grandmaster realm expert actually couldn't kill 2 small fries in the qi transformation realm. One of them was fighting in close combat, while the other was harassing from a distance. Their cooperation was flawless, making them invulnerable. For a moment, the black-clothed man was trapped in a quagmire and felt very uncomfortable. Not far away, Iron Egg held the wind-chasing sword and stood in front of Li Zishuan. He stared at the battle without blinking, guarding against the black-clothed man's counterattack. Although he was far from being a match for the black-clothed man, he could still use his body to block a wave of attacks and buy Li Zishuan a few breaths of time at a critical moment. At the same time, he was also watching this rare battle between grandmasters. After learning from Li Zishuan for so long, he had learned everything that he needed to learn. However, he was still unable to draw qi into his body and enter the ranks of martial artists. Now that he had the opportunity to watch such a high-level battle, Iron Egg hoped that he could learn something from it and use it to break through. When Li Zishuan saw that Dugu Xian had brought people to rescue him, he was slightly relieved. Therefore, he sat down cross-legged on the ground and focused on breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Now, his face was a little twisted, and his forehead was sweating slightly. This was because of the pain. The violent true qi continued to wreak havoc in his meridians. It was quite comfortable at first, but towards the end, Li Zishuan felt as if he was going to explode. He used the 6th stage of the Taishian Sutra in an attempt to straighten out the true qi in his body. At the same time, he was also savoring the truth of the great Tao that he had just comprehended. The aura around him was gradually rising, and of course, his expression was also becoming more and more painful. Ah! Boom! Just when the Dugu brothers were about to collapse, Li Zishuan suddenly opened his eyes and let out a loud roar. His entire body soared into the sky, and his violent aura swept across the entire battlefield. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Iron Egg, who was the closest to him, couldn't withstand the sudden burst of true qi and was sent flying dozens of feet away. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Grandmaster Realm. Li Xiannan has broken through to the Grandmaster Realm. Dugu Xian was inexplicably shocked. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel unusually happy. With the addition of a Grandmaster expert, the situation on the battlefield would definitely be different. Grandmaster Realm. Oh my god. How old is this Li Xiannan? Dugu Feiying was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. After a long while, he finally muttered to himself. The assassin in black's eyes flashed. At this moment, he really felt that the situation was tricky. Li Zishuan had been able to fight with him for so long when he was only half a step away from the Zhongshe realm. Now that he was a Zhongshe realm master and had the help of these two troublesome brothers, it was very likely that he would die here. Iron Egg, are you alright? Li Zishuan asked after catching Iron Egg with one hand in a flash. When he was breaking through earlier, he couldn't restrain the true qi in his body. He didn't expect that he would accidentally injure Iron Egg. Fortunately, this child had received all kinds of training according to his instructions. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Master. Iron Egg is fine. Please go and help General Dugu. Iron Egg stood on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly shook his head. Okay. Watch carefully. Wait for me to slaughter this old thief who hides his head and shows his tail. Li Zishuan took the chasing wind sword, used the cloud-piercing steps, and flew to Dugu Xian's side. The assassin in black's eyes narrowed. Because of the same movement technique, Li Zishuan's speed was more than twice as fast as before. In other words, the advantage that he was so proud of was gone from this moment onwards. General Dugu, I can't thank you enough. Let's talk later. Now, let's work together to kill this old thief. Li Zishuan pointed his sword at the assassin in black and said coldly. That's how it should be. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying nodded. Green Dragon out at sea. Without another word, Li Zishuan used the 19th style of the Taiji sword technique, Green Dragon out at sea. Together with his sword, he was like a ferocious green dragon out at sea, attacking the assassin in black with an earth-shattering momentum. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying also used their best moves. Sword arts and flying daggers were thrown at the black-clothed man without any regard for their lives. Instantly, the black-clothed man felt an immense pressure. He felt that he could not hold on any longer. I have to run. Chapter 427. Giddy up. Giddy up. Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, and the rest were galloping on a small path to the east of Chang'an City. They had fewer people, so they were naturally much faster than the 500 imperial guards that Dugu Xian had brought with him. After overtaking the main group, Qin Xiong followed the marks left behind by Dugu Xian and his brother and quickly approached the scene of the incident. Shu Bao. Looks like Dugu Xian should have arrived already. The two brothers should be able to buy some time for Xiao Xian. Niu Jinda urged his horse as he spoke to Qin Xiong. But I'm still worried. Xiao Xian is half a step away from Grandmaster, and even he is no match for the assassin. Even Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying won't be able to hold the fort. Qin Xiong said anxiously. Even though they are no match for the assassin, they should be able to buy some time. The two brothers' martial arts skills are considered top-notch among the younger generation of the Tang dynasty. Shu Bao, you don't have to worry too much. Niu Jinda comforted him. Dugu Feiying was the lieutenant general of the Right Sentinels. As his old superior, Niu Jinda had some understanding of his martial arts skills. I hope so. Jinda, let's go faster. Qin Xiong nodded and said in a deep voice. All right. Giddy up. Giddy up. The two old generals would never have thought that Li Zishuan and the other two were not only not exhausted from protecting their own lives, but they were also organizing a counterattack against the assassin in black. Li Zishuan had been suppressed by the assassin in black for more than an hour. Now that he had broken through to Grandmaster, his body's condition had finally reached its peak. At this moment, he was full of fighting spirit. It was the perfect time to test his sword on the assassin in black. Test his Taiji sword. The Taiji sword was the culmination of thousands of Taoist techniques. It was not only used for defense. The most important feature of the Taiji sword was that it could be used for both offense and defense. If used for offense, the Taiji sword technique would be very powerful. Li Zishuan picked out some of the more offensive Taiji sword moves in his mind, and then used his powerful spiritual power to quickly deduce the most optimal combination of offensive sword moves. Thus, the Yang-style Taiji sword in Li Zishuan's hands instantly became another version, the full offensive version. It was worth mentioning that after breaking through to the Guru realm, Li Zishuan's spiritual power had also made a qualitative leap. Not only did it take him no effort to deduce the sword moves, but in his sea of consciousness, there would also be countless figures practicing the sword moves that he had deduced. It was really amazing. Rock spreads its wings, embrace the moon, Yiksha explores the sea, shooting geese, azure dragon claws, falling flowers, white tiger grabs the tail, black dragon strangles the pillar, sweeping plum blossoms. Li Zishuan used 18 of the 55 Taiji sword styles to form a chain of attacks. His sword chi was like a rainbow, and his sword moved like a dragon. His attacks were endless. Li Zishuan alone was enough to suppress the black-clothed assassin to the point of suffocation. Not to mention that there were two brothers who cooperated seamlessly beside him. The black-robed man's body was already lacerated in several places. His skin was lacerated and his flesh was bleeding profusely. Some had been injured by Li Zishuan's sword chi, some had been stabbed by Dugu Xian's longsword, and two had been slashed by Dugu Feiying's mystic leaf flying dagger. The previously high and mighty evolved Jing expert was now in a sorry state, his hair disheveled like a stray dog. Humph. Old thing. I don't care who ordered you to kill me, you will die today. The person behind you will join you soon. Li Zishuan's hands did not stop there. His sword moves poured out in torrents, beating the drowning dog while his mouth coldly shouted. Don't be too happy. One day, this old man will kill your entire family. The black-clothed assassin's face was ferocious and pale as he said those words viciously. He pointed at several acupoints on his body, then took out 2 red pills and threw them into his mouth. His pale face suddenly turned red. Humph. You brats, just you wait. I'll definitely take your heads one day. The black-clothed assassin's aura suddenly changed, and he seemed to have returned to his peak state. His body changed quickly, and he flew hundreds of feet away in an instant. Even with Li Zishuan's current movement technique, he could not catch up with his speed. This guy was a mid-stage grandmaster expert, but he ran away from 3 juniors who were at a lower level. The 2 brothers Dugu Feiying and Dugu Xian were stunned. They did not expect that they would be able to beat a grandmaster expert one day. It was all too surreal. Humph. Where do you think you are going? Huff. Just then, a cold snort came from the west side of the mountain, followed by the sound of something breaking through the air. Qin Xiong had finally arrived. He used the golden mace in his hand as a hidden weapon and threw it at the assassin's back with all his might. Qin Xiong was the general that Li Er liked to send out to duel with others. His bravery, his battle strength was naturally evident. In the early days of the crusade against Lu Wuzhou, Dou Jianda, and other warlords, Qin Xiong had single-handedly saved Li Er's life more than once. Among all the generals in Tang, Qin Xiong's combat strength was definitely one of the best. That was why he was called the Door God in the future. Qin Xiong's all-out throw was heavy and powerful, moving forward courageously. The pair of golden maces spun rapidly in the air. Its speed was even faster than Dugu Feiying's black leaf flying dagger. In the blink of an eye, the golden maces hit the back of the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only take the blow. Pfft. Qin Shubao. The assassin who was already injured staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit by Qin Xiong's heavy blow. At the same time, he recognized the person who attacked him, Great General of the Left Wuwei, Qin Shubao. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He wanted to give chase because the assassin's words had touched his bottom line. He had to eliminate the source of the problem. Hee. You want to kill me? Dream on. Blood rain of 7th cultivator of true virtue. Seeing Li Zishuan charging at him, the assassin's eyes flashed with ruthlessness and determination. His cheeks puffed up as he spat out a mouthful of black blood at Li Zishuan. The blood mist seemed to have a life of its own. Not only did it not fall, but it also spread in the air. It was extremely strange. Xiao Xian, retreat. This blood is poisonous. Qin Xiong was shocked. He urged his horse to gallop over while shouting loudly. When the assassin showed his determination, Li Zishuan had already sensed that something was wrong. Even a rabbit would bite when provoked. Moreover, the assassin was a grandmaster. He would definitely have some tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, the moment the black-clothed man spat out the blood mist, Li Zishuan had already retreated rapidly. The speed at which the blood mist spread was ultimately unable to match the speed of his movement technique. After retreating several hundred feet, Li Zishuan stopped in his tracks. Dugu Xian and his brother's reactions were not slow either as they retreated far away. Hee. I will definitely come back. Today's revenge will be doubled in the future. The black-robed man took advantage of this gap and flew away. His sinister words were left in the air, along with a large cloud of black blood mist. Chapter 428. Zhuangqi, Mei Wenhua, you two go after him and find out where this assassin came from. Be careful. Seeing that Li Zishuan had left the blood mist and the assassin was nowhere to be seen, Qin Xiong quickly turned around and gave his orders. These two family generals were old soldiers who had followed him on many expeditions. Although they had retired from the battlefield, they still had the ability to search for enemies and scout them out. Yes, sir. Master. The two of them cupped their fists and galloped away, circling around the black blood mist and heading in the direction that the assassin in black had escaped. Zhao Peng, Wu Dong, you two go as well. See if you can help. Niu Jinda also gave his orders to the two guards beside him. Yes, sir. The two elite bodyguards cupped their fists in acknowledgement and urged their horses to catch up. Shu Bao, looks like your body is almost fully recovered. Niu Jinda had seen that blow from the mace just now. The current Qin Xiong had at least 70% of his peak strength. This made Niu Jinda both shocked and delighted. Hee. This is all thanks to little Xian. Let's go and see him. Qin Xiong chuckled and took the lead to gallop towards Li Zishuan, Dugu Xian, and the others. Greetings, General Qin and General Niu. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying quickly cupped their fists and bowed. Uncle Qin, Uncle Niu, you're here. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and smiled. Hee. This time, it's all thanks to the two of you coming in time. Otherwise, little Xian's life might have been in danger. Qin Xiong smiled warmly and patted Dugu Xian's shoulder. Dugu Xian was flattered. Qin Xiong was a war god of the older generation in the empire. Although he was no longer as famous as he used to be, he was still the idol of the empire's younger generation. Now that this legendary figure was speaking to him so warmly, how could Dugu Xian not be surprised? He tugged at Dugu Feiying beside him and cupped his fists together. General Qin, you're too kind. This is just my duty. I dare not take credit for it. Besides, even if we didn't come, I'm sure Li Xiannan could have dealt with that assassin alone. Haha. General Gudu, you don't have to be so humble. If you guys hadn't arrived in time, even if I could have dealt with it, it would have been very difficult for me. Moreover, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to break through this time. I, Li Zishuan, owe you and your brother a favor. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and thanked him sincerely. Dugu Xian and his brother hurriedly declined. Only then did Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda look at Li Zishuan. They felt the great change in his aura. Of course, the two old generals knew that it was the aura of a supreme power master. They were shocked speechless. They had never seen or even heard of a supreme power master who was less than 15 years old. Little Xian. You've broken through to the master stage. Qin Xiong widened his eyes in disbelief. Niu Jinda also stared at Li Zixuan without blinking. Yes, I had some enlightenment in the desperate situation. Coupled with the enlightenment I had at Uncle Qin's residence this morning, I was lucky enough to have a breakthrough. Li Zixuan nodded and smiled. Being able to enter the master stage so quickly was also beyond his own expectations. Li Zixuan knew what kind of person he was. Not only was he undisciplined, but he was also very lazy. He was not cut out for martial arts at all. He had thought that it would be amazing if he could break through to the master stage within 2 years. He did not expect to break through so quickly. Perhaps this was just like the saying, the more you care about something, the more you can't get it. The more you don't care about something, the more you send it to your doorstep. The great Tao of inaction and the ability to maintain a calm heart had unexpectedly allowed him to become a legend. Luck? If there's really such luck, then who knows how many martial artists in the world would be willing to be lucky like you? Your words are really infuriating. Niu Jinda almost vomited blood when he heard Li Zixuan's arrogant words. Which of the martial artists in the world did not train hard for decades to reach the master stage? In the end, this guy in front of him just said, luck, and it was equivalent to decades of hard work and hard work. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Hee. Li Zixuan scratched his head embarrassedly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw hundreds of people coming from the west. The leaders were Qing Chimo and Qing Yaojin, followed by black armored soldiers. Behind them were dozens of commoners dressed in ordinary clothes. Li Zixuan's position was higher, so he could see everything clearly. Wasn't the person behind his father? Isn't that Ah Fu and the rest beside him? Why is my father personally taking the field? Li Zixuan was touched and sad at the same time. His parents had sacrificed too much for him. Even though this body had changed into a modern soul, Li Zixuan felt that he still had the obligation to be filial to his parents. Besides, Li Zixuan and Mrs. Li's love for each other had made him forget that he was an outsider. Now, he had completely integrated into this family. It's Uncle Cheng and my dad. Li Zixuan shouted excitedly and went up to greet him. Ha! Little Xian, you're really lucky. Looks like you're fine now. Where's the assassin? Quickly bring him out and let me beat him up. Let's see who's the one who dared to send someone to assassinate you. Qing Yaojin kicked his horse's stomach and sped up to Li Zixuan, laughing loudly. Although Li Zixuan's complexion was normal now, the tattered appearance of his body showed that he had gone through a great battle. Moreover, there was still a lot of chaotic jinqi left in the air. As a grandmaster, Qing Yaojin still had a good eyesight. However, Li Zixuan had already restrained his momentum at the moment, so Qing Yaojin did not realize that the guy in front of him had broken through to the grandmaster realm. Ah! Thank you, Uncle Cheng, for coming to help me. It's just that the assassin's skills are strange and evil, and he has a lot of life-saving skills. He managed to escape. Although Li Zixuan was anxious to see his dad, he could not ignore Qing Yaojin who had come all the way here to help him. Ha! He managed to escape. The next time I, Qing Chimo, see him, I'll beat his ass. When Qing Chimo heard this, he jumped down from his horse and rubbed his palms together. Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. This guy really did not know how to act tough. How could a middle-stage grandmaster be beaten up so easily? Get out of my way. Who can you beat up with your mediocre skills? Learn from little Xian in the future. Qing Yaojin gave him a big slap on the face, then sighed to Li Zixuan, your father is also here. This old man met them on the way here, so I brought them along. Little Xian, go to the back and see your dad. It's not easy for him. Okay. Uncle Cheng, Cho Nyo, let's talk later. Qing Yaojin's words were exactly what Li Zixuan wanted. He cupped his hands and walked to the back of the group. Chapter 429. In just a short while, Dugu Xian had already commanded 500 guards to search along the road. Li Zishuan easily found his father behind the crowd. Father. Why did you come here personally? Li Zishuan saw that his father's legs were numb and that it was difficult for him to dismount, so he quickly helped him down. How can I not come when you're in trouble? Your mother is worried sick at home. Are you okay? Li Jingma's feet landed on the ground, and he couldn't help but grin as he asked with concern. He hadn't ridden a horse so quickly for many years. Now that both his legs were numb, if not for Li Zishuan supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. After all, he was old. I'm fine. I'm sorry, father, I made you and mother worry. When Li Zishuan heard that, his gentle and kind mother appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but blame himself. It's good that you're fine. We're family, there's no need to be so polite. It's all thanks to the dukes and the 2 generals today. I'll go and thank them first. Pack up and come home with me. If you delay too long, your mother and Yushi will suffer too much. Li Jingma heaved a sigh of relief. He patted Li Zishuan's arm and sighed with emotion. His son was safe and sound. Nothing could make him happier than this. Oh right, did you catch the assassin? Li Jingma suddenly asked. Nope. That person's martial arts are very high, and he escaped. Li Zishuan said regretfully. Let's leave it at that for now. If I find out who it is, I'll spend a lot of money to hire assassins from all over the world to kill this person. A murderous look flashed across Li Jingma's eyes. It was obvious that even the usually gentle and magnanimous man was enraged. Night fell. The special group outside the city slowly entered the city. With Li Er's military order and Qin Xiong, Qing Yao Jin, and Niu Jinda, these big shots in front of them, they naturally wouldn't be unable to enter the city because of the curfew. On the way back, Qing Chumo and Qing Yao Jin had already learned that Li Zishuan had broken through to the supreme power realm. The father and son were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Naturally, Qing Chumo was sad again. As the son of the devil incarnate, born in a family of generals, his kung fu was not as good as Li Zishuan, a child from an ordinary family. It was really a shame. Therefore, Qing Chumo's task from now on was not only to learn knowledge from Li Zishuan, but also to learn martial arts. It was really tough. Li residence. Although the sky was dark, no one in the hall was in the mood to eat. They all looked at the courtyard eagerly, hoping that Li Zishuan would come back soon. The entire Li residence was also in a state of depression. The maids in the residence didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They all prayed in their hearts that their young master would return safely. Han Yushi had already returned from Qin residence to wait for the news. At this moment, her face was extremely haggard. Seeing that Li Zishuan still hadn't returned after so long, a trace of despair and determination flashed in her eyes. She was ready to die. Husband. If anything happens to you, I won't live alone. She would do what she said earlier. Husband. Are you okay? That's great. I was so worried. Woo-woo. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the residence. Then, she saw Li Zishuan, Li Jingma, and the rest walking into the courtyard. Han Yushi's lifeless eyes suddenly glowed with a dazzling light. At this moment, she forgot about the world's opinions and forgot to be conservative and reserved. She ran out recklessly and grabbed Li Zishuan's arm. Looking at the familiar face in front of her, she couldn't help but press her head against Li Zishuan's chest and cry bitterly. Only God knew how much torture she had suffered in these short 4 hours. Now that she saw the person she loved standing in front of her safe and sound, how could Han Yushi have the mood to care about other people's opinions? Wife, don't cry. I'm fine, I'm fine. He's just a little thief, how can he be your husband's opponent? It's all my fault for making you worry. Feeling his wife's deep worry and fear in his arms, Li Zishuan gently patted Han Yushi's back and comforted her softly. At the same time, he secretly swore in his heart that he would never let himself fall into such a dangerous situation again in the future. Because he was not alone now, he had family behind him. It was a sin to make his family worry. It's my fault. I couldn't help you at the critical moment. Han Yushi tightened her arms and blamed herself. Haha. Silly girl, how can I blame you? It's okay, don't let your imagination run wild. Woo-woo. Brother, you're finally back. Lon and Mother were worried sick. Lon ran up with small steps and hugged Li Zishuan's other free arm tightly. She pouted and cried with tears in her eyes. Therefore, Li Zishuan's 2 hands were occupied for a while, and he couldn't free them at all. Lon, don't cry. Brother will always be fine. Haha. It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Mrs. Li grabbed Li Jingma's arm and looked at the 3 people hugging each other in the courtyard. She sighed with relief. Although she also wanted to go over and see if her son was fine, she resisted because she didn't want to disturb the warmth of her son and daughter-in-law after surviving a disaster. As for Lon, this little cutie, she was careless and didn't hold her back just now. All right. Wife, little sister, I have to go and greet Mother. Li Zishuan looked at his mother, who was looking at him with concern, and said softly to the 2 crying people in front of him. Ah. Husband, go quickly. Just now, Han Yushi came to her senses and said shyly. Haha. I understand wife's feelings, and so do father and mother. Love is deep and sincere. I'm sure everyone will understand you. Li Zishuan smiled and comforted her. Then, he walked to his mother's side and knelt on the ground with a thud. He said solemnly, Father and mother are already old, and it's time for them to retire, but I made father and mother worried and tired. I'm unfilial. Son, get up quickly. Get up quickly. What are you doing? It's not your fault that such an accident happened. As long as Xian is safe, what does it matter if mother and father are worried about you? Mrs. Li's nose twitched as she quickly pulled Li Zishuan up and said lovingly. All right. Since you're back safely, eat quickly, and rest early. Xian, just went through a battle, so he must be tired. Li Jingmo waved his hand and said with a smile. Then, he turned his head and announced loudly, Fu, go and inform the kitchen that there will be enough food and wine tonight. Everyone in the residence can eat and drink to their heart's content to celebrate my son's safe return. Yes, thank you, old master. Ah Fu happily agreed and hurriedly made arrangements. Thank you, old master. The servants in the residence cheered and thanked him. Chapter 430. Ganlu Hall. The hall was still brightly lit. Li Er held his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in front of the dragon table. His brows were already furrowed into a knot. Today's sudden assassination attempt on Li Zishuan caused a strong sense of vigilance to rise in his heart. With a different position, one's perspective on a problem would naturally be different. Li Er, who had taken the throne through a coup, could see from this sudden assassination that there were still many unstable factors in the great Tang that he governed. To dare assassinate a county official in broad daylight, the person behind this was definitely not a small figure. The most important question now was whether or not Li Zishuan had been killed. Li Er naturally regarded this rising star of the empire with great importance. He even had the faint intention of preparing talents for Li Qingqian. Li Zishuan had never disappointed him. He had repeatedly performed miraculous deeds and solved many of Li Er's urgent needs. Moreover, his intention of establishing an academy, promoting education, and enlightening the people, happened to coincide with Li Er's original plan. The aristocratic families had developed for nearly 1,000 years. Wise rulers could all sense the threat that the aristocratic families posed to the imperial court. Ever since the founding of the Great Tang, when Li Yuan was on the throne, the imperial court had begun to intentionally exclude and expel the aristocratic families. After Li Er ascended the throne, the imperial court's intention to weaken the aristocratic families became even more obvious. The reason why the 5 families and 7 nobles still had such status was not because they had much power in the imperial court. It was entirely because they had always held the right to explain the Confucian classics, the right to learn. At the same time, they were also known for their strict family customs. At this time, people often said that they hated not marrying the daughters of the 5 families and were not willing to marry a princess because the daughters of the 5 families and 7 nobles had excellent family upbringing. The daughters of the 5 families and 7 nobles could all be called model ladies. This saying made Li Er, who had always boasted of being the ruler of the world, very angry and helpless. Transcendent academic status and high reputation among the people were the greatest advantages that the 5 families and 7 nobles had. It was precisely because of this that countless scholars and wanderers of the Jianghu were always willing to rely on the aristocratic families, hoping to use the aristocratic families as a platform to rise up in the future. It was also because of this that Li Er didn't dare to be too aggressive even when dealing with aristocratic families. This was because if the aristocratic families were forced into a corner and used public opinion to go against him, he would also be very passive. If they wanted to completely destroy the foundation of the aristocratic families, they had to destroy their popularity among the people and their academic authority. The Imperial College could have shouldered this responsibility, but it seemed that the results were not ideal. This was because much of the knowledge imparted by the Imperial College was based on the Confucian classics passed down by the aristocratic families. At present, Li Zixuan's engineering studies in Yanhuang College had become the most crucial pieces in his plan to keep the great clans in check. Even if engineering studies ultimately failed to surpass Confucianism and the great clans, Li Zixuan's many engineering talents would be enough to raise the Great Tang's military and national strength to a whole new level. It was truly a win-win situation. Therefore, at this moment, a nameless assassin appeared. Li Er was quite angry in his heart. At the same time, he was wondering in his heart which power had sent the assassin. Furthermore, Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Chang'e had all heard the news and come to him for help. If he didn't save Li Zixuan, he would probably be annoyed to death by his children. Reporting to Your Majesty. General Dugu has returned and is asking for an audience outside the hall. Just as Li Er was feeling anxious and vexed, an attendant from the yellow door ran in and bowed. Let him in. Li Er's expression brightened. He waved his hand and sat back down on the brocade couch. A moment later, Dugu Xian strode in. Just as he was about to bow, Li Er said, "No need for formalities. Quickly tell me how Li Zixuan is doing. Did you manage to capture the assassin?" Dugu Xian looked ashamed. He knelt on one knee and cupped his fists. "I failed in my task and failed to capture the assassin. Please punish me, Your Majesty." When Dugu Xian said, "I failed in my task," Li Er's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He thought that Li Zixuan had been killed. He was stunned and wanted to confirm it again. "How is Li Zixuan?" "Your Majesty, Li Xiannan is fine and has returned home." General Qin, General Niu, and General Qing also participated in this rescue mission. Phew! Li Er heaved a huge sigh of relief. He paused and asked, "Is that assassin really that powerful? How could he escape from 500 imperial guards?" When he was young, he had also been a wanderer for a period of time. He knew that there were some martial arts masters who could fight against 10 or even 100 ordinary people. But now, they were facing 500 elite northern government guards. He really did not believe that there was anyone in the world who could defeat them with their own bravery. Although it was possible that there was a great grandmaster, it would not be easy to deal with such an elite force. "Your Majesty, the place where Li Xiannan was killed was far from the official road. In order to rescue him as soon as possible, I had to abandon the main team and ride with Brother Yu. When we arrived, we found that the assassin was actually a martial arts master above the middle stage of Grand Master. The two of us were no match for him at all. If it weren't for Li Xiannan's superb martial arts talent, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until we came to rescue him. Even so, we could only fight and delay, let alone win. Fortunately, Li Xiannan broke through to the Zhongshe realm, and the situation was reversed. In addition, Great General Qin and Great General Niu arrived in time, and the assassin in black was defeated and fled. Li Xiannan and I wanted to chase him, but the assassin's skills were strange and evil, and he had many ways to escape, so he escaped. Before I entered the city, I had sent people to trace the assassin's whereabouts along the road, but there is no news so far. Li Er was shocked. Only then did he know how thrilling today's assassination was. He raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "A master at the middle stage of Grand Master? No wonder. This matter can't be blamed on you. If I had known that the assassin's kung fu was so high, I would have sent a royal consecrator to follow him. But Li Zishuan, this brat, is really lucky. He even managed to make a breakthrough during a battle." After pondering for a while, Li Er said to Dugu Xian, "Okay, you've worked hard. You can leave now. You still have to investigate the assassin's matter with all your strength. Don't slack off. This general obeys your majesty." Dugu Xian cupped his hands and withdrew. Li Er sat alone in the sweet nectar hall, deep in thought. After a while, he stood up and sighed with a complicated expression, "A martial arts master who isn't even 15 years old. This is indeed a blessing for my great Tang. But where should we arrange for you to be in the future?" At this moment, Li Er was at a loss. Outside the hall, several palace maids ran off in 3 different directions. Not long after, Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Princess Changel all received news of Li Zishuan's safe return. The 3 of them all breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. Chapter 431. Li Residence. Li Zishuan went to the servants' quarters at night to visit San Bao, who was in a coma. In the evening, the family had invited a famous doctor from Chang and City to treat San Bao. The poison on the black-clothed assassin's arrow was not an uncommon poison. It was just a very common mental paralysis drug. The old doctor they hired quickly identified the type of poison. In addition, San Bao was sent back in time, so the poison was not too deep. After some treatment, her life was no longer in danger. At this time, San Bao had already woken up, but his body was still a little weak. Li Zishuan comforted him gently and asked him to rest early. Then, he returned to his room. "Husband, does it hurt?" "Cough, don't think too much." This couple was just applying medicine. Han Yushi looked at the few hideous wounds on Li Zishuan's back and felt sorry and guilty. Thinking of the critical moment just now, when this man in front of her risked his life to let her go first, her heart instantly melted. The hand that was applying medicine for Li Zishuan also became very gentle. It was as if a breeze had brushed past his skin, itchy. "Haha. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. It's just a small injury. Wife, you don't have to be so careful. Your gentleness is making me itchy." Li Zishuan wasn't stupid. Naturally, he felt the self-blame of the beauty behind him. He quickly smiled and comforted her. In fact, the breakthrough just now had almost healed most of the injuries in his body. There were a few deep wounds that didn't bleed. It was just that they hadn't healed yet. With his current physique, even if he didn't apply medicine, he would recover on his own in a few days. But how could Han Yushi sit by and do nothing? Once she returned to the room, she quickly helped Li Zishuan take off his clothes. Li Zishuan almost mistakenly thought that his wife had changed her temperament and became more proactive. "How is this a small injury? Husband, why don't you cherish yourself so much?" Han Yushi said with red eyes. Hee. It's really nothing. If you don't believe me, husband will prove it to you later." Li Zishuan joked. "Husband. Why are you still thinking about that at a time like this? Lie down." Han Yushi said angrily. Oh. Only then did Han Yushi focus on applying medicine to Li Zishuan. After a while, she let out a sigh of relief, then took a white cloth and carefully bandaged the wound. "That's enough, husband. Take a seat first. This concubine will get some water for you to soak your feet." Han Yushi put away the remaining ointment and white cloth and walked out without any explanation. Sigh. "Wife, there's no need." Li Zishuan was just about to say that there was no need when Han Yushi had already gone out. He was only slightly injured, but he was taken care of like a patient who could not get out of bed. This wife of his was really too considerate. Not long after, Han Yushi walked in with a basin of hot water. Li Zixuan looked at the steam rising from the wooden tub and was speechless. Who would soak their feet in hot water on such a hot day? As if she could see Li Zixuan's thoughts, Han Yushi put down the wooden tub and smiled. Husband, this foot-soaking water has added shuanghua, rhubarb, yuanbai, honghua, yulong charcoal, dahurian, frankincense, myrrh, white flower snake tongue grass, snakebed seed, and dozens of other herbs. In a while, it will be supplemented with massage. Not only can it clear the meridians, but it can also strengthen the muscles and bones. It's very effective for recovering injuries. Li Zixuan suddenly realized that it was soaking feet in traditional Chinese medicine. He did not expect that the Tang dynasty was so particular about it. He asked, "Wife, where did you learn all this from?" "My mother. When I was young, my father often got injured when he went hunting in the mountains. My mother picked herbs herself and has been using this prescription to soak my father's feet. It's really useful. Husband, you have to believe me," Han Yushi said without looking up as she helped Li Zixuan take off his foot clothes, which were almost equivalent to the socks worn by modern people. Father-in-law and mother-in-law are really loving. Li Zixuan sighed in his heart. He did not know what good deeds this father-in-law of his had accumulated in his previous life to marry such a virtuous wife. He really picked up a treasure. But then again, didn't he also pick up a treasure? His wife was not only beautiful, but also knew how to cook and take care of the family. She also knew how to take care of people with a gentle and considerate personality. Li Zixuan was satisfied with such a wife. He was not a greedy person from the beginning to the end. Seeing that Han Yushi really squatted down and massaged the soles of his feet, Li Zixuan could not help but squint his eyes. First, it was comfortable. Second, he had a bird's-eye view from his position and could see some scenery that ordinary people could not see. Husband and wife could not only do that kind of thing. Usually, this kind of casual joking and amusement could also be a kind of adjustment for the relationship between husband and wife. Father and mother have never been angry. Their relationship is really good. Han Yushi lowered her head and said softly. Li Zixuan faintly replied with an mm. The room fell into silence for a moment, and the atmosphere was very warm. Husband, the next time you encounter danger, can you not leave me alone? You once said that husband and wife are one, but when disaster befalls us, this concubine couldn't endure it with you. During those 4 hours of waiting for you to return, this concubine felt worse than death. Han Yushi lowered her head and hesitated for a while before saying weakly. She really made one's heart ache for her. Li Zixuan secretly cursed. He bent down, cupped Han Yushi's cheek, and pressed his forehead against hers. Silly girl, if I can't protect you, then what kind of man am I? You and I, husband and wife, are indeed one. We share blessings and hardships, but I am your husband. I have the responsibility to protect you. Even if there comes a day when we must die, I will never let you die in front of me. Husband. 10 feet is 10 feet, and a person is 8 feet long. If you encounter such a situation in the future, you still have to run first. Only when you are safe can I concentrate on fighting the enemy. You and father and mother are my only weakness. Han Yushi stared at the man in front of her in a daze, but her tears couldn't stop flowing. Husband, no need to say. I understand. Wife, listen to me. Also, I promise you that I will never encounter such a dangerous situation in the future. Li Zixuan touched his wife's chin and said with a smile. Han Yushi smiled through her tears and wiped her tears with her sleeve. Then, she asked, Husband, who was that black-clothed man in the day? Why did he want to kill us? Li Zixuan tilted his head and thought of the black-clothed man's words, Jianghu matters end in Jianghu. A life for a life. He thought of something and said, I don't know where that old thief came from, but why does his tone sound like vengeance? I'm not too sure either. Vengeance? Husband has always been kind to others. Why would you provoke an enemy? Think about it tomorrow. Wife, You must be tired after squatting for so long. Sit down and let your husband massage your feet. No. How can a husband wash his wife's feet? How embarrassing would it be if word got out? What's there to be embarrassed about? Is my doting on my wife a hindrance to others? Wife, come over quickly. Chapter 432. It was night. Southeast of Chang'an City, Dunhua Square. In a wealthy house, one could vaguely see a room lit by candlelight. Granduncle, the Snake King, failed the assassination and disappeared without a trace. I heard that he was almost captured by Qin Xiong. A man in white rushed up to the old man lying on the couch and said respectfully. The white-haired old man had a sleepy look on his face. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed, and his chest was rising and falling rhythmically, as if he was asleep. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Isn't he a very powerful Grandmaster expert? Why can't he even deal with a child?" Back then, he boasted that he could end Li Zishuan's life with an arrow. The young man cupped his hands and said, "Granduncle, the Snake King's martial arts cultivation is much higher than Li Zishuan's. According to common sense, the Snake King can finish him in an instant, but, no buts." The white-haired old man waved his hand weakly and said, "This old man doesn't understand these things about martial arts, and I don't want to understand. Trash is trash. Xianji, don't interact with this kind of Jianghu in the future, or you will be dragged down sooner or later. Granduncle is right. Xianji will remember it." The young man nodded and replied. "Well, tell your father to stop for a while. How can this old man not know what he is thinking? He is really short-sighted." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, Granduncle, Xianji will definitely bring your words." The young man said in surprise. "Well, are you still worried that the imperial court will find out about our scheme against Li Zishuan this time?" The white-haired old man picked up a cup of tea beside the couch and took a sip. Seeing the young man frown, he asked, "No, that's not it. We didn't ask someone to assassinate this time. The Snake King came to us himself. We just inadvertently revealed a piece of information to him. Now, even if the imperial court really comes to us, it has nothing to do with us." The young man shook his head. "Then Xianji, what are you worried about? The Snake King failed the assassination this time and was almost crippled. I am worried that he will hate us because of this." The young man frowned and said uncertainly, "Humph. How dare he? You're just a nobody from the Jianghu, yet you want to be a mayfly trying to shake a tree?" The white-haired old man opened his eyes wide and snorted. Then he thought for a moment and said, "This old man didn't have much hope in this assassination. It was more or less a test. It would be better if they could kill him, but if they couldn't, it would only mean that they couldn't deal with Li Zishuan by force. Therefore, they could try to use the civil way in the future. We can't stand out like a bird in the eye of the storm. But we can't let that brat destroy our foundation." The young man said in a daze, "Granduncle, where did this come from?" "Haha. That's your business. Xianji, you've been witty and smart since you were a child. You're much better than your father. I think highly of you. Think about it carefully. Once I think of a good idea, I'll tell Granduncle. The future of the clan depends on you youngsters." The white-haired old man chuckled. This old fellow was quite a hands-off shopkeeper. The young man wiped his sweat and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Granduncle. Xianji will seriously think of a way." "Okay, go ahead." The white-haired old man waved his hand and said, "Yes, Granduncle, rest early too. Xianji will take his leave." The young man cupped his hands and left. The white-haired old man on the couch was silent for a while. Then, he sighed and said, "It's time to talk to those old fellows. These people are short-sighted. If I don't give them some pointers, I don't know when they'll understand. Moreover, this matter isn't just about our family." The next morning, Li Zixuan was woken up early in the morning because someone from the palace came to ask him to attend the morning court. It should be related to the assassination yesterday, right? Great. I'll go take a look and see what Li Er can say. I'm considered a member of the imperial court, right? Old Li is also responsible for being assassinated near Chang'an City. Li Zixuan's heart was extremely daring as he fantasized. Under the care of Xiao He and Xiao Shi, Li Zixuan washed up and put on his court attire. Then, he ate a few mouthfuls of food and sat in the carriage to go to the palace. Dugu Xian had also taken away the arrows from the carriage yesterday. According to him, bows and arrows were considered restricted weapons among the commoners, especially the strong bow that the black-clothed assassin had used yesterday. It was likely that it had come from some armory. It was not the first time Li Zixuan attended the morning court. He was familiar with it. After entering the palace and arriving at the square in front of Taiji Palace, Li Zixuan realized that almost all the officials were present. He was considered late. He did not expect that after being a good student and obedient for a lifetime, in his previous life, he would become a little lazy and bad after coming to the Tang dynasty. After chatting with Chen Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and a few other military veterans, a chamberlain came out and shouted, "Officials, please enter the palace for the morning court." The clamorous civil and military officials immediately quieted down. They lowered their heads and strode into Taiji Palace with the imperial edicts in their arms. Li Zixuan's current position was a little awkward. Everyone knew that he had resigned from his position in the Imperial College. Now, he only had the title of Prince of Lantian County. Looking at all the civil and military officials in the Imperial Court, he was the only one who came to the morning court with only a title and no actual position. Previously, Li Er had promised to give him the title of Crown Prince, Zhan Shi, but it was not time yet. Looking at the days, it seems that today is the Imperial College's day off. In that case, Li Er might be here to promote him in front of the court officials? Li Zixuan was slightly stunned. Then, he thought of something and walked to his original position, which was one row behind Kang Ningda. Since the new Imperial College official had not taken office yet, no one would say anything if he stood there. Reality proved that no one would say anything. After a round of greetings, the morning court session began. The first half of the session had nothing to do with Li Zixuan. It was all about the big shots arguing with each other or reporting about work. They talked about how the summer flood season was coming, and they had to strengthen the river defenses. They talked about how some official had acted improperly or neglected his duties, etc. In any case, Li Zixuan didn't care about this matter and just stood there with his eyes closed, quietly waiting for Li Er to call him. After some time, Qin Xiong bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I have something to report." "Please speak, Minister Qin." "Your Majesty, yesterday, Prince of Lantian County was assassinated by a black-clothed expert in the eastern suburbs of Chang'an. In broad daylight, right under the emperor's nose, such a shocking thing happened. Where is the dignity of the imperial court? This old subject beseeches your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation and bring these audacious people to justice. Otherwise, the officials will only be in a state of panic and lose interest in the imperial court." Li Zixuan was energized. Qin Xiong was going to stand up for him. Chapter 433. Qin Xiong's words caused an uproar in the court. Some knew about yesterday's assassination, but most of the court officials did not know. After all, Li Zixuan and his group only returned to the city at night. Assassination was indeed a big taboo in the officialdom. There were not many officials who were not afraid of death. It was fine to use normal political means to exclude political opponents, but it was not okay to use assassination. This would cause public anger. Your Majesty, Duke Yi's words are correct. Assassinating a county official in broad daylight is truly shocking. This kind of villain must be severely punished. Moreover, we must interrogate him to see if there is anyone behind him who ordered him to do so. If there is, they must be severely punished. Fang Xianling stepped out and said seriously, "I second the motion. Punish the villain and find out who is behind this." Zhang Sun Wuji also stepped forward and cupped his hands. This was a matter of principle. As the head of the civil officials, he had to stand up and express his attitude. Since Fang Xianling and Zhang Sun Wuji had said so, what else did the other officials have to hesitate? One by one, they began to accuse the assassin and the mastermind behind the scenes. What was originally a peaceful morning court had suddenly turned into a denouncing assembly of civil and military officials. "Where is Magistrate Hua?" When the officials were almost done, Li Er looked down and asked in a deep voice. "I am here. I am guilty." Yin Hua Wenjie, who had met Li Zishuan once before, came out and bowed to ask for forgiveness, sweating profusely. The officials of Chang and County and Wanyan County in Chang and City, as well as Lantian, Xinfeng, and more than 10 other counties outside the city were all under the jurisdiction of the magistrate. With such a major public security incident, he, as the magistrate, naturally had an important responsibility. Speaking of which, it could be said that Li Zishuan was his nemesis. Previously, Li Zishuan had brought Li Qingxian out to play. Because Chao Rui had eyes but failed to see and actually wanted to make a move on the crown prince, the Eastern Palace guards had dragged him over. Li Qingxian had personally criticized Wanyan County's governance issues. At that time, he had been scared to death. He did not expect that in just a few months, Li Zishuan not only had a title, he, a rank 3 magistrate, did not have a title. It was really infuriating, but he also caused an even bigger incident. Hua Wenjie secretly said, bitter. Although this matter could not be blamed on Li Zishuan, he still felt bitter in his heart. Of course you are guilty for such a villain to appear in the capital. However, I will give you a chance to atone for your crimes. You must catch the assassin within 10 days. Even if you can't catch him, you must at least find out where he came from. Li Er's hawk-like sharp gaze pierced Hua Wenjie's sweaty face as he ordered in a deep voice. This old subject accepts the decree and thanks you for your grace. Hua Wenjie had a bitter expression on his face. Li Er's mission was extremely difficult. He had heard a little about yesterday's assassination attempt. Even Gudu Xian was unable to deal with a martial arts expert. Asking him to investigate and capture the culprit was truly an impossible task. We will have Gudu Xian lead a group of Imperial Army soldiers to assist you in your investigation. No matter how powerful that assassin's martial arts are, he cannot be allowed to get away scot-free. Li Er understood Hua Wenjie's difficulty and added. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Hua Wenjie clasped his hands in thanks and then withdrew. Li thought for a moment and said, there is another matter today. There is one more matter today. Li Zishuan has submitted his resignation from his post at the Imperial College. However, ever since we ascended the throne, we have always prioritized talents. Talented and virtuous people must be put to good use. Li Zishuan's paper machine, unique culture, and the Great Tang Dictionary must be known by all of you. These things are extremely beneficial to the education of the people of our Great Tang. It is very likely that in a few decades, scholars will blossom all over our Great Tang. The great cause of education that even the Qin Emperor was unable to achieve during the Hanwu era may be realized through the combined efforts of all of you. Thus, we appoint Li Zishuan as Crown Prince Zhan Shi, and also confer upon him the titles of Jinziguang Lu Daifu and Zhaowu Chaplain. What do all of you think? Silence. The moment Li Er finished speaking, the hall fell into a strange silence. The officials were stunned for a moment and then looked at each other, not knowing what Li Er was up to. Li Zishuan was also somewhat confused. What did old Li mean by this? Was he trying to stir up trouble? What the hell was Zhaowu Chaplain? Your Majesty, this subject has an objection. How could the old flame Wei Zheng let go of such a good opportunity? He flicked his sleeves and angrily cupped his hands. What objection does Minister Wei have? Li Er raised his eyebrows and asked unhappily. Wei Zheng was not afraid of Li Er. He nonchalantly cupped his hands and said, Li Xiannan has indeed contributed to the education of our Tang dynasty, especially the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. This book really has a profound meaning. Your Majesty conferred upon him the title of Crown Prince Zhan Shi. Although it is a little out of line, it is understandable. If Li Xiannan can guide the crown prince to be diligent in his studies, it will also be a blessing for our Tang dynasty. But Jinziguang Lu Daifu is too much. A Jinziguang Lu Daifu who is not even 15 years old, not only does it not exist in our dynasty, it has never appeared in all of the dynasties. Li Xiannan is indeed talented, but this subject believes that it is not advisable to rush the seedlings to help them grow. In addition, Li Xiannan has not made any contributions in the military. Why would your majesty confer upon him the title of Zhaowu chaplain? Although this is only a rank 6 military officer, it is unreasonable to confer upon someone who has nothing to do with it. I implore your majesty to reconsider. Although Wei Zhang's argument was not intense, it was reasonable. Even Li Zishuan himself felt that this old fellow's words were reasonable, not to mention the other ministers. Minister Wei's words are reasonable. This old subject also implore your majesty to reconsider. Fang Xianling stepped forward and cupped his hands in agreement. This subject agrees, your majesty to reconsider. Zhang Sun Wuji also stepped forward and cupped his hands in agreement. Bullshit. Old Wei Zhang, what nonsense are you talking about? When the other ministers also wanted to step forward to agree, Qing Yaojin stepped forward and pointed at Wei Zhang and scolded, just because Xiao Xian is young, you say that he is not worthy of this Jinziguang Lu Daifu? What a joke. Since when did the imperial court choose officials based on age? Why don't I, old Cheng, know about this? His Majesty just said that it is based on ability. You have read more books than me, old Cheng. Do you understand that it is based on ability? Do you know what it means to be based on ability? Qing Yaojin was aggressive and his spittle was all over Wei Zhang's face. The worst thing was that this old fellow ate garlic in the morning and Wei Zhang almost fainted from the smell. Qing Jijia, don't go too far. What this old man said is reasonable and reasonable. It is based on the facts, not the person. Don't try to twist words and force logic in this hall. Wei Zhang wiped his face and took a few steps back in anger. Li Zishuan saw this scene from behind and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of humor. Do you understand that it is based on ability? Do you know what it means to be based on ability? Why did he feel that Qing Yaojin's accent was a bit like a northeastern man's? Chapter 434. Ha! I'm twisting words and forcing logic? Qing Yaojin chuckled and took 2 steps forward. If you say I'm twisting words and forcing logic, why don't you tell me how I'm twisting words and forcing logic? Let's not talk about Dr. Jin Ziguanglu for now. I'll talk to you about the Zhaowu chaplain. Didn't you just say that Xiao Xian hasn't made any contributions and isn't worthy of the Zhaowu chaplain position? So what if I did? Did I say something wrong? Wei Zhang covered his mouth and nose, took 2 steps back, and confronted Qing Yaojin. Ha! Let's not talk about military contributions, let's talk about martial arts. Xiao Xian just broke through yesterday and became the youngest martial arts grandmaster in our Tang Empire. I know you don't know what a martial arts grandmaster is, so let me put it this way. There are only 15 martial arts grandmasters in our Tang Empire's military, and these 15 people are all veterans who have led their own armies into battle. Xiao Xian broke through to the martial arts grandmaster realm at the age of 20. Do you know what this means to our Tang Empire? It means that even if we old generals are too old to ride horses or pick up swords and spears, our Tang Empire's younger generation will still have people who can lead the army into battle and protect our country. Heroes don't care about their age. We generals have always spoken with strength. Among the generals of the older generation, there are only a handful who can defeat Xiao Xian in martial arts. Let alone a mere Zhaowu commandant. If Xiao Xian is willing to join the army, when this old Qing goes north to fight the Turks, I will definitely give him a vanguard position. Qing Yaojin had wanted to get Li Zishuan into the military for a long time. Now that Li Er had given him such a good opportunity, how could he not cherish it? At this moment, this old fellow seemed to be possessed by a deity. Although his tone was a little aggressive, his words were reasonable and did not pester endlessly. After he finished speaking, everyone in the general's camp looked at Li Zishuan. Some were shocked, some were stunned, and some were envious. No one would have thought that there would be such a young martial arts grandmaster in the world. Other people might not be able to reach the martial arts grandmaster realm even after decades of hard work. But this young man who was not even 15 years old. How ironic. Good. Ji Jie's words are great. Your Majesty, this old subject believes that Li Zixuan's character and martial prowess are impeccable. He is completely worthy of the title of Zhaowu Commandant. Many of the Tang Empire's generals are aging like this old subject. If the Tang Empire wants to continue to prosper, it must begin to cultivate a batch of outstanding youths. Only then can we avoid a shortage of talents in the army. This time, Qin Xiong didn't persuade Sheng Yaojin not to be unreasonable. Instead, he stood up and supported Sheng Yaojin's point of view. This old subject also agrees. Such a young talent must have a place in the ranks of our great Tang's generals. Yuqi Jingda was moved by Qin Xiong's words and also stood up to agree. This old subject also agrees. Niu Jinda walked out and cupped his fists. This old subject also agrees. The Li County man is proficient in both the pen and the sword. He should set an example for the younger generation of our great Tang. The Minister of War, Li Jing, who had been unknown in the imperial court for a long time, actually took the initiative to speak up today. Moreover, it was to support a young man. This really shocked many people. As an important figure in the Tang Empire's military, Li Jing's statement was very meaningful. This meant that the Tang Empire's military group led by Li Jing was willing to accept a talent like Li Zixuan. The other generals with lower EQ also came to a realization. Today, Li Er didn't just want to give Li Zixuan the title of an official. He also wanted to test whether the military was willing to accept Li Zixuan as a newcomer. Li Er's seemingly absurd reward had a deep meaning behind it. Thus, a large group of generals instantly knelt down in front of Li Er and said loudly, "This subject agrees." Li Er sat at the top and nodded in relief. His action today was a last-minute idea last night. In accordance with the principle of making the best use of people, naturally, he, as the emperor, would make use of as much ability as Li Zixuan had. Thinking back, when Li Er first learned that Li Zixuan was the disciple of immortal Lingxiu, he had thought of putting Li Zixuan in the military to gain experience. However, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Li Zixuan's profound knowledge was no less than his martial arts accumulation. Li Er first put him in the Imperial College to teach and educate people. He really didn't expect that he had made many achievements in the academic field. Yesterday, when he heard that Li Zixuan had broken through to the Grandmaster level at the young age of 20, Li Er couldn't help but think of his original intention. In addition, what Qin Xiong said was indeed reasonable. The Tang Empire's military was indeed in a state where there was a shortage of young people. Looking at the next generation of all the generals, there were only a few who had made a name for themselves. The rest were mostly ignorant and incompetent people who wandered around the brothels. There was no one who could compare to Li Zixuan. Most importantly, Li Zixuan had always had a good relationship with the military. It was relatively easy to integrate him into the military. Thus, the most bizarre combination of contradictions in the history of the Tang Empire came into being. He had both a civil and a military title. Moreover, he had a noble title that couldn't be distinguished between the civil and military titles. It was really bizarre. At this moment, the line between civil and military was becoming more and more blurred on Li Zixuan. Li Er also wanted to give Li Zixuan a military title of a higher grade. However, as Wei Zheng had said, Li Zixuan had not made any military achievements. It was already good enough to give him a military title. Fortunately, he didn't give him a high grade because it was only a grade 6 military title. Wei Zheng was arguing. If the grade was higher, wouldn't Wei Zheng dare to tear down the Taiji Palace? Since that's the case, it's decided. Li Zixuan, we and the officials have high hopes for you. In the future, you must be cautious and conscientious and be a good example for the younger generation of the Tang Empire. You must not be as lazy as before. Do you understand? Li Er made the final decision and said in a deep voice. However, when the officials heard these words, they all felt that it was strange. Why did it sound like an elder lecturing a junior? Could it be that the emperor had something to do with this child? Some of the old men who liked to gossip couldn't help but look at Li Zishuan and Li Er's faces. The fire of gossip in their hearts burned fiercely. "Ah, Your Majesty, I haven't agreed. I accept the decree and thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your guidance." Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. *CK, this group of people discussed, but they didn't ask for his opinion. What the hell was this? He actually didn't want to accept this military title. As the saying goes, it's easy to get in but hard to get out. Although the grade of the Zhaowu chaplain was low, the significance it represented was not low at all. Once he accepted it, he would be labeled as a general in the future. When the time came to fight, people would definitely think of him. Li Er's move was really sinister. Li Zishuan felt that he had been tricked. Just as he was about to say that he didn't agree, Li Er's sharp gaze swept over him. Li Zishuan immediately changed his words because he saw a strong sense of danger in that gaze. Damn it, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. I'll take it first. Chapter 435. Li Zishuan's unwillingness to accept a military post wasn't because he was cowardly or unwilling to go to the battlefield to protect the country. When the Great Tang needed him, he would naturally be duty-bound to go to the battlefield. However, the Great Tang had so many awesome generals that they didn't need him at all. He just wanted to live a peaceful and sweet life with his wife. Cough cough, in the end, he was just lazy. The curved plow and compass that Li Zishuan created previously promoted farming and made it very convenient for Li Shaogong to lead the fleet out to sea. I originally wanted to transfer him to the Ministry of Works to create more tools that would benefit the country and the people. However, Li Zishuan told me that he wanted to establish an academy named Yanhuang. He wanted to pass on his knowledge of inventing new tools to more people. I think this is a good move. What do you think? With the cooperation of the military generals, Li Zishuan was successfully promoted to an official post. Then, Li Er continued to take a mile after taking an inch and revealed that Li Zishuan wanted to establish Yanhuang College. He brought this matter to the imperial court so that Yanhuang College would face less resistance in the future. The officials were speechless. They didn't know what Li Er was up to this time. Why was he talking about establishing an academy out of the blue? In this era, people didn't have a high and mighty impression of academies. It was more like they were short and poor. Thus, many officials wanted to support it but didn't know why. Even if they wanted to oppose it, they didn't know why either. But then again, in today's imperial court, Li Zishuan's matters really came one after another. This brat was about to become the main character of the imperial court. Your Majesty, I'm afraid the national treasury doesn't have any money left to establish an academy for Li Zhanshi. At this moment, an elegant white-haired elder in purple stepped forward and cupped his hands. It was the current Minister of Civil Affairs, Xiao Yu. Yes, that's right. At this time, the Ministry of Revenue wasn't called the Ministry of Revenue. It was called the Ministry of Civil Affairs. In the beginning of the Sui dynasty, it was called Duji. In the third year of founding emperor, it was changed to Min Division, and the dynasty followed suit. In the 23rd year of Zhengguan, which was actually the first year of Yonghui, it was changed to the Ministry of Revenue. In the first year of Ming Qing, it was changed to Duji. In the second year of Long Shua, it was changed to Siyuan Taichangbo. In the first year of Xianheng, it was reverted to the Ministry of Revenue. In the first year of Guangzhai, it was changed to Diguan Shangshu. In the first year of Shenlong, it was reinstated. Xiao Yu's wife was Empress Dugu's niece. Li Yuan was Empress Dugu's nephew. Li Yuan and Xiao Yu's wife were cousins. Back when the two of them were officials in the Sui dynasty, they had a very good relationship. Therefore, not only did this guy do well in the Sui dynasty, he was also the Minister of Civil Affairs and the Prime Minister. He also did well in the Tang dynasty. He was once again the Prime Minister and the Minister of Civil Affairs. Xiao Yu was the only prime minister of the previous dynasty who was still active in the center of power until Zhengguan's death. However, there were also 6 ups and downs. That is, 6 times he had to pay his respects to the prime minister, 6 times he was removed from his position as prime minister, and even his title of nobility was stripped and he was exiled from the capital. However, the prime ministers of the Tang dynasty weren't very valuable. At least, they weren't as powerful as the later generations. That was because the Tang dynasty implemented a group of prime ministers system. During Gaozu's time, there were 16 prime ministers. During Taizong's time, there were 29 prime ministers. During Gaozong's time, there were 47 prime ministers. During Wuzhou's time, there were as many as 78 prime ministers. Therefore, the power of a prime minister at this time wasn't as great as people thought. However, although that was the case, it was still very impressive to be able to become a prime minister. After all, he was an extremely powerful official. He. Minister Xiao, you're overthinking. All the expenses for the construction of Yanhuang College will be borne by Li Zishuan. The imperial court doesn't need to pay a single cent more. Li Er chuckled. In his heart, he thought that it was fortunate that Li Zishuan was rich. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort. When Xiao Yu heard that, he was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously. He wondered if there was something wrong with this unlucky kid's brain. Why would he want to spend money to build an academy? Then, I have no objections. Xiao Yu clasped his hands and replied. As the Minister of Civil Affairs, he only needed to manage the purse of the Great Tang. Whether Li Zishuan opened an academy or not had nothing to do with him. He just felt that it wasn't worth it for this child to spend his own money instead of living a good life. In any case, Xiao Yu, who had lived through 3 dynasties, couldn't understand such a decision. Then, does anyone else have any objections? Li Er asked the others. Most of the others had the same thoughts as Xiao Yu. They simply didn't care about Li Zishuan's Yanhuang College. Since it didn't concern them, they didn't care. Thus, no one stood up to object. Seeing that no one objected, Li Er chuckled and made a big move. Good. Since no one objects, then I shall appoint Li Zishuan as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, and I shall be the honorary president of Yanhuang College. As the ancestors of the Han people, everyone in the Central Plains can be called the descendants of Yan and Huang. In the future, no matter rich or poor, as long as you are a descendant of Yan and Huang, you will be able to enroll in Yanhuang College. Although Yanhuang College doesn't need a single copper coin from the national treasury, the 6 ministries of the imperial court must provide convenience to the Yanhuang College within their means during the construction process. They must not obstruct it on purpose. I need Yanhuang College to nurture a batch of talents that can make the Great Tang even stronger. Have you all heard me clearly? Buzz. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, Wei Zheng, Feng Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Xiao Yu, and the other important officials of the imperial court were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Li Er to trick them. He was really too shameless. According to what Li Er said just now, Yanhuang College wasn't a lowly private college at all. It would become a genuine government-run college. Oh, no, it should be a royal college. If they had known that Li Zishuan would play like this, they definitely wouldn't have agreed to let Li Zishuan establish Yanhuang College so easily. But now, Li Er obviously wanted to act shamelessly, so it wasn't easy for them to change their minds. Kang Yingda's legs trembled. This was the first time he heard that Li Er wanted to be the president of Yanhuang College. This made him feel a sense of crisis. He walked forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty's action seems inappropriate. In this way, where will the Imperial College be placed? The other officials also focused their attention. What Kang Yingda said was indeed a very serious problem. Since Li Er attached so much importance to Yanhuang College, as the holy land of Confucianism, what should the Imperial College do? The problem now involved the battle of orthodoxy. As the orthodox school, Confucianism had been deeply rooted in the people's hearts. It could be said that all the civil officials in the hall benefited from Confucianism. They wouldn't allow Li Er to abandon Confucianism and seek refuge with other schools of thought. Of course, Li Er knew the seriousness of this problem. He said seriously, "Haha. Official Kong, you worry too much. The Imperial College has been sending a large number of talents to the Imperial Court all these years. Its position is unshakable. Confucianism is still the orthodox school of thought of the Great Tang, and the purpose of Yanhuang College is only to nurture a group of talents who are good at construction. The two don't conflict. Chapter 436. Inside the Taiji Palace. Li Er purposely explained that the purpose of Yanhuang College was to provide talents for the Ministry of Works. Those defenders of Confucianism who were ready to jump out and attack Li Er finally gave up, and the establishment of Yanhuang College was officially approved. Li Zishuan took a deep breath and secretly gave old Li 32 likes in his heart. If he had been the one to say it, he definitely wouldn't have been able to say it so perfectly. Li Er had helped him solve a big problem. That's right. Not only was Li Zishuan unwilling to have a conflict with Confucianism, but Li Zishuan was also unwilling. Engineering hadn't even sprouted yet. How could it go head-to-head with Confucianism, which had been developing for thousands of years? Any new thing needed to be low-key and wretched in the beginning. After the establishment of Yanhuang College, the long morning court session finally ended. The civil and military officials all left the main hall and returned to their homes. Li Zishuan saw a familiar figure in front of him and hurriedly chased after him. Minister Yan. Minister Yan. He was chasing after Yan Lide. When Yan Lide heard someone calling him, he stopped in his tracks and turned around with a smile. Li Zhanshe, congratulations on your promotion. Now that Li Zishuan had been promoted to Crown Prince Zhanshe, in terms of rank, he was on par with him, the Minister of Works. This made Yan Lide's heart feel very complicated. Don't make fun of me. Brother Xiaoning and I are good brothers. You can just call me Little Xian. Li Zishuan choked. This Li Zhanshe, didn't sound nice. Previously, when others called him Li Sai, it didn't sound nice either. At this time, he wanted to complain about the problem of how people of the Tang dynasty addressed him. In this era, there was a lot of attention to how officials were addressed. In some brainless novels, it was often written that when the protagonist met an official, he would directly call him Lord Zhang, Lord Wang, or Lord Li, regardless of what official he was. In fact, this was not respecting historical facts. Darren was a form of address. In the Tang dynasty, it was only used to address one's parents. Under certain circumstances, it could be used to address one's direct relatives. One could never use Darren Zhang, Darren Wang, or Darren Li to address various officials. Therefore, when you meet an official, don't simply call him Lord, unless you want to acknowledge him as your godfather. In the Tang dynasty, officials were usually addressed with surname plus rank, such as Minister Zhao, Minister Qian, or surname plus Gong. For example, when you met Fang Xianling, you could say, Good Minister Fang, and when you met Wei Zheng, you could say, Lord Wei. Therefore, when one really transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, if one intended to greet every official as Lord, this kind of lazy method would not work. The one who was addressed as Lord would caress your head and smile without saying anything. If your real Lord were to hear it, he would probably be so angry that he would beat you with a stick. Fortunately, Li Zishuan had transmigrated and merged with the memories of his previous life. Otherwise, he would have been screwed over by some brainless novels from his previous life. Hee, nephew Xian, why did you stop me? Yan Lide stroked his beard and smiled. He thought to himself that this kid did not get carried away. He still valued Li Zishuan as a descendant, so naturally, he did not want him to turn bad. Yes, I have something to ask Minister Yan for help. Why don't we talk as we walk? Okay. Then let's go to your carriage. I heard that your carriage is the most comfortable to sit in, haha. Yan Lide said half-jokingly. Hee. I couldn't ask for more. Minister Yan, please. Say it. What is it? Look at how serious you are. Sitting on the don't touch my number 1 sofa, Yan Lide sipped his wine and looked at the passers-by outside the window. Hee, it's not a big deal. Uncle Yan, you also heard in the imperial court that this kid's Yanhuang College is about to start construction. This kid has poured a lot of effort into this college, so naturally, we have to strive for perfection in the construction. That's why I wanted to invite you over to check it out. After all, in terms of construction skills, if Uncle Yen is second, no one in Great Tang would dare to say that they are first. Li Zishuan continued to climb up the pole, trying to curry favor with him and flattering him one after another. Ha! You brat, don't flatter me. Yen Lide scolded in a joking manner, then stroked his beard and pondered. His Majesty previously said that the 6 ministries of the imperial court should do their best to cooperate with the construction of Yanhuang College. Nephew Xian, this old man should agree to your request, but as the Minister of Works, I don't usually have much time. How about this? I'll ask Xiaoning to bring a group of specialized craftsmen to help you later. Anyway, the two of you are already familiar with each other, so it'll be convenient for you to communicate. Although Xiaoning doesn't specialize in construction, he's still quite familiar with it. If this old man has time, I'll personally go and take a look. If there's any problem, you can come and find me at any time. Li Zishuan said happily, yes, yes, yes. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Yen. Yen Lide pointed at Li Zishuan and laughed. Ha! You brat. It would be great if Xiaoning could learn from you how stuffy he is. Not only are you married, but you've also been promoted. When will that child Xiaoning be as worry-free as you? Li Zishuan rubbed his nose. Was Yen Lide saying that he was too unrestrained and unrestrained, so he got himself a wife? However, it wasn't good for Yen Xiaoning to only know how to study mechanical mechanisms all day long. Compared to him, Yen Xiaoning was more like an otaku. Hee hee. Xiaoning will definitely find his own happiness. Sigh. Actually, this nephew of mine isn't worry-free now. Yesterday, my parents were almost scared out of their wits. Li Zishuan said in a muffled voice. That was just an accident, but you have to be more careful in the future. As long as that assassin isn't caught, you can't let your guard down. Yen Lide said solemnly. Yes, this nephew of yours understands. Oh. Have you finished drawing the blueprint of Yanhuang College? Let this old man see if there's any difficulty in building it. Yen Lide thought for a while and suddenly said. I've been a little busy recently, so I haven't finished it yet. But this nephew of yours will definitely finish it in 2 days. In 2 days? How much did you draw before? 10%, probably less than 5%. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said. Oh. Then your Yanhuang College is really small. How many buildings could an ordinary person draw in 2 days? Therefore, Yen Lide naturally thought that Yanhuang College was small. However, he didn't know that when it came to drawing blueprints, Li Zishuan had never been an ordinary person. The breakthrough yesterday made him, who was already not an ordinary person, even more extraordinary. He was even a little IMBA. Hee hee. 2 days later, this nephew of yours will invite Uncle Yen over to take a look. You'll naturally know then. Li Zishuan chuckled. He didn't explain any further and invited her. Okay. This old man will bring Xiaoning over to take a look in 2 days. Chapter 437. Li Zishuan sent Yen Lide to Eternal Peace Square beside West City in a carriage after finally reaching a strategic cooperation agreement with Yen Lide, the most awesome architect in Great Tang. He then leisurely returned home. The one driving the carriage today was Ah Fu. San Bao was still recuperating. Li Zishuan entered the manor and wanted to visit San Bao. Even though his injuries were already healed yesterday, he still had to visit her. This was a matter of attitude. Who knew that at this moment, Lon would rush over and say, brother, you're back. Quickly go and take a look at Iron Egg. His body is so hot and he looks like he's in pain. Mother and sister-in-law are worried sick. Li Zishuan was stunned and thought to himself, what's wrong with Iron Egg? Could it be that the release of true qi when he broke through yesterday still left Iron Egg with an internal injury? Thinking of this, he carried Lan and rushed to Minghua Pavilion with cloud-piercing steps. Ah Fu, who was at the side, only saw a blur in front of her eyes and her young master disappeared. Iron Egg. Iron Egg. What's wrong with you? Don't scare sister. Minuet Pavilion. Iron Egg sat cross-legged on a huge rock beside the pond. His entire body was red and his eyes were closed. He clenched his teeth and looked like he was in great pain. His entire body looked like it was burning. Madame Lee was anxious and helpless at the side. She had already asked her maid to find a doctor. Han Yushi was beside Iron Egg and anxiously wiped his sweat with a cold towel while calling out to him. But Bruiser couldn't speak at all. He felt that if he spoke, he would faint from the pain. He felt as if his blood was boiling, and something was running around inside his body. This caused his meridians to feel waves of pain. If he didn't concentrate on dealing with this pain, he might lose consciousness. Bruiser was a bit confused. He didn't have the strength to deal with this pain. Wife, move aside, let me take a look. Li Zishuan flew to the side of the huge rock and felt a weak true chi vibration. He immediately pulled Han Yushi away and sat behind Iron Egg. Husband, you're back. That's great. Look at Iron Egg, he became like this after his morning exercise. Han Yushi said excitedly as if she had seen her savior. Wife, don't be anxious. Let me take a look first. Li Zishuan held the Iron Egg's back with one hand. A wisp of Taoist genuine qi, as thin as a needle tip, entered the Iron Egg's meridians and began to flow slowly. You actually have true qi? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and exclaimed. Husband, how is it? Yeah. Little Xian, what happened? This child has been in pain for a long time. Han Yushi and Mrs. Li hurriedly went forward and asked. Li Zishuan withdrew his true qi, stood up and said, Mother, Yushi, Iron Egg is fine, he is just about to break through, hee hee. This kid's hard training for the past few months wasn't in vain. Breakthrough? Wasn't he sick? Look at Iron Egg's expression, he seems to be in pain. Mrs. Li said in disbelief. Han Yushi also looked at him anxiously. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Mother. People who practice martial arts break through realms like this. Iron Egg's current pain is something that many people can't even ask for. You and Yushi can go about your business first. Let me take care of this. If there are too many people, it will affect Iron Egg's breakthrough. Don't worry, Iron Egg will definitely be fine. Although Mrs. Li didn't understand the common sense of martial arts practitioners, she still understood the general meaning. She pulled Han Yushi and said, Yushi, let's go out first. Little Xian is here. Lan, let's go, you also go out with Mother. Mother. Han Yushi replied. Then, she glanced at Li Zishuan and Iron Egg. Li Zishuan gave her a reassuring hand gesture. Only then did she feel relieved. Lan blinked and asked, Brother. After Iron Egg breaks through, will he become as powerful as Brother? When the time comes, will he be able to fly up the tree with Lan When Li Zishuan heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed the little girl's braids and said, You can ask him later. For now, let's go out and play. Oh. Calm down and try to control the 3 tadpole-like true qi in your body. When you can really control them, you will be able to draw true qi into your body. From the moment Li Zishuan came here, Iron Egg had already felt it. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The battle he witnessed yesterday gave him a deeper understanding of Li Zishuan's strength. He believed that with Li Zishuan here, he would definitely be fine. At this moment, Li Zishuan's voice seemed to have a trace of magic. Iron Egg felt that he didn't hear this voice with his ears, but with his heart. This made him unable to help but slowly try out the method that Li Zishuan had just taught him. After a full 45 minutes, Iron Egg felt that the 3 tadpole-like true qi that were originally restless in his body suddenly became obedient. And in his body, it was as if something had been opened up. Then, the previous torturous pain in his body all disappeared, replaced by incomparable comfort. Huff. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Iron Egg felt that all the pores in his body seemed to be crazily breathing fresh air. Every part of his body was full of vitality, and his body seemed to have become lighter. He couldn't help but let out a sound of comfort. After a while, he remembered that Lisa Schwan was beside him, so he hurriedly greeted him. Haha. It's good that you're fine. By the way, how did you suddenly break through? Lisa Schwan asked curiously. Logically speaking, Iron Egg's speed of drawing true qi into his body was definitely not fast. There were many people in the world who were faster than him. Lisa Schwan was just very interested in the reason why this child suddenly broke through. Iron Egg thought for a moment and said, Master, when I was lying in bed last night, I couldn't help but recall the battle between Master and the black-clothed assassin in the evening. Even when I was asleep, I couldn't help but recall it in my dreams. This morning, I did my morning exercises according to Master's plan as usual. I didn't expect that when I was running, I suddenly felt my blood boiling halfway. My body also started to hurt. Oh. I see. Iron Egg, you can give it a try. Let's see if a warrior who can draw true qi into his body is much stronger than before. Lisa Schwan patted the back of Iron Egg's head and said with a smile. Yes, Master. Iron Egg responded excitedly, then ran to an open area, ready to show off his martial arts skills. All children love to play. Bruiser didn't have much time to play because he had been urged by Lisa Schwan for a long time. Now that he had officially stepped into the ranks of martial artists, how could he not use his martial arts to play and make a fuss? How could that be justified? Chapter 438. Master. My strength is more than 3 times greater than before, and my speed is also faster. Now, I can finish my morning run in less than an hour. Li Mansion, Mingyue Pavilion. Iron Egg ran to Lisa Schwan and said excitedly. He had just played a few moves in the yard to test his strength and speed. He immediately discovered that his physique had undergone an earth-shattering change. In the past, his strength was at most a little stronger than children of the same age. But now, in terms of strength, he did not lose to an ordinary strong man. Oh. Is that so? Then Iron Egg, you will double the amount of training every morning from now on. Lisa Schwan sat on the stone bench and said casually. Iron Egg suddenly wanted to slap himself in the face. How dare he get carried away and talk nonsense, but since Lisa Schwan had said so, he could only accept it. Yes, Master. Oh. You brat. Master is doing it for your own good. With your current physique, you can definitely withstand this amount of training. Lisa Schwan glanced at Tai Dan indifferently before continuing. Also, since you've already drawn qi into your body, you have to understand that from now on, you're no longer an ordinary person. You're a martial artist. Heroes use martial arts to break the rules. In the future, you must not rely on your martial arts to bully the weak. Of course, if someone bullies us, we will bully them back twice as much. Do you understand? Iron Egg said seriously. Master, rest assured, Iron Egg understands. Lisa Schwan nodded and said earnestly, that's right. Well, good. After drawing the qi into your body, you can't slack off. You have to cultivate diligently. When the amount of true qi in your body increases, you can try to use this true qi to temper your body. In addition, you can't put all your energy into martial arts. Master's engineering is about to be fully developed in Yanhuang College, so Iron Egg, you still have a lot to learn. Master hopes that you can learn both civil and martial arts. Yes, Master. Iron Egg will do his best to learn. Only by suffering the hardest of hardships can one rise to the top. Iron Egg, you will suffer a little now, but 10 years later, you will definitely not regret your efforts today. Alright, let's go over there. I'll teach you a set of fist techniques and a set of sword techniques. If you practice more in the future, you'll benefit a lot. Lisa Schwan planned to teach Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword to Iron Egg, because with his disciple's current strength, he could only practice one of the 9 Taishian swords, which was not very powerful. It was better to teach him Tai Chi, which could be used to defend himself in a critical moment. Besides, now that Iron Egg had true qi in his body, he should be able to practice Tai Chi more easily. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, Bruiser cheered excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. For the past few months, he had only been bitterly cultivating his internal strength in order to draw qi into his body. He hadn't learned the slightest bit of martial arts moves from Li Zixuan. Now that he could finally learn some moves, how could he not be excited? Husband, your Tai Chi seems to be a combination of hardness and softness. Can I practice it? It was almost noon by the time he taught the complete version of Yang's Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword techniques to Iron Egg. Today happened to be a good day for his promotion, so the lunch was very rich and lively. After lunch, the couple returned to the west courtyard for a break. Han Yushi suddenly asked. Li Zixuan was surprised and said, "Why do you ask? Do you want to be a martial arts master like me?" No. Han Yushi looked a little embarrassed and said, "I just want to learn some self-defense skills. If I encounter any accidents in the future, I won't be a burden to you, Master." Oh. Li Zixuan nodded. It was difficult for Han Yushi to become a master since she had just started practicing martial arts at her age. After all, her body had already been fixed, and there was no martial arts that could help her get started easily. However, Tai Chi should be quite suitable for people who had no martial arts foundation to practice. If my wife wants to practice, of course you can. At the very least, Tai Chi can strengthen your body and prevent you from getting sick and suffering less in the future. Well, how about this? Starting tomorrow morning, I'll get up early every day to practice Tai Chi with my wife and Xiao He and the others. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up and he blurted out. He suddenly thought of his wife's weak body. It would be very dangerous for her to give birth in the future. Because the medical conditions in this era were too poor, if anything happened during the birth, it would all depend on fate. He was not an obstetrician in his previous life. Of course, there was no good way to deal with this kind of situation. The only thing he could do was to give Han Yushi some martial arts foundation in advance. When her body was better, it would be much less dangerous for her to give birth. If it were not for the fact that he did not have any Nigong mental cultivation methods suitable for women, he would have taken Han Yushi to practice Nigong. Yes. I don't have anything to do in the morning. But can you get up early every day? Han Yushi nodded happily. Suddenly, she looked at Li Zixuan suspiciously and asked. Hey! Wife, you're looking down on me. As long as you don't make your husband too tired at night, your husband will definitely be able to get up early in the morning. Hee. Li Zixuan said naughtily with a cheeky smile. Ah. Husband, how can you be so shameless? In the afternoon, Li Zixuan was in the study. He spread out the rice paper and prepared to draw the architectural design of Yanhuang College with peace of mind. After all, the construction of Yanhuang College was really tight on time and the task was heavy. In the past, he might have been a little lazy, but today, Li Er took this matter to the imperial court and announced it in public. He had to pay more attention to it. As soon as he started to draw, he heard someone report that Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin were here. Li Zixuan hurried to the front hall. Xiao Xian, do you have any idea about the assassin yesterday? After they came to the front hall, Qin Xiong went straight to the point and asked. Not yet. Uncle Qin, do you have any clues? Qin Xiong shook his head and said, I didn't even have time to fight with the assassin yesterday. How would I know where he came from? But Xiao Xian, you fought with him for so